Avatar, they've got at least 5 kilometers if they would drive in a straight line, which it's highly unlikely that that's the approach that they take. You never know. Emergency parachute could be on the line. That could make me eat my words. But then again, you still have to more than likely fight for a position from a team that started off from a closer loot spot. So it's very rough. It's been very rough for Exalt the entire time, and it's not looking to get any easier.
Yeah, no, and that's what we were talking about yesterday, and that's why I brought up Sabim in that conversation yesterday. Of yes, of course, it's as a viewer, it can get frustrating if you're a fan of one team to see another team get a lot of circles in a row. But you also have to give Sabim credit because I mean, they don't know where they're gonna go. They're just, I guess, in that sense, lucky. But they make so much of what they're given, constantly finding late game, finding a lot of kills with it. And Exalt, yes, sure, this game you go and say, oh, they're so far down, they really needed a good circle, now it's against them. Well, believe me, there has been a ton of games where they were the team in the best positions. Every single military game we've had on the Rankle has had Exalt in the best position to get something going early, but they haven't capitalized anything over the circles they were given there. So it's really all about making the most of it, maximizing the potential of the situation you're given, and Exalt, it just hasn't done it.
Yeah, swaying the odds in your favor it's just a huge part of a game like RNG. There's so many variables and so many factors. If the situation was right, little Jimmy Biscuits, who's playing on a Nintendo Switch, could sit down, example, in a 1v1. But, you know, if he's got his back turned and his monitor turned off, it could still happen. And Baron Peak, you know, this is the other downside of making those early moves. You're going to be contested for priority positions. And as you called out, DA is going to be right there to contest them.
Exactly. DA are usually a team to get up into these hills early when the circle shifts towards the southeast and try and set up some camps, especially against the teams coming out of Ricardo. We've seen it for years, them trying to do it against Team Liquid back when they were here, and now no different. They're going to try and do it to Sabim too. But good for Sabim that they get Baron Peak back up on his feet, and at least now they know which team is sat right next to them.
Elsewhere, just to the south of this little early game engagement, the two scrapping MEA rosters, there's a whole lot of congestion between a whole lot of other teams. Those that jumped out of the plane early all along the south coast have started to converge. Once again, of course, you're going to be seeing Ascend take the high ground just to the northern side of the Los Angeles Bridge. Of course, you can see all this on the map stream as well, so highly recommend that you get that bad boy open. Howl, Woo, and Entropic all starting to make a little bit of a move just to the south side of Los Leones, and that southwestern tip where those warehouses that are currently being occupied by Woo are in place is a pretty decent chance of getting an endgame in a zone like this.
Yeah, sure is. And by the way, Saga, I was just informed that that what we saw in the first part of our intro segment with you being pretty much
being James,
Izgasio se Tobi, ljudi. To je to. Gledamo bez kastera. Nema bolje trenutka u životu, je. Ovo je genijal. Ode to. Pa ovo je fenomenal. Pa ništa bolje nije mogu. Pa prolazi Entropic 100. Prolazi Entropic 100% ljudi. Joj, brate, šta je zoomirano? Odzumirano. Pa ništa bolje nije mogu. Bila nam je želja ovo pukali. Gledajte komentar. Petar now so much better, Petar. Pa ovo je genijalno. Kako namjesti stream da nema Tobija, ne znam, ali radi.
Now is the time. Thank you for talking then, Saga. I'm too early on. Not something we want to have happen.
Kratko je trajalo, ali je bilo predobro.
Hill they need to climb in order to get anywhere near the top, and as much as we saw them shine in the lower bracket, this has just not been their time either.
It really hasn't. It's very unfortunate. I mean, Hello My Bad was farming, to put it in a positive light, in the lower bracket, absolutely coming in and just slapping the lower bracket teams around. It just has not been quite the same way in the upper bracket. It's just an entirely different kettle of fish, fully different caliber of team that we have at the very top end of EMEA, and there's a lot of teams that are of that level, which is why the leaderboards always end up to be so darn close together. Only 5 points between Savim in second and Question Mark in fourth.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So of course, for the sake of entertainment, we're all hoping that Savim and Question Mark die. Again, as I said the other days, I don't have anything against them. Simply the fact that they are ahead of everyone else. That is why I'm currently disliking them. And then of course, Foot and Tropic, Navi, BA, Monarch as well, just having banger games for us to tie things up, coming down to the very final.
You do make a very good point, though. The fact that they are up so high on the leaderboard is the very reason that you want to see them stumble and falter, just to make the leaderboard a little bit tighter. Well, every team who's below them in the leaderboard wants the exact same thing. There is a huge target on the back of teams like Savim, of teams like Ascend, and that comes with a whole lot of pressure. Ascend, it's been proven, they can deal with the pressure. They've come out under some very significant pressure in a global event in Malaysia and picked up a second place, but Savim have yet to really be tested on that same level of metal, so it'll be very interesting to see whether they crumble when the stakes get very high later on today.
In all fairness, Savim has really yet to be tested against just this caliber of play, and here they are, set in second place. So if this is anything to go by, you'd be pretty confident. Circle in the meantime swings down towards the southern shore, down towards the hill that Ascent currently finds themselves on. A Question Mark as well. We've seen many games end up on that hill itself, and it usually has some involvement with the team set in the compound, which currently is Ascent, but there's also the thing where when it shifts off of that hill, it is so difficult to get off because it is incredibly barren.
It really is. I mean, I'm getting some flashbacks to every Erangel map so far, with a south circle with Ascend playing the high ground. 15 kill third place again on the cards. They would absolutely not say no to that. Laza would be saying no if Bestelok requested kindly to put those bullets in his face, but it seems like he just did it the old-fashioned way. Just did it without asking first, and I don't think he appreciated that.
No, not at all. So I'm gonna full speed send it, but where are they opting to stop? You see the mat. I think he hurt them holding up in his position, and unluckily for him, the Coop doesn't accelerate all that great in the dirt, but is able to get out of there. But I think he's running from one kind of trouble. Yeah, straight into the other. So the vehicle blows up. Adusa gets the knock, but Schiller there for the kill.
Worst possible team for Question Mark to see stealing their kills in the kill feed. That has now extended the gap just that little bit extra, but how many times have we seen a team fail by less than a single point, even just a week ago? Rest in peace, BBL. We hardly knew you. Laza also picked off for Twisted Minds, their third point of the game already. So they are definitely coming out swinging.
Yeah, out here finding some of those early kills is
Ja bi ga molio perfekt se jak sam ga stavio u ekipu da ne gleda ka
games for them when they get
Iva sam on kam
but
još gore je kanajlu.
We'll see at least for now. This is a good way to kick things off, getting a couple of kills in the back with having had little risk or little to no risk really involved in getting them.
They've somewhat forced their way onto a decent high ground position. DA was holding a little bit of a 2-2 split, but now with Twisted Mind's presence on the same ridge line, just a couple of 100 meters to their east, they've had to give up the split just in case Twisted
setup ako jedan faila mrtvi su svi.
DA have now been backfilled by Exhalation on the north side, who may come under a little bit of pressure as FaZe expands their hold, takes some more space, but just look at the sightlines. Who needs Batulins on a mountain when your whole team can be sat on it and you can get full information on everyone in the zone?
Yeah, everyone's just sitting around waiting this one out. Of course, this is one of those cases where both because we have the water on the southern side, but then also some unplayable terrain in and around the middle of the map, when this next circle, when the third circle shows itself, you can pretty much guarantee, at least to some extent, where that fourth circle is going to shift based on the third circle popping. Yeah. So everyone right now is not wanting to make too aggressive moves, maybe spread out a little bit more, you know, just claim that extra hillside, claim that extra rock. But overall, I think everyone is sat pretty tight right now, just waiting for the next circle to pop in a half-minute time.
I say highest percentage chance is either an east or a northeastern shift, but there is still that outlier percentage that this does do something a little weird and go maybe to the western side of the Ascend Mountain where Na'Vi is setting up shop right now. Finally, some shots exchanged between Twisted Minds and Lyron. Actually, it looks like that's enough to just force them away from playing their sort of overwatching peak type game, and they're going to start backing away, maybe get a bit of a pre-drive, expecting this next zone to pop, and it doesn't go as far to the east as maybe we might have anticipated. So once again, Sarvum straight in the middle, but they're in a dip. Let's calm down. It's not the prime real estate game winning position, but still good to know.
Good to know indeed. Sarvum sat, as you said, pretty well, but limited what they can really do from this position. Twisted Minds, in the meantime, driving out. Had to get off that hill eventually, also knowing that Exhalation was coming in from behind. Didn't want to sit around too much longer. They're going to drive forward. So Entropic, a little bit of a task at hand, trying to deal with the players down below. As you can see here, the vehicles are allowing for some angles to be utilized, but not a whole lot. But these nades, if Naleb gets just one in here, they're going to be a whole team.
Materijovice!
One confirmed, two more down. Aspiro now
Ono kad ubiješ batul na njegovim oružjem.
Aspiro is down to really low HP.
Now, Entropic may struggle to close the gap to get to PGS2, but by God, they're going to give Twisted Minds the experience. They're going to say, you want to play a dip, get used to the bomber, because it is coming. One grenade takes out a player completely and knocks two more. And Twisted Minds, that 10 kill plus game you were talking about usually comes when they get some kills on the board in the early phase. That is a pipe dream now.
Yeah,
Ljudi, hejteri bi rekli da se Nixi giftu.
Good at all. Entropic couldn't be any better. Now they're set on the northern side here, and the fact that they get to wound so many different teams from this position is huge, because not only
ovo je 100% gift, brate. Ovo je dogovor Discorda.
Who are the teams around them. So now found.
Gaj kao vi se vozajte pored nas, mi kao uzmemo bodove, ovo ono.
Another unfortunate loss for the Wu, down to just 2 players remaining as they were forced to make a risky send through treacherous terrain and just too many angles, too many shots coming in their direction. It's just Ibby and Quizzy who do make it to relative safety in a dip. I'm not sure exactly how safe I would really consider this. Fair is not safe at all, as Uber has already got the knock, and he's going to creep up on top, looking for the flush, just making sure there's no opportunity for a trade to come through first, so doesn't fully commit to the spray. But Exalt not really in a position to get the trade. Maybe just weren't anticipating this push from Na'Vi at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what their play was. They're set up in kind of a scouting forward position, but maybe expecting that they were the last team. At least now, there's a team set right on their heels. I think, I mean, either you leave now and just start rotating, or you have to take their close. You can't just sit around and wait.
Very massive central split.
Samo sam bez glasa, pričam normalno kudi.
In the compound for question mark, and it really seems like they're hedging their bets. This zone will likely either go east or west, and regardless, they have a fantastic defensive position to regroup on, which it will be.
Circle swings straight on top of Ascent. Not going to be complaining about that one at all.
Na glavu Ascent i question marka.
Ascent being able to get some of them swinging their way. So after all, for foot phase as well. I mean, I feel like I don't know whether it's Ascent getting hard shifts or if it's just Circle.
Pa imaju auto, ali auto ostalo gore.
I feel like whenever there's a chance for both things to happen, it will happen.
Makes it finish him.
Maybe they just need to start shacking up in the same compound.
Yeah, that's right. Then the game doesn't know what to do.
We'll just break the game. That's where we get island circles and things get really weird. But again, it's another opportunity for a high ground position from Ascend. Not quite as easy to free farm from this position as it is from Observatory, but it's still a very solid one that they can look to defend and have another.
Ali ubija baš Face, ubijaju i Twisted Minds, koje ne treba i da ubijaju.
Shot the last players from Twisted Minds, but they also quickly learn that there aren't.
Mene ovdje više brine Ascend i question mark. Koji čuče i...
Pa Face i Twisted Minds ti nije bitno, da li su prvi ili drugi. Jer onda dobiju treći i četvrti dobijaju slot.
Could they get just off the Twisted Minds position here? They would actually be much better off.
Setting up the smoke wall to give it a shot, but Brex is overwatching, and as well, Lyron from up on the northern side. They were completely left uncontested once Twisted Mind made their play to make a move for the dip, and they still have those same angles on lockdown. So FaZe looking to try and make an aggressive push, trying to take a little bit more of a proactive play than sitting in a shack and hoping for the best. doesn't quite work in their favor just yet, but there's a chance they can maybe go for the revive, but Brex is still watching.
Yeah, good thing for Ascent that Melman just got knocked by Ali. I think he stepped right in front of Ali when he was shooting. So that's going to slow the Navi push down a bit, but it is a little worrying that Brex is currently looking so much circle center. There's a Navi team. Again, Twisted Mind's in trouble. This position's not optimal for them at all. And again, as well, it's DA able to apply the pressure.
Again, Lyra will be watching from a distance, just giving the information over to the squad, letting them know where they need to
ima je dobar dip, ono. Još i svi drugi gledaju, stvarno na niko ne vidi, teško ih je pobiti.
He's over here solo. The rest of his squad is looking over towards the west, where Navi is still
Osim sa Crashom bi nekako da ih razbio.
farming the rest of the lobby while he's got
Evo,
the chance to do
najlupo.
so.
High ground frag master Brex is on it once more. Again, as you were saying,
GG's ovaj game.
bringing us back to
Dobro je gledalo
observatory
prve
games
3 zone.
on Erangel down in the Millie Island. That's just what Ascent likes to do, and you know what? Why not like to do it when it didn't show as many points as it has been here?
Ios.
Is finally starting to get some ground back in the battle for the low ground, but it's a grenade onto Metralius that I don't think is going to have really much of a chance to flush unless he has more grenades. Because again, as soon as he steps out, he's in real danger, just as much danger as after as they unfortunately rotate into the dip that's already occupied by Sarva, and that does not go very well for them at all.
Finding kill number 2 as the circle swings off the mountain down to
Još je težak kam za pružat.
Foot down on the southern side. We'll be able to sit around for a little while longer, and still all these teams in the field having to try not just touch and weave each other, but also Ascent that are still peppering them from above, or Brexco I should say, shooting from up high, because it really is him.
Dobar dan na kuću.
He really is that guy in this game, but unfortunately it's
Ga čuo ili je bila sreća da se povukao?
Revived or stolen away. And so Ascend have actually
Da,
found
ja ne vjerujem da je čuo.
Ma nije čuo, čak i krenuo zadnjim sekundima se vraća na vrat.
Plenty of time to get some placement points on the board, and an angle for Spyro through the window might get some extra damage in. Oh, okay.
Druže, kako Špiro tu igra?
A ne znam, brate, evo gledam ja. Prvo, kako je shield postavljeno u Nizbrdicu, to me zanima. Ja ga u životu nisam na Nizbrdicu postavio.
When there's too much distance to the Nocna you're finding, or when it's players in a shared window when they get knocked, they fall back down again. In any case, a lot of damage being done by Brex, a lot of vests and helmets broken, which of course in the end will just make it that much easier for them come the later and most likely
idemo jače.
Metabay as Yepa have finally made a bit of an entrance. They've been holding concrete just to the north of Ascend for a while, and finally started to
Ma neće ga nikad ubiti, lik je smija najveća. No. Druže, meni 3 heada zavalio do sad.
Maybe get angles. The branch is just blocking Global Army from getting the last shot on Spyro. Never mind. The headshot comes through. The MK12 gets it done for Global Army, and finally, I mean, you've got 500,000 people shooting at you. One of them had to hit the shot.
Sometimes you can prone in a field, but when there's mountains all around, those fields are simply nothing but graveyards. It's not easy to play around there, not at all. Navi tried to make the run on up just before, got a few shots off towards my camp, but fell back as a result of it. I don't think they're interested in taking the fight proper to the compound, knowing that it's most likely going to come off that hill anyway. So now Navi trying to wrap down below. Issue is Ascent is now looking in their direction. Same thing here for Sabim. They're in the open, knowing they're down the hillside. They opt to aggress on Quizzy here, which you don't know why they wouldn't. It's gotta happen fast.
If Savim have been diligent in their kill feed counting, they may recognize that pretty much everything they have left to contest them on this eastern side of the zone is just solos. It'd be just steadily bleeding out on the inside of the warehouse and not really much of a chance for
them to
question mark is putting a lot of pressure in. They can't commit to the push. Finally, Ascend comes under some pressure as Navi, wrapping around the southern side of the compound, looking for an angle. It's Yepa from the northern side that stabs him in the back.
Ako Food dobije ovaj fight, igraju preko i kamp.
So there you go. I guess you know what.
Ovo je ona zona kad je Iva zamalo vino, sjećaš?
Da, znam. I zato trebaju uzeti kamp i ovaj, i cestu. Možda samo cestom, isto dobro.
Odin is down, but so is Brex. Voldemort falls to the nade from Kiliakan now, and Medibay has to make up his mind here. Does he want to go aggressive? He has Stendalos behind, but he has to push up and help much more, I feel like. He has to apply all other sort of pressure if they want Medibay to get the double res up.
Chris putting the M4 away for just a second, switching to the mini and puts two big tags into Thunderlost, forcing him off the angle. Gives just a couple of seconds for Sen to try and catch out Yepper if they do look to try and flank around the side of the smoke. Odin Mavesi a step or two further to the line of sight. Thankfully held it off, and they do manage to get everyone back up and revived, but they still have to deal with this fight before even attempting to make a push down the hill, and there's going to be a whole lot of line of sight from everyone else on the side.
Teško će ovaj Ipa ubiti ove Ace.
A chance to go aggressive here is, I mean, dwindling by this second, and of course it is.
Evo I Pico će sjebat ove.
So it makes sense that they'll wait for them at least for a little while longer.
Hoće kura slik failo Boga.
Goes for some of the forward, not really a whole lot to gain, but they'll skip a point away to Savim, so they'll say thanks for that. In the meantime,
ubit će ih, jedan ostaje.
Finds Christ. Howl falls, but not really expecting too much from Howl, as they're currently still sat down in 12.
Fortunately for Ruin, it was about 7 players combined from Monarch.
Zamisli jeb danas step upa i prođe.
Phil first, still putting more on the board for question mark. He's the top fragger in the lobby so far. Still correct since, you know, the latter half of the previous year was when he first onto the scene, and huge impact for question mark. Odin Mavesi gets it done for Yepper. Brixco, as much as he's been farming, he did not get the points to match. Only a single kill on the board for Ascend. 1 point from the position that they had. It's very, very unfortunate.
It sure is. There might be one of the top 3.
A bilo bi najbolje da navi bilo.
Mid-air
Ali teško.
Will even get more with it now as Fate surprised
Nije, jedan je Nocna.
down from up high.
Jedan je fašan, trojica su još. Dvojica su. Ipak su trojica.
Oh my lord, it's actually Alia. It's actually Alia.
Tam može rezati tuba.
Holy moly. Navi, when no other options present themselves, jump down and take him out mid-air.
Uber was the bait, Alia was the man with the plan. He jumped down the mid-air hipfire spray, and then the most disgusting 180. Oh, that is pain for Exalt. Just couldn't even get the free kills in this one. Navi just that little bit better.
Yep. Now, next circle pup's gonna take us towards the west, over towards the compound.
Dobro, Foot nema puno kilova, to mi je dobro.
Out in blue, as I said that he does fall. So now they do not have him. I was gonna say maybe he could do some damage and cripple this question mark team who are currently looking very, very good. They have not really had here in the mid game and should have pretty good both vest helmets and everything else. So we'll see how this one goes through. But right now, question mark in a very good position.
Have a lot of high ground. Yepper has higher ground, but much less of it, and much more exposed to the angles from down south. But somewhat of a split along a couple of ridges, and Global Army's just going to send it in classic Savim fashion. What happens when they don't have a central position. And thankfully, it's at least got them some points on the board, but Foot will happily take those as well.
Yeah. Kind of a southern perimeter here. They're obviously coming in as late as they did. They know that down towards the south. There should be no snakes in their midst.
Foot mora prvo sa cestu, dvojica.
Monarch from the compound, because they know they're there. Or do we try and take the fight to Navi? Issue is, regardless of which direction
O čak ni Navi nije loš tamo dole. U skalama. Imaju neki shield.
Approach, and I think it only makes sense that they're grouping up on Vard and HC on that south side compound, because it's one of those that's in the so maybe we can wait it out, get a blessing of a southeast hard shift, and then see Navi come to us instead. I don't know. It's a tricky position for Foot to try and make space here.
Wherever they go, they're on the low ground. They're grenadable, but at least here they have buildings that they can hide within, and if somebody does get knocked, possibility for a revive, and actually they can break the line of sight from Monarch above them and start looking to maybe put some shots into Navi or even Yepper, as they now are forced to make their move down the hill. A little bit of damage coming in the building, but this Oh, this is exactly what we were worried about. Playing the low ground below
Visto damage a nulla
grenadable from that angle. An example finds an angle to find a headshot as well.
Should be able to get the rests here now. Some not preemptive nades slopped up, but just I think it's them trying to force or just tell Monarch, don't even think about looking down here or reversing T-Bone. We want to get all players back up. And now the circle swings back up the hillside, just exactly excluding all compounds. So I guess only fair that this is where we're going. And as for right now, again, question mark alongside Yepa, the teams in the better positions.
Hard sawed off Savant, though he might be. He's brought a bigger shotgun because he knows that Monarch is still 4 up. The 2 bullets in the sawn off might not be enough, but there is
Ja ti kažem, Mijep fina, brate, I prolaze lagano.
This push does eventually come through. It will be hectic. And Foot coming from the low ground, angles from Navi if they're looking the right
Sve ovisi u
direction.
tandem.
They are somewhat
Ovdje gore.
distracted from
Ako će
Yepa right
preživjeti
now, but
ništa.
it will be
Neće vinati.
very difficult regardless.
Sad
This
ih može
information,
QM
that
pušat.
example, is looking up north towards Thendalos, might give them the go signal.
And that's the thing. I think right now Navi is just wanting, waiting for Foot and Monarch to take that fight, which they eventually will have to take. So focus north, apply pressure there. If you can get a knock or two, you
Ovo će QM vinat, brate.
The amount of damage example can do at any distance is disgusting.
There's smokes, there's trees, doesn't matter. I'll still just fire one bullet and hit you in the face. That's very suboptimal. And the grenades follow it up as well. So the heal that is just
Svi koliko deep ima, gledaj.
softening them up. Preparation for the push. This is the benefit of having a position like this for Monarch, where they've come under 0 pressure the entire game. No one has attempted a breach. They have full utility left, but Foot has some of their own. They got some good damage with a grenade onto Mauser.
Lik baca onaj naš prozor što je.
Yeah, there was a lot of smokes on the building.
A ima je nade ovaj još, brate. Gledaj sad kad puknu svi.
If it was Monarch smokes, I'm surprised they didn't up to make a play earlier, especially with the Foot player knock. But now they have to come out, and the time might just have gone out for them to make a play here. We'll see. The fight up close would have to happen eventually. 80 goes down again. I mean, Example has a perfect angle on this. We're not seeing any Navi names in the kill feed right now.
It's good to see that they're not picking and choosing sides. They'll just fire at anyone they can see, but not able to get any of those. Actually, Yepa did steal one, but that's given away their position. And Phil first. Down the 3x spray and a grenade to follow it up after he softened them up. Voldemort so damn close, but the blue zone won't be enough.
This game here is one where everyone can third party each other. It's really just a matter of picking and choosing who you want to shoot at. Navi falls instantly after Monarch goes out as well. Foot alive. Yepa down to 1. No, scratch that out as well. As question mark up now with 10 kills, all 4 alive still, going up against a very bruised Foot eSports.
Forced to make a move. Yepa had no options left. Question mark ran them over completely. 10 kills on the board. 4 still standing, but Foot getting out of that compound fight with 3 still alive. They still have a reasonable chance if they can get the opening pick.
Gle shieldova, brate, 2 shielda digli.
Low ground, limited utility. I think I saw one of them without a helmet as well. It's going to be incredible.
Da ima I 2 nade, brate. Noka jednog sigurno. Igraju.
Steamboat best of luck, sprays on through, nothing connects. But look at the amount of blue damage coming through with every single tick as the first 2 falls.
Ovo je field first, druže, ne možeš duel izgubiti.
No, not gonna happen. Peaks over, finds one, can't get the flush show, and that is question mark. 13 points. And a win is going to push them into
that questions have well and truly been answered as to whether or not this team was going to absolutely dominate the lobby or flop. They've been a bit of a coin flip in the past, but this time they are on form. They always seem to find form when it matters the most, and this seems to be no exception.
Yeah, nope, not at all. It's, of course, I mean, Circle did go for them this time around, but again, they knew exactly how to work that compound. Prioritize north, even though their kills to be found down south. Prioritize that north side, because if you don't completely clear it out early on, you are going to get backstabbed. They deal with the last DA player as well, then they take their attention towards the south. And what a chaotic endgame there. No one wanted to be the first one to engage.
Really solid stuff as well from question mark earlier on in the game, holding the 2-2 split, keeping their options open when phase 4 came into effect. If it goes east, they've got the warehouse. If it goes west, they had the compound, and those 2 positions played a crucial role regardless of where the zone went. And all being able to hold it down and keep the utility levels high really paid out for them from playing up in the high ground.
Oh, definitely. Good game for question mark here. I mean, again, able to bring it home too. We've seen question mark have chances to go out and get really good games, but fall a bit short this time around. They just took no chances, came out victorious. There we go.
And welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA desk here, guys. What a fantastic game and an insane game for Question Mark to start things here, Toby. As you just broke down here, they were able to obviously have a greedy 2-2 split, then come into a compound here and then defended really well. 13 kills, 23 points in the first game is going to put them in first place.
Yeah, it's a great start for them here today. They avoided the majority of the chaos that was up in those open fields up north. And were just able to play like as once they wrapped down and committed to that south side compound. They had a game plan and they executed it perfectly.
I'll say though, Foot, they were on that eastern side, Saga, and they were super far away. They had to rotate first to under the bridge, then scout to under kind of the lip of the road, and then breach into Monarch, then take the Monarch fight and win that. So they were able to get really far considering how little circle lock they had in that game.
You would normally think, as a Puerto Paraíso dropping team, having a zone in that position, you would get pretty much freedom to make early rotates, but just the way that the plane path worked out so far south and east, the road ahead of them was actually much more congested than it usually would otherwise be.
Yeah,
so they did have to bide their time as much as possible. They had to play patiently, but we know that T-Bone coming in and bringing that experience, that level-headedness to the team can...
Opet puče Tobi, opet dobra stvar. Je ga, dobro odigrao Question Mark, nema šta. Jesu braća Giftana. Ovo su igrali dobar split znači. Branili puševe.
From that open field slaughter, just saw no other option than to try and kind of crawl down into the pit and hope they'd be safe, but there was Savin places
there. A koliko ne trobi fali poena za PGC?
Yeah, and on top of that, of course, we see a situation where Navi actually was able to kind of get into pretty late game here, Saga, with the placements they're able to get, and also creep in under Ascend and take out Exalt and take on some fights. They're able to get 8 points in this one here. Obviously, Question Mark 23, Yep at 13, with the 8 kills they're able to accrue to, and Foot on 11. But Navi, let's talk a little bit about them, how they're able to get in from a pretty bad spot into the circle.
Yeah, it could have potentially been a very good spot had the zone gone further west, but eventually that shift that made them play the low ground actually did come in effect with the downfall of Ascend, because it was them making the fight against Exalt that drew Ascend to the southern side of the compound that opened the angle up for Yepa to third party onto it. So it was a little more impactful for Na'Vi than I think even they were expecting.
And this puts 3 teams into the triple-digit club here, Toby. 117 for Question Mark, 112 for Twisted Minds. They're able also to get some points here. Savim now 107, and then an extremely tight kind of mid-pack here with Send, Foot, and Face on 96, 95, and 94.
Yeah, we invite Foot to the somewhat close teams up high, but then again, already now, with Question Mark and Savim starting to separate themselves, Ascent in third. Oh, well, fourth overall, but if we're excluding GPT teams, they need to catch up that 11-point margin. Just 5 games left to play, of course, easily capable of doing it. I'm still worried of when will Savim fall. It has been going so well for them for so long now, and it's simply, I mean, it's simply because I'm not used.
Ma Entropik nema ni poena jednog, brate.
Gdje je ta tablica stojim? Šalje.
Ma brate, upiši tamo PGC 2023 points, pa nađi. Ali nisam ni ja pravo naš, ovdje su svi timovi.
Kad se nešto bije na us, nešto...
Vijetnam, Tajland, evo. Entropik ima 8. su. Falim 200 poena.
A koje je mjesto? Dojdi, gdje gledaš, pošalji mi link.
Znaš? Moram ti na drugi Discord poslati.
Broken clock is right twice. One of the guys, Global Iron Baron Peak, maybe, you know, in a situation where they have a chance to go to Nations Cup and represent Turkey.
I would love to see it as well. They've really been grinding very, very hard, and while their playstyle can look very one-dimensional, their individual mechanics make up for that massively. I mean, Baron Peak with the bolt actions was hitting some nuts shots as well. So just that level of excitement that they can bring, despite how sometimes it looks in their playstyle, would be really welcome at a tournament like Nations.
Especially if they're able to kind of boast this through here and follow through with it, and maybe even get, you know, first place, second place here, Toby. Imagine a lineup of Baron Peak, Global Army, Ruan maybe, and then Code Marco. That would be an insane Turkey lineup.
It would definitely be an insane roster, and it would also be a roster that just half a year back, if we mentioned those names, we'd be like, wait, who? It's phenomenal to see a country be able to present so much high-level talent in PUBG. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, and obviously coming into this here, we are still 5 games to go before we're going to figure out what 2 teams we're going to send with our 3 GPT teams to PGS2 in Rio to compete for $2 million. An insane event here we're going to be moving in. And we're going to have just 1 more Miramar to go here. Obviously, guys, look at make sure you open the map, make sure you open your fantasy team, make sure you check out everything before we are figuring out who we are going to be sending to PGS2 here. So guys, take it away for the final Miramar of PGS2 EMEA qualifiers.
Thank you so much, Martin. Long one to get through there, but we got there in the end.
Yes, Salveni question mark imaju malo poena.
And
ali ako završe top 3 opet će prestići ovaj naš.
South and East has kind of been the shared opinion in all circles so far. So how about we go north? I don't want to go Crater Fields north. How about like Oasis?
Oh, okay.
Or
njima treba biti, nema koliko dobiju sad u dobu.
Even Cruz del Valle north. Just anything.
Pushing the boat out just a tad with bringing ruins into the mix, but no, for sure, some variety would be very much welcome. But actually, all in all, over the course of Miramar, across the entire finals, there hasn't really been anyone who has consistently farmed on Miramar. I mean, the highest percentage of points gained on Miramar compared to the other maps is Entropic, with just below 54% of their overall points coming from Miramar, excluding the game that we've just witnessed. So there's been, if we compare that to on Erangel, where teams like Ascend are pushing 60%, teams like Monarch and Afterall are above 60% of their points on Erangel. You can definitely see that those military zones have been paying off for certain teams, but over here, as much as the zones have been similar, no one has really been consistently dominating.
Oh! Odin
Bicycle plays!
Currently being pushed away by one of the DA players, but Odin with the bring should be able to get the safety. Issue is there's a car coming for him, and oh my lord, they're dodging and weaving, but here he is, Marco, with the AK in hand. I know that the bike dodges fire, but it does not dodge bullets.
Yeah, it doesn't dodge that kind of gunfire. Oh man, that was some cyberbullying we have just witnessed. Odin Maviti got turned into a hood ornament for the red Murado. Actually looked pretty sick, but no, it must have felt pretty sick for Code Marco just to put him down like that with the kill on the board. Early one for DA, and it's always been a threat when you've got a team like DA who's looting in this position that's so close to other teams' compounds that if the plane path was just slightly too far to the side, you get contests for vehicles. Yeah, maybe he's a little fortunate there was even a bike in the shack, or he wouldn't have even lasted that long.
Can I also mention how I love the variety of the circle we're getting here? It's it's oh no, really? Yep, team finds 8C. That's whenever you have circles that force a bit of variety, you see one team do something else. Now they adapt to one other team. Then you have FaZe adapting to that one team, one rotate, like looting a bit differently. And all of a sudden you have half of FaZe in here, and Foot is like, wait, is this something you do all the time, or is it just because we rotated out of Porto Paraíso a bit early?
Yeah.
Clearly, 8 did not expect anyone to be there.
aren't you guys supposed to be in El Pozo right now? There's nobody there. What are you doing in our cave? But hey, I'm more than happy to see players getting killed in the cave. I think that is a really cool looking area of the map that we don't see enough of. So if more teams could, you know, hot drop in there, that would be fantastic.
Maybe that's the issue.
TDM map.
Maybe that's the issue with Miramar. All the cool, unique locations are in areas of the map that we never go to. We have like the coolest prison, the coolest Miramar prison on an island that we never see.
The ruins.
We have the cave.
Bravo, Tvajer, rekar.
Ne igra se
All
sutra,
these
brate.
really cool, unique places. When is the last time you've had an ending in?
Skog ti gledaš turnir, zato nam i ne ide dobro, brate.
Pa ti da dođeš ranije, možda bi nam išlo dobro.
Ide dobro. Sorry, brate, šta sam ja, misliš da to treba se ostavi?
Ne igra se sutra, brate, 18 gameova sam. Što žele gledaš?
Da provjeravam BGS jedinicu da vidim.
If you are watching yesterday's Miramar matches, that got them some very solid points on the board.
Exactly. Not gonna. Again, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So might as well go back and see if you can get something going from the exact same spot as yesterday. In the meantime, wrapping in on that eastern side, they can claim a very free area that, surprisingly enough, is free.
Jel moguće da oni prebace scenu na Camp 9 ne bit nikad?
Brate, pusti.
Coming down to say hello, but I'm not sure yet.
Bravo,
fight. And Nail Up is going to be able to find the first.
Not a friendly hello. Definitely not rolled out the red carpet for them, but Keanu...
Viša kad sam sjebo netu i finiša Nixija.
A mrtv 4 na 2 su, jel?
Mexi is on the southern side, but the backup is inbound. Ivas looking to find a way around, just checking the flank is secure before he commits to either a push or the revive.
I Ibica 1 HP. Dobro znaju za Ibicu, to ima dobro. 3 na 3 su, 3 na 3 su, sad pušaju Ibicu i 3 na 2 su. Ima easy puš na Ibicu.
Da, ali nemaju pojma gdje Ibica.
Kako ne? Luka ga puca iza. Od daleka ga puca i Luka. Da.
Once again, you start hearing the gunshots from any range. There's always going to be temptation in the back of your mind to look for a pull-up, but Howl and DA are the teams closest to this. They're circling one another, so it looks like this is going to be an isolated fight for now.
Yeah, sure is. Lagana again trying to get over towards his teammates, trying to become more of an impact. Molly just short. Getting all the way up on the roof, but Evie now has to watch out. He's hearing these nades, hearing the molly coming in. It could be good, but...
Ma ajde bre, odmah smo tu u akciju bre. Mi smo najjači.
Might allow for Ibiza to get some free shots on towards him. Indeed it does. And with double tires popped here, again, limited, very limited what Lagana will be able to do from that.
Dobro, pa ga Ibiza puca.
Can't do much more than just drive in a straight line, but that's enough to break the line of sight from Ibi up on the church roof. And
bravo, Micho! Bravo, Micho!
Potential to find another
angle,
but can't do much against the rest of Wu.
Kako zovete Micho?
Kako se zove?
Kako se zove, Mihajlo
Now,
da.
Brate, ne upućaš.
Nisam, brate, bio sam 7 dana, mora, nisam ništa gledao.
Aj, on promijenio ime za 7 dana.
Instantly there to respond as Nail Up pulls.
Dobro.
They will also commit to the rest as fast as possible to make sure that
ne, da će dobro.
Anything off the knock. They do have one down themselves.
Još jedan knock.
Bravo, Jurice.
It's at least game over for Quizzy.
Bravo, bre, čistilica jedna, lagana. Tu smo. Ajmo šta što je
and I don't think there's much more he can do about this push either.
Yeah, 1v3.
Ne,
does find the first one, Skyle. Ain't always the best gun, finds the second as well.
Bravo, Michi. Evo te najlup 76,
just in time, swings in, finds him. And Entropic gets the lip with
Dobro je.
That could have been a big spray. The It's Chris strategy sometimes pays off. And unfortunately for Ibi,
Ljubo te Haul skoro zadnje.
Ko?
Haul.
Brate, nisam se ni ja tome nadao iskreno. Ja sam mislio makar to posam za njih.
A bili su top 2, brate, na PG. Što je prošlo? Od svih, ono, regije.
Maybe Wu and Entropic being a bit of an outliner there, but at least for DA and Howl, nothing new under the sun.
Obe quest numar prvi, brate.
A vinali su sad game sa 17 kila.
Fair nije flash. Doj, Gabi, dragi, da li ti stvarno misliš da je Ibiza lik koji je sposoban da ispadne fair u bilo kojoj... Lik bi flašao iste sekunde da...
Samo nije mogao, brate.
On nije mogao da flaša.
Ako bi otišao levo, ubio bi ga Michael odmah.
Iste sekunde bi flašao. Prvo nije imao meta. Nije imao prilike da flaša uopće.
A vidiš da je krenuo desno, onda ga je Michael ispitao.
Bukvalno je krenuo desno, da. Ibiza štakor najveći.
I mean, just in knowing how shotguns work and them eventually probably gonna go open that door, at least someone will probably get a whole hell of a lot of small pebbles right in the face.
Bok, Monika.
Or the body. That would do the job just as well. And Marco could
Gabi, legend. Koliko prolazi? Prolazi top 2, ali se...
the vehicles. I did see the symbol on the minimap, so maybe
ali teško stignu top 2, međutim, što je bolja pozicija, to je više poena PGC. A ne fali mnogo poena. Mislim da bi bilo idealno da budu top 4. Ali i dalje ima šanse ono da prođu direktno, realno.
As a drop spot, a zone like this, they're eventually going to run into one another, and Entropic this time came out ahead.
Yeah, able to get that going for them. Twisted Minds in the meantime know that it's
Lagano, ti imaš 5 gema sve ovaj
ludnic.
A mi smo prespremni.
Samo da najute dobijemo.
Samo iskreno.
I think this might be a case where they just sent one forward.
Yes, they have to
scout towards the south, but send one person on that parachute and see if he can get some info. Unless if they see a massive shift in either direction, then they might up to take it. I'd be surprised if now they're all leaving it. So maybe just wasting one of them so that opponents can't get it.
That is actually a very good point. Yeah, there was a bit of questioning. I think it was Ibi that was asking about it in one of the discords about why his emergency parachute failed to deploy and whether it was intended or not. Luckily it was because
dobro je. Možemo PK ići na Lagano, ali loše kako sam.
Ko PK dobe Twisted Minds u centar i Sarven ponovo. To je finish.
A dobro, ubit će Sarven sad neko.
Ma nije ovo još treba još jedan shift. Ovo može ode desno na PK.
Standard Tropic ne ostane ovdje s čitavo vrijeme. Uzet će im sve pozicije.
A evo, vidjeli su da je pol muo.
Imaš jednu ođe, to je to.
Pa može ići skroz lijevo, brate, na monite, pa onda dole ide.
Može, ali mala šansa.
A može, i to se desilo. Može na X u stvari završiti tamo.
Ja mi zani nema i šta više da kalkulišu. Oni moraju da ga sendaju. Ajde da kažemo da mogu još kalkulisa 1-2.
Ovu zonu ne moraju.
Ne ovu zonu, sljedeću zonu. A gdje će ovu, brate? A može na Mars završiti.
Dobro, uzeli su malo bolju poziciju.
Mićeš da se gura.
Evo tu vidjeli su da je Hall otišao, će vidjeti sad dole da je free ovaj donji kamp sa Luščevinu. Odotle mu se bori. Entropikić.
Samo je bitno sada 4 ostalo.
As to how Face has been performing, you'd be surprised if Exalt were the ones to come out on top. But then again, they are the ones in the better position currently. What about outside of how
No, this was smart. They
Nama je bitno da Navi, Virtus i Face ubijaju što više.
Join the convoy as they made an aggressive move onto the split of Na'Vi and forced them to regroup. So Howl, I don't know whether or not they knew that Code Marco was in that compound, but they've subverted the situation entirely and forced Na'Vi back in a huge...
Dobro, Face je prošao, jel? Face, Navi i Twisted, jel? Dođi. Evo, ne ovo dobro.
The east side, and the issue is, I don't know if they realized that James was there. Maybe that's what alerted Exalt to look in this direction. But now they see correction. Oh, greedy and shooting, considering the fact they set on 1 HP right now.
That's always the last time where they expect you to peak is when you 100% should be healing. There's always the option that you can just catch them out while they're on the move, maybe with a grenade in hand. And sometimes you find yourself on the receiving end of that. It's tilting, and yep, back away. Maybe knowing that slightly better aim, a pixel or two higher, upper chest damage might have been enough to get that knock in first place, but just not quite the case.
Not quite the case, no. And for FaZe, well, they were fighting on two fronts. Now we might as well just add a third to it as Ascent comes over the hillside. Mika.
Koliko ide dalje? Ide 2 dalje.
Information across their players on the other
side. Top 2, za slučaj da je Virtus FaZe ili Navi top 2, onda treći čas. Što je već prošlo.
Warning shots for Fexi instantly gets down on his
side. Trojica puca lika 20 metara ili prošlo na upino nisu gubili.
Gleda ali men stream.
He's a little isolated, sure, but I'm not sure if Ascent he's set up on this hill. Or against the hill, I should say.
Pressing the panic button on his keyboard, which is, as we all know, Z, just to make sure he hits the deck quickly behind that block of bricks. So
jesam ti rekao.
Swiftly snap.
Jo, ide dole sad Lex.
Well, they were intending to sit Corexi down as he made the move, but the MK, you know, it's a very solid gun. There's a whole bunch of damage, but sometimes it's a little awkward to hit the shot.
Sure is. Bit of a spicy shift here as we go up towards the north, and with this next circle shifting away from unplayable terrain, this might be one of those really, really weird, awkward field endings out towards the west, like pretty much towards the Nuevo in Mountain Nuevo. A hard western swing here wouldn't be surprising considering the big mountain that the Exhalation is sat right next to. The one currently in the center is supposedly getting shifted away from.
Expecting to see a whole lot of car forts coming in just north of the warehouse where Monarch have currently pulled up. If that is to be the zone we're expecting. Alia, good dodge on the grenade to jump aside swiftly as he was tagged down low. Couldn't get too close to that fragmentation device, but it's enough. And the fact that After All are still so widely split, with Danimon probably doing wheelies on top of the mountain far north, means they're not going to overcommit to the fight, and Navi get away with it. Laza, though, you cannot get away with rotating a buggy through a field like this.
Brate, rekao sam ti na Monte, na gore brda.
Joj, idemo na After All.
O, dobro ime ovaj, palo brans.
Everyone expecting this one to happen northwest in just a second, and now Sabin up close with Entropy. They've already taken down the team without taking any cash. There are multiple people on the front. Chilla finds one, CC finds one as well. They have lost Global Army in return, but a lot of damage coming out right away.
Third-partying shots coming in from a lot of angles, but it's Entropic who are coming off the worst for wear up on the northern, or actually the eastern side. It's Hibako and Hyena looking to get the damage, steal away the flushes, and forcing Evas down into the dip. He couldn't really do anything to help out the squad, couldn't even get in range to throw a grenade without being in danger of fragging his own teammates as Global Army got knocked, and can't even get out of there quickly enough before Hyena gets an angle.
Onda nije safe on the afterhand.
Over the top, he gets met by a ton of bullets from Hyena. And Foot flying on in. I was looking at the map feed for a while, unable to see them. I was like, where are they? But
trebali su previše sušiti centrom.
To go straight across the entire circle.
U dva tima su leteli.
Klim now, if only they knew that After All is in a wide 2-1-1 split, they would have just straight sent it into the compound. But now, of course, most importantly, get down on the ground first, get ready to fight. And now, as Klim leaves, if he is leaving, this might be the info for Foot to go make a play for it. Issue is they don't have any vehicles. And there is a bit of that field they have to run through that's very dangerous to transition over.
Maybe even for Foot, just knowing that the compound is vacant, or at least slightly defended.
Well, they're Leo is close.
And that's an area they're not going to have to worry too much about. But actually, jokes on
them,
that zone has shifted hard towards the northwest. We knew it had to go west. It's a little further north than maybe we were expecting. Howl found themselves a dip directly in the center that gets a hard feed.
I'm sure they're going to go
Thunderlost now trying to get out of here. It's limited where he can play. A lot of these dips.
Problem je što nisu imali oni jasnu predstavu gdje treba da lende. Oni su krenuli na After Out, pa su mislili da je Shack free, pa su otišli na Shack, pa su onda svaki čovjek da su išli direktno u rupu gdje je Tenderlost, ovdje Luka igra, živjeli bi se.
Is lurking with 5 points on the board for them. It's not been an awful game. They're going to need more of a late stage run for sure.
A
But
nije
I
da
don't
ne
think they're in the best of positions to try and
Dobro,
make
Mira
that
moraš moći
happen.
nekako,
FaZe
a je ga je
also
on
have a bit of
teško.
a tough position. They have to push either through one half,
Dobro, ali
maybe
oni iz njihove pozicije auto ne bi ni stigli do
of
ovdje.
after alt, or they have to push through Na'Vi. But whichever they push, once again, they're going to be in a position where there's going to be third-party shots from the other.
Yeah, I'm looking towards Twisted Minds on the south side of all of these fights going on.
Nice
Right now.
king,
If they opt to go up
yeah.
in this way, it's going to be very dangerous for them. Ascent trying to fly on in. Not exactly easy as Killer Kai gets torn apart. I'm not sure if he was jumping up for information or what it was, but
a question mark je, brate, znaš gdje je u centru zone skoro. Nije u centru, ali imaju poziciju do vide se. Levo, ono hankali su na fejdu su, brate.
I love that death cam.
Monte face split.
Yeah, just floating. But oh man, that's very unfortunate for Killer Kai.
Aj, joj. Dobro je.
Able to find the first. Marco able to respond. Nice little 1-1 coming in the end.
Nije, nije baš neći.
Working in favor.
Da, ali di je ti ispod Entropika po PGC poeni.
If you can do that losing only one player, kind of have to go for it.
Ovo ubija nek face, samo ubija ove.
Dobro, ovo se zajedno. Cleaned up by Monarch, and now the full push in the compound from FaZe. They've got plenty of smokes up, and Na'Vi have actually leapfrogged ahead of them.
24 game
so they can take this.
Ne igra se 24
A to je samo Kinezi su igrali.
Ma ja, ma ne igra se, pa PGC pa provjerio se.
To check the
PGC
corner,
is
do
awesome.
it for him. Aina, wow, they
Sabe
with the Molotov. They knew that he couldn't be peeking from inside, so just a little pre-fire is sometimes all it takes.
Swing there, and important that they get it done with as fast as they did.
A druže, 3, ova tima što bi trebalo ubijati, oni svi na jednom fightu, gledamo, Na'Vi, 300 ci face, svi se puću između.
Move off the hill, but able to reset just enough to at least be alerted to Navi's presence.
Now Batulins is the one who's putting in third-party shots from the south into FaZe. And there's very few teams that remain unbruised in this game. Exhalation, one of them. They actually have a very wide split of control towards the southeastern side of the zone, holding on to the warehouse compound and a little bit of presence in the fields as well with Daboom. See whether or not they're able to hold on to that, or whether they choose to regroup, expecting maybe a push from teams like Monarch, who are yet to find a position. But first, we have to deal with FaZe trying to make their entrance into the zone. It's a brick wall of Na'Vi to try and stop them.
And it has to include a vehicle, you'd imagine. With both Foot and Twisted Minds being able to see them, you'd imagine that it has to have cars involved one way or another. And here they come flying down the hill. Do they get anything with it? Example finds the second instantly after a nice peek. There's Uber trying to bait some of the attention, trying to force them to look his direction. But not really happening. Vex sharing the vehicle with Na'Vi for a split second. And in the end, they will fall.
For a second, I was wondering whose
Brate, kako je Zampo pucao, ja mislio...
One way or the other, likely to flush out a teammate, but in the end, Na'Vi... Well, we saw what they did in the previous game when they had to be the ones jumping off a ridge to take the fight. This time, they're on the defending side, and they still come out ahead. 5 points on the board, 2 still standing, and FaZe eliminated.
Monarch jučer ne uzeo ni jedan poen, a?
Ko?
Nice double coming through for him. Mouse finding the third, a lot of skill.
Zato sam gaza, brate.
To za 2 meča.
They made that one look easy.
Vasco has really been hitting.
A bilo bi dobro da ovi solo umiru.
Maybe lacking somewhat in the contributions, but in terms of those who have really not been, Vasco and Scav have really been pulling their weight heavily. And again, Arangler has actually been the much better earner for Monarch, so getting as many points as they can in the opportunities they're given on Miramar would be a big difference for them. Again, they're one of the teams who is yet to really have any PGC points on the board, so if a late run is to happen, they got to really climb their way up the standings, and they're not too far away from maybe a top 5.
No, definitely doable. As we see here, Vard, the up-close threat, or maybe more just the up-close info gatherer, trying to stay as quiet as possible, hear as many footsteps as possible, and feed the info across.
Joj, vidi Krisa.
Still holding from behind. Chris,
Joj.
one with nature, thrown in a box, get run over by 8C. Oh, I do see, nope, somehow able to touch that one.
Oh no.
Now they don't know.
No.
Does he reverse on top of him?
He went through
the wrong bush. Wow. It is funny. This situation has got Chris written all over it. His ability to infiltrate enemy kind of fortresses, to get behind enemy lines and just become one with the other team, It's impeccable.
Yeah, we just gotta wait for him to get in one of their cars now. Oh man, that is rough position. You almost got him. They're eventually gonna find him one way or the other, whether it's him that sits them down or them that
He
just has to be patient now. No chance to be patient for Na'Vi. The push was forced. Oh, they got him.
Ga slučajno zgazio ga vidio.
Ma slučajno, ali ja mislim, brate, vidiš da kako igra, brate, on zna da je tu i namjerno prolazi s kola 1000 puta. I sad kao će se vrati. Važi.
You hear the splat and you think, wait, was that a bug? Did I just run over one of my teammates? You see a kill on the scoreboard? Well, yeah, you know what? They will absolutely take it. Every point is, well, every point's a point. So
yeah.
Question mark, just extending their lead at the top, giving themselves a much better chance. Foot,
Ovo je dobro. Nek ostane što manje ljudi od Twista za možda ih ubio luk. Ništa ne može. 4 su ostali.
Just expands that distance and even denies the point from the bleed out of Perfectix, getting the hand on the res just in time.
Falls to the ground in this circle once again, shifts towards the west, and question mark sat very well in. 124 points for them so far. Still with 4 alive.
Ali treba QM izvući što brže.
Really had to endure too much themselves, having not really taken too much damage. They should be good on both vests and helmets. And imagine question mark here starting off the final day with a back-to-back. That would be absolutely insane.
You know, some people have interesting opinions about this game. Some people have interesting opinions on which DMRs are good. Some people have opinions that the Chevron is a good reticle to use in a 4x. The circle reticle on a mini just cannot be trusted. So how you need to have a conversation with Schofield. But hey, it's got the knock onto... Maybe get the flush, could eventually pick it up regardless.
Yeah.
If it works, I suppose.
Come on,
man.
That's what I say to people playing mini over this game as well. It's
look at Rooks.
Finds one, but ain't gonna be enough. He's gonna fall down. And Twisted Minds
rack
up points.
Šesti je bio.
Gets changed the reticle on an 8x. Spyro sees no reason to do so regardless.
Uzeli su 7 poena.
In the open field, there is a smoke just next to him, but it's not close enough. Just trying to wrap around, trying to find a sneaky angle onto Monarch, but gets sat from the opposite side of the zone, and now that's surely down to just one standing. Owl might even fall before they do. If they're lucky, they might get the extra placement point. It is just down to Mr. Circle Reticle. There's a circle in his shack. It's an explosive one from Phil first.
Look at this now, question mark. With every single point, with every placement, they are just extending that lead. 20 points down to Savim, and another almost 10 down to Footsat in 4th. This is looking very good if you're a question mark fan. And what a journey from not qualifying to PEC Spring. Getting what did they get? 13th in PEC Spring. They don't qualify for the rotation, and now here they are up in the top. It's up and down performance, but also the first time we really see the new roster after Hobbits left. The other way around was left from the team.
Yeah. It's almost reminiscent of last year for question mark, where they really didn't get much going in the first half of the year, but the second half, you wonder how things didn't go better for them in the first 6 months of the year. And once again, we're now in the 7th month of the year, so it's question mark's time to be on. I guess they're just like an autumn-winter team. They don't do particularly great in the spring and summer, but oh man, when they're in season, they are absolutely dominant. And it looks like this might be another run. And Twisted Minds to try and stop them, but they have one on the floor. Back up on his feet though is Spyro, and they do have to deal with Monarch before they consider making a push against QM.
Yeah, one thing's for sure. Question mark. A lot of their success in these last couple of games, these grand finals, has been on the back of Best of Luck. I know Phil has been a big name, but picking up Best of Luck was a very good decision on that. At least so far, it's proven to be.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the amount of times that we've We've praised Aduzi for his in-game knowledge and his mind, his passion about the game. You put cracked fraggers on a team with something like that, it's going to be a recipe for success. And hitting the headshots on a moving vehicle, that's going to be pretty successful too. Twisted Minds, thank you very much. They will claim their 11th kill of the game. Monarch down and out. And it's just going to be a brawl for the top 2 positions. Could really solidify their spot here.
Sure could. Or make it, I don't say impossible, but almost impossible for anyone to catch up. For Twisted Minds, of course, as well. Always the win on their mind. Don't shy away trying to claim this one for themselves either.
Where things were standing before today, it was looking like the top positions were going to be averaging about 50 points per game, given that Question Mark got 23 in the game before this. If they win back-to-back, they're close to 50 in just the 2, and Aduzi's going to get things rolling with a big grenade onto Spyro. That gives them numbers advantage again. Again, as we said before, Question Mark hadn't really had to endure too much.
They've
been fighting for the last 15 minutes straight. So very bruised for sure. You saw Batoons without a vest on as well. No helmet for him either now. So definitely against the odds here in this fight. Also now knowing that they have to wrap down the other side of the hill.
Yeah. Perfectix is leading the way for that. It's Phil first, who's actually the anchor. Maybe not the player who you would expect to be filling that role. You'd want him up close and personal, getting the sprays down, but Besto's doing a good enough job of that. Aduzi is there as well for the double peek, and Twisted Minds picked apart swiftly and left down to Perfectix as the last man standing. And as we've already found out, hiding in the bush from QM does not work.
Nope, sure doesn't. They'll find you eventually, as Perfectix tries to bandage his way to safety. Again, they don't have a whole lot to lose against these guys, but even with that, trying to run away from it, not gonna happen. Dante finds him, and that is going to be Question Mark back-to-back to start off these finals.
45 points in the first 2 games of the day, and I mean, if there's anything more that you could want from a Miramar, that has to be it. That was the only 2 Miramars that we're playing today. Back-to-back wins for Question Mark, and look, when they did that in the upper bracket, they picked up a 3rd win as well. Yeah. That would really be the nail in the coffin.
I mean, 50% of the points...
Jesi bio tu kad je Aduzi slučajno prošao kroz bolje ubio nekog?
Šta je prošao?
Kroz bolje I neko je to.
I to namjerno se vozio, znao je da ima to. Ne možda kažem. 3 puta je prošao.
Smešno.
They also got double the amount of points in the 2 Miramar games that we've just seen as they did for all 5 of the Miramar games across the 2 previous days. So massive turnaround for Question Mark, and you can't really necessarily say that it was a hard zone feed that gave them those points. It was a bit of a brawl. They had to play very smart rotations and holding down the positions extremely well.
And welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA qualifiers. This, guys, what an insane back-to-back here for Question Mark. 30 points ahead of the nearest contender for PGS2. Toby, it's looking pretty much like we're always sending one team to Riyadh.
A brate imaju sreće, znači ne možemo niko reći da nemaju sreće. Na ovaj krug dobiti gore zonu, a ne s ove dolje strane, pa ja ne znam, brate, evo razumijem.
Sam ti rekao da ide kontra od tropnika.
A I oni jedu govna jebote, žos. Znači, bukvalno imaju rupe, oni su prelećali, oni nisu znali džidu uopće. Kao da kol nisu imali džidu, nego aj gore neće...
Vratno su imali kol, pa su vidjeli lika tamo I onda su se razgubili. Vrati malo.
Meni izgleda kao da njima call bio ovdje vidu.
You still have to deal with a lot of sight lines, but they were somewhat helped by the fact that everyone who was playing the high ground, all the
Ko da idu dole na kamp, da. I vidjeli su lika. Ali bio solo.
Placement here for Twisted Minds. 11 kills going their way. Toby here, obviously putting them in a pretty safe spot in terms of PGC points, but also showing that they're a fantastic team right now.
A viš onda su vidjeli da je ta rupa clear, viš, I onda je Saremo letio dok su oni gledali, gledaš. I kako se vraćaju?
Sarve mi ušao na šek, nije išao na rupa i ovdje.
A tak, Šek kod rupe, tu su išli. Vidjeli si da je Šek clear, kontaš. Neko je kola vratilo da je Šek clear i svi ukrenuli na Šek. I onda su bili prenisko da bi ukrenuli neko još. I čak idu dole i onda vide da ih sedi gore. I ukrene.
I like what we saw from Foot as well here, Saga, in a situation where they did not have any circle party. They managed to get into a emergency pickup, get some kills. Not a fantastic game for them, but still off from a rough spot. They utilized the emergency pickup.
They did, thankfully none of them got shot out of the air like Kilyakai did.
A ja mislim da su
Ma nema šanse, lik je unutra.
Putting themselves onto those
Ma ja pričam za optera, nema šanse su već.
northeastern side,
Pa
not
da, možda su ljudi Šek clear.
Igra unutra,
directly
evo
from the
viš,
compound, where
izlazi
actually
ovdje
may
malo.
have had the chance to pick them off from not only the player who was in the
Ma nema
compound, but the
šanse
bridges
su
above
već.
as well.
A može
And
su
they're
već.
just playing it
Ajde da
slowly
su ga
around
vidjeli,
us
ne
to the
pobjegli
edge.
zbog
It was
Možda je sa
so
Krovac doći
unfortunate
više.
that the teams that were also on that side were the teams that were just
Nije
completely
on skoro,
dumpstering everyone that came.
on je iznutra izašao.
Yeah, Monarch had a pretty good game as well here. Togo getting 8 kills going their way, of course.
Yeah.
Sitting on that southern side, they're able to get third here. Obviously, as you see, 13 points going their way. Tested Mines, of course, in a situation where they get 17-22. But Monarch, on that southern side, they managed to fight pretty deep into this one.
Yeah, it was a good one for them. We got glimmers of what we've seen from these individual performances in the past, as Saga mentioned during the game. I mean, Vasco really staying up with Scav as well. We haven't gotten the pleasure of seeing Scav too much in competitive PUBG at the highest level, but Vasco, he's been here for a long time and continuing to brag out.
Yeah, and here's the overall, as you see, 139 points for Question Mark right now. 30 points ahead here, Saga, of Salvem. Their nearest, not contender actually, it's 39 points ahead.
Jebem, brate, na Question Mark se imao, brate, 680
the
boda.
nearest contender in terms of them would being pushed out here. So I would say this is looking pretty safe right now for them in terms of BGs too.
Very much so. You would need 2 minimum teams picking up a 40-point differential with 4 games to go to overtake them, to push them out from the qualifying slots. It would need Savum to get more than 30 and Foot to get more than 40 on top of whatever Question Mark gets in these final few games. Wrangle has been where Question Mark so far has been picking up the majority of their points, save for what we've seen today.
And this would also mean that now Ascent, if there's not about it, so they Ascent, Entropic, Foot, they would have to focus on Savem as their, you know, most direct contender in terms of the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, but then the question is, do they focus them? Since there's so many teams on that same front,
750 bodova je, znači, naši već sad moraju da imaju 750 bodova da bi prošli.
I think still, I mean,
Šta? Pa četvrto mjesto imaju 750.
A brate, svi ti su ispred njih, konta, samo Exal iza njih. Su ispred njih. Da, samo je Exal iza njih, ali Exal ima već 1000 pojena, brate.
Zato što ti neće 750 pojena treba, razumiješ. Biće svi ovi timovi idu iznad. Ascent ide iznad.
Znam da 3 gamera su Rankedica.
Znači da kontaš da će Question Mark biti prvi. To ti je 750 pojena. Sa 750 pojena oni su 6. Entropiku treba...
Možda bude u 6 u FPS i uzmu puno pojeni sad.
Ja FaZe ni ne računa.
I što?
Where they're going. That's insane damage. Because moving through these cities is hard enough.
Da, a koliko će uzme FaZe pojena? A ne znam, koliko oni uzimaju sad?
Pa 350 uzmem sigurno.
Ovdje će mi 350. Koji su sad oni?
920 imaju će budu. Pa isto će ostane taj top 6. Samo što će prestigne Twisted Mind će bude prvi.
A dobro, može biti gore. A dobro, zadnji ti daj najviše.
Pa i 5 sko osvoji direkt.
Oni su se skjebali što nisu prvi to biti.
Oni moraju biti četvrti da bi imali... Da bi bili 8.
Gle, brate,
da bi ostali 8.
uvijek imaš da osvojiš 5.
Dobro, Fuzi, brat, pričamo sad za ovo. Znači sad, ako ostane ovako, ako recimo budu četvrti, mislim, oni imaju dalje šanse da treći ušao. Da. Imaju šanse da budu treći idu direktno. A ako budu četvrti, recimo, oni će biti, znači od tada četvrto da bi zadržali osmo mjesto, a onda moraju ivi na peci, jel?
Ne mora, treba
ne
dobro.
Ne moraju, da. Mogu opet biti
500, imaš 1200 pojena, pa sve zavisi od drugih timova.
Pa zavisi od drugih timova, da. Ali da bi bili safe...
Sve mora ga osvoje.
Ne, nego da bi bili safe mora ići preko 900 bodova, evo otprilike.
Najviše više, brat.
Mislim da treba
Exalt, Foot, Hall, svi će imati...
A više, dakle treba 1200
pojena.
Kako?
Tako, brate, gledaj koliko ti zadnji turnir daje.
Ma ne, pa kažem kako, onda njima treba, recimo, onda njima treba na pecu, ali pec nosi više pojena, braću. Više nego 562. Viš pec četvrto mjesto 550 nosi. Viš. I zavisit će od drugih timova, ali recimo top 4 na pecu i možda im bude dovoljno. Nikice! Kasnili su se, nisu kasnili. Nisu 100% kasnili, na vrijeme su to, pa šta ćeš ranije? Nisu 100% kasnili. Evo gledaj. Ovo je prvi. Ovo je drugi. Evo ga, popa, ovaj krug je bitan. Ovaj krug je bitan. Evo ih. A ne možeš brže, evo ih.
Treba to da stigne minutu, koliko treba već.
Treba mu minuta stigne. Okej, možda su mogli bolje da tajmaju, slažem se. Ali nije problem to, brate, problem je što su loši su kolovali, ostali su ovdje ljudi.
Odakle je Sarem došao, brate? To je Sarem odakle je došao. Staviti vam, brate.
A dobro, pa je Sarem lagano.
A da, niko nije bitno.
Evo ga, kad imaš ovaj kampo nije teško ultima proći. Ispo je jedan, jel? Ne, Havl je ispo.
Niko nije ispo. Havl je ispo jedan.
A mislim da je loš kol bio. A i nebitno, i da nije bio loš kol, znaš da recimo da je dobar kol, da su pali ovdje, trebali znakomitaju na to. Svaki put kad se premišljaš...
Samo treba komitati zajedno, oni su komitali jedan po jedan bukvalno.
A mislim, jedan po jedan pa nije lako tajmat ovaj push, razumiješ, plus padaju ljudi s padobrana. Ova dva su prva pala, ja mislim. Tako mi izgleda, nemam pojma. Nije lako tajma to. Ne, loš call, a nema šta loš call, gotovo. Sad gledamo mi timing loš, da je loš call, loš call. Dva dobra kola su bila ili da komitaju kamp ili da uzmu rupu ovdje. Jer ne postoji teorija u kojoj oni ne vide ljude na šeku. Znači to ne, okej, znači šek je free, ovdje je neko mogao da kola šek je free, ali vide auto. Tu su već trebali dobro uđu u rupu i to je to. Što je on uradio, ali ostali nisu. A da su tajmali kako treba, ono, recimo da su perfektno tajmali, ma ništa se ne desi. 12, isto bi bilo.
Uliću, Turči, ne.
So I feel like before this game starts today, we need to come up with
I'll ask you guys.
Jesi vidio ko je u Beogradu? Jebeš to. A? Stvarno? Nikola Mirotić. Hehe. Odbio Olimpijakos.
There's a lot of cool towns, a lot of cool areas that you're able to play. I would like to go south, but I'll ask you guys who will agree, and I'll just agree with whatever you guys say. That's fine. Saga, tell me what's your favorite spot on Tego to see or cast?
I'll tell you what, there's one that actually, my daily APAC reference, in the SEA Open qualifiers, there was one that ended in Shipyard to the point where in Phase 8, someone was on top of one of the warehouses just free farming. And that was like crazy and insane and no one was casting that lobby, so if we could just do that again, just so we can see what it looks like, that'd be great.
To uopšte nije upitno, jer njima puno teže u gameu. Normalno da je njima puno teže, kad se nešto radi loše, radilo se loše.
Not crazy in
da,
a
nije
way
loše.
where it kind of went out in terms of where you expected the terrain to go, but it went outside the city, and a team that was inside the city managed to get an insane amount of points. Again, it was question mark. Toby.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of what makes Tego a better or easierly playable
map Tego, dva vina I nazad.
The fact that, as we've talked about earlier in the broadcast,
Dva gema si igra Tego sada? Bravo. To je naša mapa.
Making it miserable hell to be down below. Right. So a lot of the fields are way more usable in much earlier stages of the game than, for example, in the previous game.
Čekaj ti pošaljem sliku da vidiš bombu Partizan.
Yeah, we'll see until we get on top of the mountain just south of Army Base. That is pretty tall and annoying, especially if people get an emergency pickup, Saga.
Yeah, TDM map is up there so everyone knows the angles by this point, so
Pogledaj.
up there, we're expecting to see some banging gunplay.
Alright guys, we are ready to get into Tego here for our third match of the day, the very last day for the PGS2 EMEA qualifiers. Guys, take it away and have fun with it. It's time for Tego.
Thank you so much, Martin. Almost did James there, but we forgot to find out where he wanted the plane to go, or where he wanted the circle to go. So I guess now we'll never know. We've lost the power to predict where this one is going to take us, but I still won't prevent him from... or prevent you from being asked anyway. Saga, where do you want this one to go?
I already gave my answer. Yeah, immediately to the east of where the plane currently is. Please give us those shipyard, those giant warehouses. Also, a fun little mini game that I do like to play is when we get the sort of cold open to the map for the observers. I do like to play a little bit of pub GeoGuessr. That one's pretty obvious. You can always tell that that's the broken bridge, but keep an eye out for it on a angle because some of them are pretty tricky. Test your knowledge.
Yeah, they do become pretty interesting. Now, this plane path is probably, I mean, it's very similar to the one that we had on Tego yesterday. So very easy for most teams, if not all, to go to pretty much where they want to do.
Ne mogu da dolete, a?
Big one to go all the way down to Ohyang. It's going to be a bit more of a struggle, but outside
of that,
should be easily within.
Jebi ga, samo da ne dobiju strike.
Also,
Ban.
I'm just backing myself here. If we do get the big shipyard circle, that would be fantastic news for Afterworld because we haven't really seen it so much today on Miramar, but they have switched up their quote-unquote identity of being the wide-wrapping team that rotates for 17.5 kilometers every game. They've been more so going for emergency parachutes, but their success has been when they don't have to do that, when they do get the zones that favor them. This won't be one of them. Did any of us mention this as an option? I don't think we
Samo sad kad ne znaš što treba da uzmeš, ode u kurac.
Ovo je najgore, ovo je najgore.
All of us together, it's just going to repeat itself. Down towards the southeast once more, and once
najgore ima centar zone, ljudi, vječita dilema, šta sad?
Gle, ova ima scroll, scroll kao u 1.6 ima vrat. Da čuči.
Ruin from Howl are inside this first circle. Pretty uncanny that we don't have more players in, but this time around, welcome to the edge, and it's going to be interesting to see if teams remember what happened yesterday.
It's a pretty similar, as much as people dislike the Tego to Miramar comparison, the one comparison that you can make is that the mountain range along the eastern side of Tego is in the same sense as the western side of Miramar. You cannot drive across it. Although, like, you physically can, but you will die, so you can't. So realistically, you can't. So teams that would normally in a zone like this look.
Igram asocijacije da mi pomognete. Alo?
Jel Oliva i
Popaj?
gameplay pattern would be to go south, come across to the east, and then come up on the opposite side of the zone where it's less contested.
Oliva, spanać I ovo što mi fali. Koji kurac možda bude to?
We are now make it 3 minutes into the game, and I'm seeing all of DA stand on top of each other on my map feed. I think that's the indicator that they want to get down here early, try to beat all these other. Also, Savin rotating. I mean, I guess where there is.
Hyvä, sä sitä laguje, brat.
I don't know. I'm trying to say something cool, but I don't have them written on my arm today.
But there's smoke, there's fire, yeah.
Oh, that one too.
Yeah. Free space in the middle of the zone, Savim's on the way.
Yeah, exactly. And then Tropic with the UMP doing the exact same thing, of course. And Tropic a little more split up early on, but everyone now on the hunt for free real estate.
Yeah, free is the key word here.
Da nije po C.
In the zone, unless you are a team that is slightly behind in Tropic, who is one of the very few.
Ne znam šta je. Mnogo teška, brate, ne mogu da je rešim već 5 puta mi se pada, jebem ti igricu.
Good kilometer and a half. They've now found themselves extremely wide split and
extremely wide split.
Ideal. So if a swift breach does come through, like Howl or DA, who is moving early, they might not be the best prepared for it.
No, well,
Ljudi, pišite fuziju da je odgovor po C. Markan ubo.
Still far from the circle. Start their rotation. They do have a bridge across. Even just cross.
Kad niste sigurni šta je, zaokružite C.
Tako smo ih glasali, brate, pa smo sad gde smo. Jebem vas usta. Vi što se okružujete C.
He's on a solo scouting game, so if he stops around, waits here for Foot to maybe get closer, at least that's info he can feed across to his teammates up in the north.
If he counts the cars that go past, make sure that there's 4, then we should know the Yongchun team is gone, but do they know the Go Duck team is going to be back whether or not they're going for the opposite bridge?
Hoćeš ti? Da li ti će da preuzmeš zasluge za ovaj odgovor? Brat moj Gostović, provalio.
Najjača ikad.
On the western side of the zone, everyone's already congested around the center. Now we're going to head back north and watch whether or not Beamy spots out Ibby. Doesn't look like he wants to take the shot.
Not sure if Evie was testing the brakes and the acceleration on the US going uphill there, but it looked pretty interesting. I think just a little bit of a sync issue, but also the way that the boom is currently just shifting across here to get down towards, or just drifting down towards the bridge. Works out for him. Exalt now again going aggressive here, face the ones to play defense this time around. As Exalt have made their way up close.
We said that they had an easy time getting into the zone, but it's what you do.
Vuković, tek si se uključio, vidim.
Have just gone for the closest compound.
Probudio se tek.
Probudio.
There are threats abound, threats present. Oh, but Exhalation didn't identify that for themselves. They tried to just make a full send across the bridge. They've been completely demolished. The Woo. My beats are all not. They didn't need him. They've taken 3 down immediately, and the grenade from Nixie gets the final one.
Kako ide Nixača.
So that is a huge cleanup. And unfortunately for Exhalation, they're taking before it even started.
And huge for Foot. That one because that could easily have been them.
Gleda ga ovaj Čurek, ajde Čure. Gde ćeš Čure?
Spots Fate doesn't connect with the first one. As he will get knocked. No flash come through just yet. His face is still a little isolated from one another.
I fakes sa po pičku.
And all's left on the line. Okay, that's a bit ambitious to go for the pump from that range. That's more like it. Get it done with the AUG 3x from distance, but FaZe. Oh my. Looks like they denied their triple-digit points yet again.
Yeah, not able to get anything going there. And of all the teams, take him out. The team currently set in last place. Not something you'd be
expecting. Brate, bez da su ih išta pitali.
I'm not sure if it's desync or what it is on the server. I hope it's just for the observers and not for the players as well, because they are rubber banding a little bit all over the place.
Oh, I'm sure we'd be seeing hundreds of pings in various discords if players were bouncing around as much on their screens as they are on ours. It's actually Howl who's under the duress from the shots from Yepper. It's the two that are a long way in the distance, while the others, Metabay, I'm gonna say Voldemort with a question mark in brackets at the end because I'm not 100%, but they're the ones that were looking to try and circle the compound, maybe steal away a third party or even just a flush onto FaZe. Vultures would go.
Čeramo li PUBG posto, baš mi si igra.
Hoću. Ja nisam igrao 3 dana.
To je to. Nema, mene niki ne igra igricu jebote, toliko li je propast.
A brate, znaš šta, brate, sjediš ovdje, brate, 5 sati gledaš Entropik, nerviraš se i poslije treba igraš, ono, iskreno, sinoć sam gledao sam stream i poslije sam gledao Rocket, pa sam onda gledao NA i nije mi se igralo iskreno.
O ti malo si gledao,
druže, gledao sam NA.
Jesi naučio nešto?
Gledao NA do 3 ujutru. Šta je bilo sinoć jebo NA? Šta si igrao sam?
The fact that they're less than 15 points behind against Savum and with them a spot at PGS2. Thinking better of it, they're going to try and take the more conservative option. This was the problem for Ascend, the way that they wouldn't be able to make the wide of a wrap as they normally would. This is also a big problem for Yepa as the two they were holding as they're putting the shots.
I na motor ga stavi be.
Everyone to their presence. Exalt found the other half of the split and they've just been completely demolished.
I mean, we asked yesterday if
Ima ga, ali ne ga koristi Fuzi.
in the final match of lower bracket of when do they need to finally get things going for them in order to qualify. I think it was yesterday.
Šta prva zona padaju ko ludi ljudi.
You know what? If they can get like 4 wins in a row now and somehow
Padaju brate trola. Ne igram se više 18 gejma.
Ovo je iza padaju. Čim nebitni padaju.
Pa nije troll, oni, ja mislim ovaj XN što ih je Nixi pobio, oni su bili na mostu, bi ga laki u rotaciji. Jep, a dobro, Jep klasično igra tako ono.
Dulik bar pošalje u drugu, treću zonu, a oni u prvu bete sendaju.
Da, brate, vidiš šta su jučer radili, oni rupu uzmu u prvu zonu i onda ih kecaju svi. Znači, ljudi nisu preživjeli prvu zonu, ja mislim 7 gameova i losi.
Da Entropik što ima shift, splitić. Neće se možda spojiti sad.
Hoće mako otvori, druže, meni se ne da menjati.
Ma mogu spojiti lagano. O, gledaj, one, brate.
Ajjo. Druže,
dobro je
ovo. 14% play, bro.
Samo da Mića ne umre sad.
Mića nije, žim se solo, ja žim se isi sad.
Ali tu je ovaj, brate, Jims, mora ga utapamo.
Ne zna Jims, ne zna Jims za Miću, alo, 100%.
Da, Mićo.
Druže, me ne britaš se tu.
Ajme, pušti Miću da gledamo, jebem vam pleme. Evo, Mićo.
Bravo, Mićo.
Dobre, Mićko.
Koliko me nervirate jer ga zovete Mićo, druže.
Šta te nervira ako se zovemo Mića?
Pa jer mene zovu Mića, druže, drugari, zato.
Ko? Ti li se zoveš Mića?
Ti si Mića.
Ne, zovu me tako, drugari.
Pa kako ti je pravo ime?
Mitja.
Zvaćemo te Meksi.
Pa dobro, što ćeš. Če te zovemo Meksi, da.
Ovo je dobro, nek umire.
Znaš što bi bilo isto dobro, brate, da plati jednog čoveka da zoomira malo ovu mapu, brate, malo je dosadno sve isto.
Ali plaćen je čovjek da je drži odzoomirano, očigledno. Znači, toliko me nervira,
pa
znači
ne,
otvara
nego
mapu
upališ
zbog njega.
samo i to je to.
Znači, ja volim mapu da gledam, ja mapu ne gledam zbog idiota, razumiješ, nego na svaki shift ono krene.
Maybe gives Beamy a little bit of a sweat on the brow for now, but he does get it done. 4 kills on the board. He claims all of them. There's nobody here to third party, as you say. Completely alone, he can go back, grab the revive, but 4 points is good, but losing half the squad.
Ovi Turci, ludi, druže, sad će ih pušaju.
A brate, ali najgore je dijelit kamps ili igra pored Turaka. Kune vam se životom, to je meatball samo takav. On samo zatrče, neđe za leću, jebote, da. Gdje ćeš koji kura, bre, stani u taj kamp, dijeli kamp, još jedan shift, jebo, sad znači da ga uzmeš.
Ne može ovi ni Tropik ni povući, meti mu sleđe.
Pušaju, brate, gledamo matere, ti boži.
On ti kažem da će pušat.
A treba bježiti ovi naši, ali ne znaju, oni ne znaju.
Samo 2 su, bre.
To je najgore što su samo 2, brate.
Nema tu je kog i ne kecamo, osvajamo. Evo bez umira guma pusta ga jebem u guzicu kad po čemu se derem.
A mora vidiš, čim vikneš on krene se trese tam.
Vrate, ima li tile u mostu.
Znaju, ma ne znaju naši još. Ne znaju naši da koji puše.
A bilo bi dobro da neko fejla nekog. Možda da fejla povuče. Ali ako će Nocna pušeć. Ja vidio ovaj grupi Sarven, druže.
Ali vrate, Sarven koji u prvoj zoni senda, razumiješ, uzmu kamp i onda 7 zona narednih čuče.
Druže, lik je najbolju poziciju uzro čučak, ne ovo gdje stoji.
As they sit right now with all the crates in their prisons, I don't think that's going to be the case. Unless if Patulans...
Mora nazad zona, brat.
Je, tvoj ima pored toga.
Ne mogu, brate, ali ljudi neko...
Ode, u kurac. Svi ispadnamo. Svi ispadnamo.
Mi bi trebali uzmemo Ridge, brate. Šumu ođu u rupicu.
Najgore, da li će se tije i povucat?
A?
Hoće se tije i povući.
Di je da spovuče?
Nema šance.
Pa vidi, ja se nadam doći jer nema pojente. Mada svaki put kad sam mislio da DJ neće pušati ili nas neće krešati jer nema pojente, ono
A mi će se tepamo, be, dođoš i naš. Mi će se
Tropik je spoj, dok ljudi će se tepati. Sad će QM uzeti ispred njih zonu i
pa mi nismo pičke, be, brat.
A bolje je bilo da je...
Kojem na Nixu, aj, vadi gi.
A isto im laguje sve, brate, gledaj question marka.
Druže, Rus, to smisli. Smisli se.
Ma lago je cela
Sad će
mapa.
question mark uzme ruku.
Vadi gi, jebem gi majku pičku.
Joj, nisu like žadili.
Kao se, šta laguje, brate, jel meni laguje, brate, ne konta?
Lago je
Ima
to
mozak
na internet. Ko vina sad? Pa brate, Navi.
Ali Navi će prodati jer ih bukvalno boli kurac, ono.
Pa, treba da Navi, on da Navi vina.
Ili prištić.
Brate, nikad ne kažem nešto što nije tačno.
Oh, pa šta je lik si pukao?
Hutić.
Ladno je bilo DJ, alo. Iznenadili smo pozitivno. Ko vina? Šta si rekao, Fuzi, ko vina?
Navi.
Navi, ja kažem vina... Ma ja ću ja kažem Navi, brat. Bojim se da kažem question mark, iskreno, jako imaju najjači spot, ali bojim se da kažem.
Neće question mark.
Kurac neće. Ali ne želim, znači neće ni question mark, ni futbolist neće vina Navi. Ni Sarven, Navi vina.
Navi ili je vina. Evo, futbolisti sad će gi sve utepao.
A će kule, druže. A nek vi na QM, druže, tako ih teško stići.
Gledajte Nixija što gleda Bim, ja ne pucam. Ili čekaju da je u third party.
A ne vidi ga, brate, puno je šume tamo gore, znaš što je.
Mislim da ne vidim, nemam pojma, ne znam.
No ne, mi smo imali toliko šume da ne vidim. Juj, dobro zone.
Dobro za nas. Tamo da Salo Batuli ne odluči da najlupa. Mada može, realno, brate, Joca će da ga izvrne.
Druže, sad ide DJ na Entropic.
DJ se vraća.
Nemoj DJ na Entropic, samo molim. Joj. MK nešto buffovan ili MK, pa MK je znači DMR trenutno. Već sigurno 2-3 update.
A PUBG uvijek buffam pušku kad će izaći neki dobar skin.
A prvo izađe skin.
Da, je da buffam.
Hoće li Foot riješiti, a ne mogu ih, razumiješ, prevelika ova ruka. Raj. Ej, Smića. Ovo je Mika, izvinjavam se, nećemo, ne možemo ih sve Miće zvati, evo ti jedan je Miće.
Manevra, ovo je Mika. Da, ovo je Mika.
Ovo je Mika.
Spava i gleda, druže.
Traži Krisa.
Traži
Zdravo.
puževe.
Bucka.
Ma dođi na intro.
O, do...
Dođi nakon, druže, šta će izgubiti fight.
Pa dođi još.
Dođi još i sad će izjebati tropit.
A neće, sad će Jole, sad će Jole.
Niksa na leđa.
Ide
Niksa na leđa, Nikso.
Ajmo Jole.
Pomagaj ba to.
Ajde Jole.
Evo Nate, jedan Nokan. Ali Jole puca pomoć.
Jole pomoć puca.
Pucaj pomoć ga.
Jole je ovo shvatio personalno, ljudi, on se uvrijedio. On je rekao, meni ne treba pomoć, ja ću tučem pomoć.
Evo mu sad pomoć.
Ma gledaj koliko ga ovaj...
Ma sad će Mića, hajmo.
Desinkova.
Ovo će kurac.
Ajmo Mića. Ajde kurac. A ko diže Joleta? Luka. Ajmo Lukić.
Nokan, kode market.
Bravo, ajde, sad poludi Mićo, sad poludi
flaša.
Mićo.
Ma gledaj se zatrčali.
Ludice.
Sad poludi Mićo.
Nema metkove.
Luka
I
poludio.
Luka našao mitru.
Ajde Mićo.
Jednostavno.
Bravo, će flašaš. Bravo, će flašaš.
Ajoj, Saloba to.
Mićost. To je to. Twisted Mind se puša sveća.
A, Saša Batuli.
O, Luka diže na elboga.
Kurac ga diže, najgo Luka umro. Samo Mićost.
Ma znam za malo.
Poludi Mićo.
Kurac.
Ne mogu ljudi, za mene je ovo previše stresa. Znate kad sam rekao da najviše volim kad ne igra Entropik. Kad igra Entropik pa onda imaš za koga navija pa ti je zanimljiviji. Mijenja to što sam rekao. Bolje je kad ne igraju.
Dobro, bolje onda ne prođe sad, jel to hoćeš da kažeš? Da ih ne trebaš gledati u finalu.
A neću to da kažem, vrate, ali svejedno ćemo gledati turnir, bolje se ne nervira.
Ajde priču isto to je uvija.
Couldn't quite get the spray up the hillside, so Mika has fallen down, but...
Drugi ne znaju za Metsija, Metsi vina game.
Navi čisti sve od David vina kao što sam rekao.
A znaju za Metsija, ti znaš i koliko gledaju dole. Meksi dvojicu Noka ubije ništa.
Evo.
Hoće li Niksa sam da riješi Virtus? Gledajte, faj dolje desno.
Hoće.
Zna vi. Ajmo na brać, igrajte igricu, malo osmi ste jebo krug, odradiše
spravi svoj. Ali najluk je najjače, lik puca na kilometar, ljudi mu na 2 metra stoji.
Niko iz Beograda u formi nije otišao.
Find an angle to third party this. They're looking, but they just can't quite seem to get it. So it is just going to be a bit of a brawl to the death. And actually, that folded shield denying.
Da, umre put i sada sad, još je nekako okej. Ali neće.
The extra kill on the board and the placement point to go along with it. That is a very in terms of who's still standing, but Ascend heavily wounded for eSports on their last leg as well, and Sarvam.
Da, Sarvam se da uvre bilo idealno.
A nema ko njih
da question mark, ja se vidim. Ovo pilot pizde.
Ovaj trigger. Povuklo ga trigger na stranu. Što je s ljudi što čitaju sive, bre.
Observer čituje, brate.
Ko čituje?
Observer.
A?
A?
Šta ste rekli, ko čituje?
Jer nisi rekli kakva je krizi, druže, povuklo ništa nekako. Ali to je do observera. Vjerojatno.
Maka.
Doličević igramo li kvalifikacije za peca?
Koliko dugo treba da je priznu metak? A vidio si krv.
Brate, kako ovaj lik preživljava, možda mi neko objasni. Aha, evo, nije.
Ali ubije ga, surum.
Then Ascend able to rag up some extra points with it too, as they try and separate themselves even further from all the teams in the hunt.
Eventually, Twisted Minds encroaching on the south. Well, they had to run into the wood eventually. Ibi
Jebote let, ali na nizbrdici se lik nalazi. Pa ja ubio čovjeka na nizbrdici nisam i neću za još 5 godina, sigurno. Kako je ubode ovako bombu, meni to ne ide u glavu uopšte, brate.
Dobro, ukali ovo. Druži, ovi kreću Marče 3 od 3 uzeti, evo sad. Poziciju baš imaju okej. Jedino ih može Navi sad sjebat.
Pol će vide i naredne 3 od 3 će vide.
Gledamo field first, druže.
Ali ovaj field on nije duel izgubio.
Ajde bre Navi, ubijajte ga, jebem gi.
A ima i Neiro, druže, ispići.
Korac,
Evo prekino slučajno.
Now, how many grenades does Baby have left as well? He had a couple earlier on, and now he knows how
Field first će se prije rezat. Neće ovi počet da se rezat. Već su 4 na 3.
Might just be happy to sit back and play passively. Sarvam, they tossed in a grenade, but they actually have gone back now to loot one of those notorious Tago drops. I don't think you get any grenades in those, but you definitely get the weapon.
A će hoće da bude krkljanac sad.
Make them just that little bit more confident now when it is time to finally get out of the compound and activate.
Ja, joj, gledaj Sarma, brate. Ljudi su ludi.
Trying to figure out, do we leave now? Do we give the space to Navi? The thing is, then where do they go? They've only been looking west for the last while here, and I feel like they kind of have to continue doing that. Zuba does find it up.
A Ukrajin je prejuba, jedan kill.
Pozdravo Merta! Ste pucati, hoćemo kad se završi. Još 3 meča. 3 vina za Entropik.
Je posle 3 meča treba zasta.
Navi je skonto da ne bere. Respekt. Niksača. Free kill, ha? Molim! Vidi da je izbagovo i ušao u auto, ja bi brisao igricu mjesto Nixija, eto.
Didn't accidentally run him over this time. 9 kills for Howl. He's the last man standing, but it's been a big
eSports
QM.
for them to say the very least.
Vrtanik sača.
Being sat down as well.
Što priča komentarove?
Ma ne slušam komentatora.
9 kills for Howl.
Mio taj brać, oni samo primaju 5000 eura da pričaju glupost. Dobar raid.
Dobar raid.
Kura, druže, liče preživi.
Molim! Jel ga ovo guma spasila, majke ti Boži?
Meni se bi odbio u gaće nekako.
Joj, meni bi u backpack ušla, razumiješ? U džep nekako.
Meni bi prošla kroz auto, ne bi se ni odbilo od auta. Evo i sad je Sarem, dobro može li ići. Ali retardi neće ići umreći toga. Jo, Field first izgubio duel.
Sad treba da pobedi question mark.
Da.
Na drugi Sarem će vinat, sad game i prošli oni.
Prodao je Field first, realno, vrat. Da je izgubio duel pa da kažeš. Okrom leđima potpuno nesvjestan.
Da. Evo.
Ne valja nikako.
Oj, brate, 30 pojena za 3 gejma.
Za 2 gejma.
Za 3 ima još 3.
Da, još 3. A nije 30 pojena, bit će više.
Već je 32.
Vinaju. No, daj Bož da Havo vina.
Ponavljaj se, brate.
There's a very good chance that they might just get a couple more. However, both Howl and Twisted Minds are sending a spear
A moguće je, brate.
the team of Sarvam. They know that they need to take them out eventually.
Ovo je Shila, sad ste papa, brate. 1-4 izao da ubiješ na dovletu. Ima vest, ima helmet 3.
Evo ko može gi kjeca, bet.
Odakle njima još ne igraju, brate?
Ne znam, kao da imaju shop, razumiješ, u auto.
Insane numbers and already getting dangerously close to what we said was potentially the hypothetical.
Ako je svi rešili nije da gi kjecao.
Ma i treba tako, ajde, ajde. U
Baš twistić mi na ovo.
Ma ne može twistili na Havel vina.
Ma, pusti ti Havel, sad će ih Sarem dobiti. Pa šta se?
Kako ide Lazar?
was even aware that he got that one over the top, but able to do so, and so will fall. Twisted Minds got second place in the previous one. Here they are again, but this time around, lower number.
A sad se Saloba tolim da izmajmuniče nešto, Skofa je već umro, samo mu nisu javili.
Drži fakar mu dvije glave da izvadi. To sam ja tamo, brate, izletio mi već.
Če ide, Burazer? Može li neko da mi objasni ovaj play, evo. Bilo ko. Ima nas podost, taj je samo neko da mi objasni play ovaj. Scofielda.
Što bi uzeo ugove?
Koji ugove?
Nik nema ugove. Nik nema nijenih ugove.
Ni hilove.
To je on ugao i šta će to uglo?
Imamo si ga. I zona, dobro. Bravo.
Ne može izgubiti ovo kao...
Ili?
Evo popiša mu se na ugao.
Ili?
Kako vi pucaju?
Ali ljudi prodavaju meč, razumiješ? 4-3 su, prodavaju meč.
Nema veze.
A šta bre nema veze, pa koliko je oni Twisted ispred nas, koliko imaju poena, 1000 i kusu.
A nema veze da li je Twisted.
Ma Twisted je global partner, on ide svakako.
Ja pričam za PGC poene. Znači sad je već računanje PGC poena. Ne gledam ja više PGS 2.
Kakvi nubovi.
Majko Bože. Ovo ni ja ne bi prodao. A prodao sam svašta.
A svašta je prodao. Ne bi ovo nije on prodao, a svašta je prodao. A neka Skopa uz ugao. To je bilo kvalitetan play. Potrošio je na jedan first to imao.
Nijemo, imao 3 bandaže.
Evo, evo bolje.
Da.
920 pojena imaju.
Bate danas Rusi 100% win rate.
Kako?
Kako? Question mark 2 protiv Twisted jednom. Rusi 100% win rate.
Some of the other global partner teams from other regions that go to the same places. Power grid will be contested. So if they can make a statement here and say we are the scariest team from EMEA.
Ja da Nixi, brate, 800 damage, da dobro ima 4 kila.
O, hvala. Hvala. Koliko si kupila?
Šta si dobio, Fuzi? Šta si dobio, Fuz, podijeli?
Šta?
Podijeli informaciju šta si dobio.
Dobio sam Kinder jaja.
Oj, jao.
Fale mi 4.
Promućkaj ga malo.
Pa da, mora se čuje.
Moraš da čuje. Ako zveči kvalitetno, isplati se.
61 points in PEC spring for Savim, now 121 for Savim, this one here. Toby, it's been night and day, as you say here, and it's super impressive that Savim were able to catch this much wind their way and be able to clutch it out so many times.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, considering the fact they didn't even qualify through to the upper bracket. They
Clutch mark je trebao generalno istu poziciju.
Bare, ja sam dobio, već ga imam.
Ali Clutch mark je odlučio da igra igricu.
Harry Potter, ali imam ga.
Ne mogu ga gledamo, nerviram se. Idem napuni kole, tu sam brzo.
Nisam mislio da će sad reći u gas.
They had to fight on that eastern side all the way, and they did
Never
so
take the gaming.
extremely confidently to get those 14 kills.
Very weird circle. There was not many teams who were inside
I asked for the southern circle, right? And you guys didn't want to say anything.
Dobio sam i ovu jagodicu, imam i nju. Dva duplikatića.
I ti bukvalno kupuješ Kinder jaja za Harry Potter, brate.
Da vidim. Ja, unicorn, baš, šta se treseš? Baš ti je lepa.
I Harry Fuzzy.
Playing in, they kept to the high ground against teams like the Wu, who were potentially there to contest that area, and then the third party, when it all kicked off on the west, was just too much to deal with.
And Savim held onto this kind of construction area, whatever you want to call it here, Toby, where they're able to get a lot of kills, they're able to close out and push Question Mark, obviously, and get 7 kills coming their way too.
Yeah, it's again. I mean, there were times where I thought they were going to try and engage in fights a little bit earlier,
But opted to wait it out again, knowing where they are on the leaderboard. They don't
Daj
have
neku
to
što
risk
ne,
it. There's no
ovaj,
reason to go out.
molim.
Ooh, we could maybe get 2 or 3 kills here if we can just wait it out and then get
Ponovo
those same
Hari,
kills, but with top 5
Harija
current.
3.
So it makes sense to me that they didn't go over aggressive up until the very end.
Tako ti jes rečao ba to.
In this case, Saga, where they're holding on to one of the better compounds where we were looking at phase 3 when phase 4 came along. There was like a Eastern yoink, and they were like, damn, we're gonna have to move a long way, and they had to fight their way in to try to get some out of it. Killikai made some of it though.
You'd have to wonder whether or not they might have been able to get a little bit deeper into the early circles if they weren't held up by Na'Vi trying to do some cheeky little plays. I mean, it's not the first global partner team who has tried to target Ascend before, as Toby mentioned. FaZe has done it quite often on Miramar, partially due to, similar drop locations. They don't want to get tangled up in the early phase of the game.
Sve imam.
Ascend dodged it out, but couldn't dodge it out in the late game.
And 24 points going this way for Twisted Minds, because Savim, 12, Howl, 11. Good to see them up here. Woo! Another presence that we've not seen for some time here. Woo! And Foot, out of a game that was somewhat rough for them, Ime and AC, they're able to clutch it out and get some points for them, Toby.
Yeah, it's getting real scary if you're any of the teams in the hunt right now with how consistently these 3 top teams are able to find themselves in top finishes.
Yeah.
Pretty much throughout every single game so far today. Foot, the team's still on the hunt alongside Ascent, but look at how the jump is down. That is insane. 26 points, then down to what? 13 points, then down to... I mean, I'm not even going to keep counting. There's so big gaps between every of these teams right now. There are so big gaps between every of these teams right now that you really need to fall off if you're question mark or Savim to get called up on.
Yeah, I would say question mark at this point. Here were just 3 games to go. I don't feel like there's going to be both Food and Savim or Ascend and Savim passing them, even like if they don't get any. But we know they're going to get points here, Saga, in this case here, right? So in a situation where 13 points is
Dva Harija I onu I Jagodicu.
Falling out early would be Food being comfortable this.
Yeah, and again, Savim remain the team with the biggest target on their back in the lobby. They were at the start of today, they still are 100%, and again, their playstyle, you can look at it.
Koliko vam treba poena, Fuzi, si gledao?
Previous tournaments criticized the crazy rotations they were making, but now that they're doing them earlier, it's just about, okay, well, we know that they're going to be in one of these positions, so who knows, some of those teams that are on the cusp by the final couple of games might just look to get a little more aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, that means that we just have 3 more games to go to figure it out. And I like the parallel that we kind of draw with PC Spring here. That actually means that both Twisted Minds and Question Mark, it's more than
32 poena, znači
being the top teams in PC.
Realno, Vin,
the performance that they've shown so far here in the finals has been insane.
Vin, jedan dobar game I ovaj treći onako, brate, nek odigraju sam.
This is going to be one of the most stacked EMEA lobbies.
Ima šanse I dalje, iskreno nema šanse.
Seeing how the teams went through here, and it's been phenomenal all the way through.
Alright guys, we got just 3 more Erangel games to go to figure out what are the 2 teams that are going to be going to PGS2 in Riyadh. So stay tuned, we'll be back after the show.
Riyadh! Volio bi otići tamo, iskreno. Fuzi, aj odemo gledamo PGS.
Što doliću?
Ako prođu naš, idemo da gledamo PGS. Znači.
To možemo. Mogu I karte da završim.
Možeš to.
Zašto?
Nema veze, sredi nam avionske karte, a ove ćemo sami plaćati.
Insane damage. Because moving through these cities is hard enough when you don't have a time limit.
Je večera zadnji dan. Dado moj dobri lijepi, zadnji. Treba nam 32 poena da bi prošli dalje. 3 meča još moguće.
Sve je moguće.
Šta misliš o question marku? Je to neko trik pitanje? Mislim da igra igricu. Mislim da su riješili danas da preuzmu stvari u svoje ruke. Malo su imali sreće onaj drugi Miramar. Ovaj. Ali evo da ti pokažem. Gledaj.
Kako je? A ti drži struka.
Viš, primjer ovdje ovaj Tego su braća odlučila da nema zajebanci. Ista pozicija, realno. I oni Entropik. Ja sam očekivao da će ovo biti call Entropika, međutim bio je call question mark. I braći su uzela tu poene i to je to. Ali ovdje su imali sreće. Imali su sreće ovdje ko ništa. Ovdje su imali sreće. Pogledaj šta igraju oni. Evo gledaj. I sad tu bude ili zona ovdje, ili bude zona ovdje, ili je zona tu. A realno ono, sad znam, najmanje šanse bilo da ode gore. Ili ovo. Tu su malo sreće, ali brate igraju dobru zonu. Igrali su dobru zonu. Ovdje se piše da imaju. Ne mogu.
This update brings plenty more changes, including an upgraded replay function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertising, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown, and we'll see you on the battlegrounds. And see you on the battlegrounds.
A kako misliš, zbog čega misliš da su imali radar?
Ko je imao radar?
Ja misliš na ovaj klub?
I ja mislim za kojem, zato što onog što je zgazio, za ništa drugo, ali onog što ga pregazi iz Krisa, znao je lik da je tu zato što se vrteo konstantno oko taj žbun namerno. Znači da ne ispadne providno, on je 4 puta prošao pored žbuna.
A koji je to meč bio? Koji je to meč? Ja te
prethodni. A to li tako stoji? O, baš dobro.
Kaj što imaš tu? A to se neće vidjeti na tvoje. Jel to bilo na streamu? Već sam ja bio, nisam bio za kompom, a? Ma ko će to naći?
Bio si za kompom, ne steri be.
Nisam život, ne sjećam s tom.
Nego ti gi braniš.
Ma ne branim, bog te question mark, pa ja sam prvi prozivao question mark cijele prošle godine. I to konkretno Dantea, brat ne može meda, razumiješ? Ali ne može nisam meda tako ono.
Čituju brate bez vezova da se gleda. Uništiti igru.
Ne znam. Imaš na streamu, vrat na stream možeš vidjeti.
Što? Možda.
Ako će to vratiti, braću.
Mnogo je lepo bilo, brate, i za igranje i za gledanje kad ovo...
To je zadnji mirama, jel? A reci mi sad koliko ulijevo, udesno, gdje ulijevo?
Ma to je kad počne da gi gazi.
Na koji je to, koji krug je bio?
A nađi da ti je Ace živ posljednji, to je to. Vrati još malo.
Ace fali jedan ovdje. Jel tu
ne,
ili?
jedan kad mu ostao. Jedan im je bio ostao, It's Chris solo.
Evo dva su AP, a sad je to tu neđe.
Vidio.
Ja ću mamu aduđiju. Ono Team Boxer, Pro Majacone, Pro i Srahilja. Evo sad je ostao jedan iz Ace, ali to sad neđe ide.
Što nisi?
Jel fuzim?
Šta dolik?
Ostaje jedan iz Ace up, jel sad to ide?
Da, u Bush je, Chris.
removed from the lobby. They were trying to make a push in the south, but cleaned up by Monarch. And now the full push in the compound from FaZe. They've got plenty of smokes up, and Na'Vi have actually leapfrogged ahead of them into the zone, so they can take this fight in earnest all by itself. Isolated, Corexi needs to check the corner. Fex will do it for him. Hyena, wow, they cleared out the shack with the Molotov. They knew that he couldn't be peeking from inside. So just a little pre-fire is sometimes all it takes.
What a swing there, and important that they get it done with as fast as they did, because as you can see here, Na'Vi
Još naprijed.
was and currently are.
A motaj po 5 sekundi, tak, 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 tak.
Trying to get it fast enough to at least be alerted to Navi's presence.
Po 5 sekundi na strelicu motaj, glupčo.
Dobro. Mota na silicu.
To include a vehicle to have does get one of the attention with not
second I was flush out
Phase 5 ti treba.
Pa Phase 5 je. Evo sad
I sad će ga
valjda,
snimao sve njega. Sve će snimaju vete ovog degenerika.
A Wrangler has actually been the much 80 points on the away from me.
Here, but the up close threat, or maybe more as possible. Hear as many footsteps as possible and feed the info. Trying to stay as quiet as possible. Hear as many footsteps as possible.
A, pogledaj kako prolazi. Tu je, gledaj sad kako prolazi.
One with nature, thrown in a bush. Does he get run over by 8C? Oh, I do see. Nope. Somehow able to dodge that one.
Oh no.
Now they don't
haven't.
know.
No.
Does he reverse on top of him?
Pa sad ponovo će vozi. Kao, razumeš, on kola pomera.
Ability to infill one with the other team, it's impeccable.
Yeah, we just gotta wait for him to get in one of their cars now. Oh man, that is rough position.
I gledaj sad.
Ovo je treći put da je prošao, znači četvrti ga je zgazio, jel?
Da, sad pokad kupi field firsta.
No chance to be patient for Na'Vi. The push was forced.
Oh,
they got him.
There's no way he like they're literally driven back and forth for so long, and then they get them in the end. That must have been so random. They were driving around forever looking for somewhere to go. In the end, well, there are only so many bushes for Chris to hide in.
Jebeva majku, pič.
Was that a bug? Did I just run over one of my teammates? See a kill on the scoreboard? Yeah, you know what? They will absolutely take it. Every point is well, every point's a point. So
yeah.
For question mark, just extending their lead at the top, giving themselves a much better chance. Foot have to give themselves a chance to get through Twisted Minds. I mean, if we think back to how Howl was having their success, it was those sends kind of straight through the middle, and a similar ending where they would hold down a position that Sarvam is doing well, not necessarily needing to avoid anyone on the rotation because there's no one there to avoid. They're going that early on, and again,
ne znam šta da misliš.
Don't fix it. It's paying off massively for them.
Yeah, and on top of that, we also need FaZe, currently in 6th, Toby, to do good, to make sure that they have enough points to go to PGC. And if they're able to pop off just a little bit, they could go from 6th to 4th in just 10 points.
Yeah, they're still looking pretty good, especially also...
Mislim, vidi, sumnjivo je 100%, ona. Da, lik je 6 puta, 4 puta je prošao, na 4 put ga je zgazio. Da je ono hard, solid proof da čituju, nije. Jer vas da može biti ona priča slučajno je. Ali brate, oko njih je uvijek neki dim, neka sranja, razumiješ? Znači, vas da su oni upitni, vas da se oni prozivaju, pa vala, ne znam pojma.
End up not having to play on the military island, and that can be very risky. A lot of the times teams that are playing the edge
znači ono sumnjivo do bola.
Cheating 100%.
Znate šta je problem? Balkan koji je očigled svih cheatovo provaljen, dokazano, nije dobio ban. Znači sad, ne možeš ništa uraditi. Ne možeš dokazati da cheatuje na osnovu ovoga.
And Na'Vi, another team that
Ali da je smiješno,
PGC point is called as a GPT team. They're going to PGS. They could just win it and they'll be going to PGC. But Toby with 90 points
Eto, ovo je jedna, ima još 5. Gle, ja nisam primijetio iskreno. Da mi niste rekli, ja ne bi znao. Nisam ja vidio uopšte na streamu.
Pa ne slušaš.
Ja sam samo gledao sam Twire. Po Twire'u ova prva dva Miramara su imali, drugi Miramar su, ovaj sad zadnji, što je prošao kroz bush, imali su sreće sa shiftovima ili su znali, okej. Prvi Miramar su držali split dosta dugo, tako da tu su ga i odigrali dobro. Ovdje, na osnovu ovoga ne bi rekao da imaju cheat. Jer kad je ovo popalo, ja sam na streamu rekao, aj, sendaj to ovdje našim, ono, naš. I onda su oni uzeli tu rupu i ništa mi nije bilo sumnjivo. Nemam pojma, iskreno. Smrde ljudi kao gomna smrde, razumiješ? Smrde već par godina, ne dana, no godina smrde. Ali je problem što ta isti Aduzi dođe na lan i pokida. I šta ti se, šta tu se? Uvijek postoji ono ali, jebi ga, znaš. Dođe lik je svaki lan koji igrao pokido. I sad su igrali u Dubaji, sam igrao. Znači, sam igrao bukvalno. Aj vrati nade na Aicija.
Yeah, I completely agree with
Aicija na riču, ajde vidimo.
No, I mean, the thing, I've spent a lot of time kind of diving into them during this tournament. I agree with Saga in saying that, of course, the loss of Vestelok hurts, but hurts even more now that you see him succeed with another team.
Let's talk a bit more, roster changes and so forth. Mexi coming into Entropic has been looking really good compared to what we've seen for them so far.
Evo ga Aicija ovdje.
Less than this prize, but right now, decent situation for them, 89 points within pretty good area to get into maybe top 5 territory here in Saga.
Yeah, it would be a big turnaround again for Entropic, an org who again has had a lot of up and downs, more recently more downs than ups, so it's good to see that while there has been a change that's come through, it has might not have converted them into a world beater. Mexi just seems to fill that role that seemed to be missing somewhat before.
Već on njega zveknuo bombom ovdje. A da, mislim, auto je čuo, ali hajde pogodi.
Što vi gledate, a?
Da, ali vi ne vidite to. Aduzi je ovdje bacio nade na Aici. Ali se Aici vozao auto malo. Palio auto. Ili je samo sjedao u auto, ne mogu da vidim. Nije sjedao, voza se Aici. Možda je samo gađao smoke, nemam pojma. Šta mislite? Šta mislite, ajde napišite se, evo vidite isto što i ja. Vidiš Aicija koji vozi gore dolje, evo ga vidi se ovdje. Ima dva smoka ispred sebe i on ovo cross smoke baca, ne vidim. Šta mislite? Na Aicija ne ide prije što je bacio uz auto. Evo ga drži nade, upravo si. Upravo si.
Yeah, hopefully they can find their form again. I don't think it's going to matter too much, but again, every PGC point they can get on the board could make a big difference at the end of the year.
Yeah, for sure. And you said that the mod
is building under the radar. Nije bacio.
Saga.
That's information I actually got from a little cheeky Alrain watch party, and I'm sure he's not doing one now because he's doing coaching.
Pravo si, bacio ga je prije nego što je ovaj krenuo. Dobro, znači okej, nije mogao da čuje auto, a da li je prosto gađao smoke? Da li je prosto gađao smoke samo?
Ne, jel to top 2 prolazi, jel tako?
Da.
EMEA qualifiers, and guys, obviously you guys have been casting it, and I gotta ask Toby, I asked it yesterday, moving into this,
da li on ovaj smoke uopšte može da vidi, može?
Of course a savant, but underwhelming experience, what's been so far for you here?
Mislim da pošaljem oca, majku, dedu, babu, uzeli 5. To se slažem s tobom. Ja to kak dan govor da dođi mrtvi hak s tim i znaš kako? Ja sumnjam na question mark već sigurno godinu i pol. Od kad sam ih vidio da su vinali prvi onaj PCS, koji je to bio, petica čini mi se ili tako nešto.
Pa oni su jedini koji tu.
Oni su tu držali rekord, oni su tu napravili najviše online killova u jednom meču, nešto su brutalno uradili, ne razumiješ. I onda su otišli na LAN, gdje mjesec dana LANa oni nisu mogli oni nisu čovjeka ubili. Onaj dan te jedan kill imao 76 dana, razumiješ. I meni to bilo tu sumnjivo, ne sumnjivo, nego sam bio ubijeđen da čituju. I onda je, da li Aduzi tad došao u question mark ili tako nešto, i opet su otišli na LAN, opet niko ništa nije radio osim Aduzija. I onda, znaš, nekako vas da mi je opravdanje za Aduzija to što on ima dobar LAN. Ali opet ni dobar LAN nije garancija uspjeh, znaš. To što on dobro odigra u dobar igrač ne znači da online se ne koristi nečim.
Ne možeš to tako gledat.
Izvini što moram ovo radikavim, ali no servis. Dobar LAN.
Slažem se.
Jebem ga usta ruski i to je to.
Ma sere dulke previše.
Ne znam, brat, pa nije serem, ali ne mogu naći, ne možeš, ne znam pojma. Teško je to, brat.
A volim fićo.
Teško. Znate zašto je teško? Već sam prije rekao, Balkan koji je čitovo na očigled svih, znaš, nije ono bilo priča se jel ima ili nema cheat, brate, ljudi su pravili klipove, znači Tiggleton ga je prozivao na streamu, znaš. A, naprimjer, pričao sam sa Melmanom, kad su se vratili iz Dubaja u BG, oni kažu da, oni su ubijeđeni da question mark ne čituje. Kaže, nema šanse. To Navi kaže. Nemam pojma. Meni jesu sumnjivi, ali ne mogu ono kaže nam, brate, 100% naš čituje.
Ma njima je bestolog upoko prstom u govna u klan. U tim.
Bilo je komentara, ali to je nebitno.
Svi su dobri igrači u tom timu, šta ti je? Igraju igrice već.
Znači, svi znaju pucat, onda ga navrne 3, oni će proći zbog tih. Slažem se, pa zato sam i rekao, znaš da, zato sam i rekao da to što on dobro odigra LAN ništa ne znači, jer razumiješ, to što on je brutalan igrač sam po sebi ne znači da ne koristi pomagalo online, razumiješ? Meni je to apsolutno jasno. Razumiješ, jer ti, brate, iščituješ malo online, onda dođeš na LAN, tamo odigraš kako odigraš i ti si uzeo pare i boli te kurac, razumiješ? Ali je, a to što sam pisao Mare je bilo Emiliju komentara na Twitteru. Okej, ali to je nebitno, znaš, jer ponavljam opet, Balkan, video za Balkana su radili igrači, Tiggleton ga je prozivao, Ibiza ga je prozivao, znači sve javne liče, znači sve ti poznatiji igrači, cijela pro scena se digla i prozivala, nije isto kad te proziva pro scena i kad te prozivaju TikTok komentari ili Twitter komentari. I onda hoću reći, poenta je da ukoliko te pro igrači prozivaju i ti ne dobiješ ban, šta će ti Twitter komentari uraditi? Ali da ljudi smrde na kilometar smrde, razumiješ? Zato što dođu online, vinaju, razumiješ? Malo pa vinaju nešto online, da dođu u LAN ne mogu se sastaviti. Oni se sastaviti ne mogu u LAN. A Duzi je čak i Dubaji kad je question mark je u Dubaju recimo 5 dana nije radio ništa, pa onda je 2 dana odigrao korektno. Opet ga ne odigraju na nivou na kom ga igraju online. Ali onda tu ide ona druga priča, jebi ga online, LAN, dođeš tamo, trema, publika, ovo, ono, znaš, i konstantno se vrti jedna tista priča. Ali isto tako, reći da čituju, treba dokaza, iskreno, ovo su sve što mi pričamo, nagađanja i ono, zato ja serem, znaš, zato što ne možeš mu reći da čituje na osnovu ovoga. Možemo mi između sebe pričati, pretpostavljati, ali nije ozbiljno, neće ga nikakve on posljedice nema zbog toga. Znaš, jer ipak smo mi na nivou Twitter komentara. Jer njega niko ne proziva živi od... Bilo je sprdnje pred Dubaji, sjećam se na Pro chatu tamo na Prohabu, bilo je sprdnje, ali ono, niko se ne zauzima oko toga javno. Ma Dantea su prozivali svi, razumiješ, ali Dantea ja prozivam, ja sam ga prozivao pred Dubaji, šta njega boli kura što ga ja prozivam, razumiješ, nije Saša Batulin došao i rekao, Dante čituje, bupa. Znači ja vam kažem šta Melman kaže, koji IGL navija. Kaže nema šanse da čituje. Vidi, mi smo namjerno pitali zato što smo mi smo streamovali tu Dubaji, dok je trajao Dubaji cijelo vrijeme bilo prozivanje na njihov račun. Znači cijelo vrijeme smo ih prozivali. I dolazi lik i kaže ma nema šanse, to su priče za malu djecu, razumiješ. I ja od tad sam prestao, brat, znaš. Ono, nemaš dokaza dovoljno. Možda da sumnjaš, ko što i sad sumnjaš zbog ovih zbunjeva i zbog svega, nemaš dokaza. Ne možeš pričati da imaju cheat 100%. Neozbiljno.
In EMEA, but when it comes to the global competition as well, it's been so long since we've seen...
A boli kurac Saša Batulina koji invajtan su. Slažem se i to je tačno. I to ima smisla. Ali slažeš se ti isto da se nije dovoljno diglo ljudi i da bi to bilo isto legitno. Mora neko da se digne, znaš, okej, Saša Batulin neće jer ga boli kurac. Navi isto tako, neće jer i njih boli kurac. Razumiješ, ali mora neko jak da se digne da bi se ništa pokrenulo oko toga. Jer vidiš, za Balkana ništa se nije desilo. Znači, možemo mi sad pričati tu, možemo mi cijelu noć sad pričati, čituju ili oni ne čituju, oni će proći dalje, uzeli pare i to je to. I šta? Ništa. Jesu dečki iz Navi, jesu dečki, pa. Dobro, god traje ono sranje pukne. Borba sa vetrenjačama nema pojente, nema dovoljno dokaza. Prosto. Za Balkana je bilo dovoljno dokaza i opet nije dobio ban. Ok, uklonjen je, njega više nema. Organizacija, kako se zvala, 22 eSports, neki broj je bio, ne znam. Oni su mu dali zahvalnicu i nastavili su da igraju turnir bez njega. I naravno, ti isti momci su došli u LAN i ništa nisu radili. Prije do tada su kidali čiter. Normalno da niko nije briga za to, nijedan namer se neće dići jer i boli briga. Pa to je, onda možemo pričati da je to problem, također. Ali ne znam, vidi, digli su se za Balkana. Čim je bilo malo opipljivog dokaza da se neće izblamirati, jer vidi, nije lako pričati da neko ima cheat. Znaš, to je optužba poprilično velika i neće niko od njih da izlaže sebe riziku koliko nema 100% dokaza. Za Balkana je bilo 100% dokaza pa su ljudi izašli javno. Za ovoga nema. Znaš, za ovoga možemo da tražimo situacije, ali i svake te situacije ti možeš izaći s pričom, možda je slučajno. Šta misliš da ti bi sad priča? Lik je 4 puta prošao, znači ima 4 žbuna, on je sva 4 žbuna prošao autom i 4. put ga je zgazio. I šta će ti biti? Poslije slučajno je vozio. Ali mene zanima, ja mi to postoje pitanje, brate moj, ako ti slučajno voziš, vozaš se, zašto si sva 4 puta slučajno kroz 4 žbuna prošao? Ja da čitujem, i da imam 4 žbuna, i da u jednom od tih žbunova mi leži lik, za koga nemam pojma, nemam načina da znam da je tu, ja bi isto to uradio. Ja bi autom prošao kroz 3 i onda bi 4. put prošao kroz 4. žbun i rekao jebi ga, znaš, slučajno. Zašto bi neki James pa iz tog ugla kad gledaš, slažem se ja s tobom. Znači 100% se slažemo. Iz tog ugla kad gledaš, ne postoji razlog da se bilo koji igrač pobuni koji se nalazi u situaciji Jim, Sabato, pogod ima invite, njega boli kurac, jel tako? Iz tog ugla se ne bi niko bunio. Ali su se pobunili. I normalno će napisati, slažem se. Tibon je ekspozao Kineza, ako se ne varam, za teksture. Niko nije imao pojma o tome, za Nvidia, kako se zove Nvidia inspektor, ono, ili kako već sam pojma. Niko nije, ja prvi put čuo zato kad je Tibon napisao. I slažem se da će Tibon biti taj koji će da pokrene lavinu. I slažem se s tobom da iz ugla, iz kog, znači tu, iz ugla iz kojeg ti pišeš, slažem se. Ali isto ja mislim da postoje ljudi koji bi možda preče bilo da se istina, znaš, koji bi izašli ipak, bez obzira na to da li su invajtani nisu, da li ih dotiče, ne dotiče, da ima 100% dokaza, kao što su izašli za Balkan. Slažem se s tobom 100%. Ali mislim da nema dovoljno dokaza da bi bilo ko izašao javno i neće izaći. A šta je Tibon napisao, Dino? Šta je napisao Tibon za, ja to nemam pojma za ovoga, za Duzi? Ili možda znam pa sam zaboravio. Jer znam da je bila neka frkica pred Dubaji, da je bilo neko prozivanje. Ili ne pred Dubaji, nego čak za vrijeme Dubaja prva 2-3 dana dok ovi nisu kill mogli napraviti. Tibon je, to znam za Dantea, nego ja sam shvatio da je on nešto za Duzija napisao. Tibor napisao kako izašli bi ima nešto da dokažeš, stvarno nešto pokreneš ovo igrice, praviš R&D, ti dokažeš nešto realno. Pa to ti kaže. To je najveći problem ove igre, što vas da postoji nešto na što zašto se može čuvati u svakoj situaciji. Sjećam se toga, nego sam mislio da je Tibor nešto napisao za Duzija. Sjećam se to da je bilo za Dantea, pa svi smo prozivali Dantea, ja prvi. Ja sam prestao, kažem, znači ja sam prestao kad je Melman rekao da nema ništa. Što bi ga, znaš, ne možeš naći dokaze, sumnjiv ti je ne možeš naći dokaze. I onda jebi ga, ne mogu ja sad, pogotovo i na streamuam i sve, ne mogu ja sad, neozbiljno je da idem pričat svoje mišljenje o tome, mogu ga reći jednom, doduše ja sam ga dosta puta govorio jer stvarno sam bio ubijeđen da lik čituje. Ali, znaš, u jednom trenutku ti pričaš, nema dovoljno dobrih dokaza, niko se živi ne buni osim tebe, razumiješ, ili, mislim, znaš, tih nebitnih ljudi, realno nebitnih ljudi, ovi bitni ćute. I onda ti odustaneš prvi, ja. Tako da ono, znaš, čituju ili ne čituju, više i nebitno.
And that depends really whether PC will, I'm assuming it will be after Nations, given the time where that has been announced to have been held in Korea, so it would be a very, very short PC.
Ja ga ovdje obično stavljam, ne znam gdje. Tu je sad.
A Duzi mu odgovorio na fazonu kao da je jadno to što je čekao baš plan, da Dante loše odigra, da napiše nešto kao se brine o svom timu, ovaj ga na sarkastičan način nešto odjebu i to je to. Sjećam se toga, brat, sjećam se 100%. Problem je tu bio što Dante u to nije bio, Dante igrao 2 lana užasno. Znači, bukvalno taj dečko, ja ne znam da li do kraja treba pogledat na Twiru, pogledat ću na Twiru poslije. Ali ja mislim da taj dečko do kraja Dubaja nije napravio 10 kilo, evo ubiti mene ako je više od 10, evo. I sjećam se to kad je Tibon to opisao. Ali nemaš šta, znaš, jednostavno nemaš dovoljno dokaza i to je to, ispadaš, bilo šta da kažeš ispadaš majmun i to je to, znaš. To što ćemo ti i ja pričati ili neko, ništa ti to ne znači. Ako Luka ne izađe poslije ovog turnira i kaže čituju, a neće to uraditi zato što jednostavno nema dokaza, znaš. Ja prvi to ne bi uradio dok nemam 100% čvrste dokaze, da sam na njihovom mjestu, jer ipak njihova riječ znači nešto, ima neku vrijednost. A na osnovu situacija koje smo sad gledali ne može da liči, nemaš dovoljno dokaza da kažeš da čitu. Vas da se oni tu mogu uvati za nešto.
So actually really solid central spots for Exalt to start us off, and the Wu on the eastern tip of Yasnaya as well. But for the teams all the way west, the options for making those big wide wraps are plentiful.
Plentiful indeed. A lot of space, a map that everyone knows inside out. So I'd be surprised to see too much of teams kind of landing on top of each other.
Slažem se s tobom, ja sam rekao istu stvar. Istu stvar sam rekao. Da sam na mjesto bilo kojeg lika koji ima uticaj na nekom globalnom nivou, kao što ih ima bilo koji streamer što igra Ibiza i ovo, dao bi sve od sebe ako nešto se cheatera tiče, a generalno svega, makar igrice, da to ide u nekom smjeru kojem treba da ide. Jer glas ljudi koji imaju moć da se to čuje daleko i snažno ga ne koriste uopšte, osim za svoje promocije. Niko od njih ne želi da preuzme nikakav rizik što bi mu smanjilo zaradu na mjesečnom nivou. Malo ljudi s obrazom.
Ajmo naši!
Slažem se.
Ajmo naši!
100% moraš imati dokaz. 100%. 100% dokaz i izađeš, znaš. Ne. Ali problem je što i kad imaš 100% dokaz, ne izađu svi. I čak manjina izađe, znaš. Ti kad vidiš za Balkana, a 10 streamera je reklo, a imaš 500 igrača profesionalnih. Dobro, nećemo više o tome.
After ult, trying to fend off here against Wu, who are still very, very split apart. Quizzy is only now on the eastern side of Yasnaya, so not...
Entropik imaju centrić, baš dobar spot.
And perhaps here we have Exhibit A as to why the Wu has 7 placement points total over the 15 matches played so far, just somewhat overextending their early positioning. Again, we said they had good
positioning.
The prison building there pretty easily. You can maybe split with C-Block, or the yellows just down south. But BA is there, so maybe not. But making this push all the way out here.
32 boda, realno
imaju šansu. In their favor, they've lost one early on, and it's a big impactful fragger to lose.
Da nisu oni, rekao bi nemaš teorije, ali pošto navijamo za njih ima šansu.
Chances of continuing on the strong takeover they had.
Pa šta ćeš, 3 gema, 32 boda.
Slažem se.
Go, strong or not.
Moguće.
It's time to... No, there's not really any dance style or strong style.
15 po game bi rekao da je. Okay.
I try to make him look like a fool, and in trying to do so, I always...
I treći borba, svi da gledamo.
There you go, James. Wherever you are,
that's what we're here for, I suppose.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, at least you put the effort in.
Yeah, I try, you know, I actively try, and it just never works. But then again, he also has been in the game for like 3 decades longer than me, so...
Iako umro ovaj prvi game.
It's only fair. Yeah, exactly. It's only fair that he has a few more aces up his sleeves.
That's an unfortunate place. A bit of a vehicular crash. Fex loses a tire, and I don't think they're getting the cars out of there anytime soon, but actually it's Entropic that's putting the damage in to the vehicle tires. They get landed one singular shot to the body as well, but not all of FaZe is committed to the trenches just yet. They do still have Corexy up on high ground, so it's not all bad.
And kind of, I don't want to say crucial damage being done, because it was just a tire, but with the way that Entropic are currently split out towards the east, doing as much as you can to slow down a potential FaZe pull-up could be actually pretty crucial. We'll see, though, if that's going to amount to anything, or if it won't. As Voldemort, here's the shot fire from down below, knowing now that Navi is nearby. In the meantime, Quizzy taking out one of Exhalation. As again, Exhalation, man, they've been looking strong in previous tournaments, but this time around, I mean, even in this tournament, in the low bracket, they qualified through and looked really strong, but haven't done anything ever since.
It's, again, different caliber of lobby when you play against teams like SN question mark.
Možda ovi naši uzmu i više od 30.
Hipotetički evolucija.
A team like Exhalation is really going to be used to for the most part. I won't say entirely because we do have a previous EMEA champion that has recently joined that roster, but players like The Boom and iZoom, and of course Hello My Bad, who's used to playing in North America, is just going to be completely out of his depth when it comes to playing in European lobbies. So,
da jurimo jep ili
bracket, so I think we found the level.
It's pretty wild though, looking at them, I mean Exhalation that is, and
Ali ima 3
both
meča da
play
umru
in the
prvi.
very top. They qualified to the finals 2 points apart at 127 and 125 respectively, and now, well now Sabim is what, like 90 points almost ahead of Exhalation. So clearly a complete day and night in terms of performance for these two teams in the finals.
Oni futić neće prođe, be, brate.
A quick disclaimer, that was a joke about NA. I don't want to get
you can't do that. No.
Chokeslammed by Godspeed.
When you say when you start no, Saga, you don't get to do that. Whenever you start preaching beef on air, you have to commit to it. You go into it with, I know what's gonna happen when I do this. And that's why if you say stuff like that, you just gotta own it and then see what happens.
Look, I don't want to have to fight Tickleton, man.
You're gonna have to. No way.
All right, set it up. Boxing ring in Riyadh. Me and him, we'll get going. I'll try not to break his gunning hands. We'll see how it goes. But yeah,
assuming you'd get a punch in, but yeah,
I'd melt before we even started.
Probably. Well, let's see now. As how again, everyone right now, at least for the next 20 seconds, are going to be set very tight. We only have 1 casualty, make that 2 actually in this one so far. So as we expected, not a whole lot of teams tangling up with one another. Next circle though could be very different because we have a lot of teams at center and still plenty of water out towards the east that could play a massive factor in this next circle to come.
Yep, 100%, and if not, the circle after it, and if not, then definitely the circle after that. The water will be dealt with eventually, but it won't be yet. Lipovka is still going to remain much closer to the center than a lot of these teams would have liked.
Čuti, Fuzi, brate, ureknut ćeš, ajde. Dosta
jedno. Poznavam Zolu!
Pa šta poznaješ, čuti!
Ja imam ga na Instagram i na Steam.
Mortaring them because imagine playing
Dobro, čuti.
That would not be fun at all.
Not fun at all.
Ne moraš spojlaš ako znaš nešto.
Koji je minut?
Enjoy the fact that everyone is at a distance. Mortals sure would mitigate that. In the meantime, now chaos commences in the open fields as everyone is trying to towards the southeast. There are only so many angles to approach it from. As you can see here, a lot of casualties coming through.
That's a lot of casualties for some of the top placement teams as well. Both taking question mark, just a pleasant Sunday drive around the south, completely uncontested, as was somewhat expected, but no such scenes for Yeppa. They're playing the dips, and it's just roll on all angles.
Sure, there's everyone trying to just pick up scraps here in the fields, knowing their points to be claimed, and well, Sabim, even if they do take casualties.
Evo je, napravi še bod.
A ko je IGL u VU, je li Kvizi?
Ibica be.
Ibica IGL.
This is pretty much just, you know how when you go like go-kart, hitting the things in the side that makes you not go off the ramp. That's pretty much it right here. Everyone just shooting from the side. Oh, nope, not there.
Čorni.
Micro corrections all the time.
Eto, abe Navi ne prestignemo, brate. Navi imao 2 dana užas.
Odigrao 2 dana užas.
Jevo.
Sad bi Kube jahao ovdje. Nesumnjivo bi. Ali bolji su s Meksijem. Više donosi... Meksi ne donosi samo pušku.
Donosi mozak, brate. Sa sobom. Jaaaa, evo ti ga mozak. Čučno na krovu.
Vrati Kube. Vrati Kube.
A little bit of jousting going on up north as well between Foot and Monarch as they were driving straight towards one another, and you'd imagine, yep, I was just gonna say,
samo se tu steo Foot pada.
Soon enough, and indeed that has gone.
Saram izgubio jednog, Foot možda flashan. Ne znam gdje je Foot, brate, nemaš ispred ti.
It's a fight that, at least for now,
impact the rest of the server too much as it is this far north, and might also just result in a rest on both sides, and then just both of them kind of disengaging off of this. You'd hope to see that happen, given that both the teams have, I feel like, way too much.
Vai emossa, ako umreće od lep. Emo kad.
For now, is continuing to look for it.
Very much committed to this fight. There's a lot of utility.
Kubi mi je bio najbolji na lanu.
Jeste,
to je istina. Sjećam se toga.
Mada
ruku nas su bili užasni na lanu, svi zajedno.
This is hopefully going to be Foot learning from their mistakes on Tego, from playing just a little bit too separated. Should be positioning just a little bit better so they can guarantee the trades to come through. But in the meantime,
Brzo.
In towards Entropic on the north. Did alert Lou to his presence, a swift grenade and a little bit of an exchange of bullets.
Samo Lou da ne pukne neki glupi metak.
Keanu is confirmed down to just himself.
Question mark, being told by the game that they really do want them to qualify, especially with this shift coming down towards the southern side. They're the team, like one of two teams on the southern half of the circle.
Question mark.
Blessed with this circle
going
in their direction. But what can they make
Svaki shift su dobili, evo kudenče život.
Should the next circle shift?
Bravo, Joco!
Trying to gain info on in their direction. It might not amount
Vadi ga, Joki!
Joco, imaš burger od ovog. Ljudi, obećali smo infuziji jako prođu da ih vodimo na ručak. Doduše, Joviću samo ovi, ostali ne zalaze u Beogradu.
Entropic would have been able to secure the flush before the smokes came up, but thankfully FaZe did manage to exfil what they had remaining in the little trench, which was not going to be all that fun in the long run, so they can get back to slightly higher ground. Higher ground for Vard, maybe. It doesn't even need to. T-Bone's got the knock for him, so 8C can get in there.
Ideal, pull up A. Izvrnuli su ga kako su ovi prišli.
Send two up in vehicles, use them as, not necessarily bait, because they were ready to take the fight if need be, but make sure that if there's anyone there, they can take him out and then rely on T-Bone to hit the double headshot. He did exactly that.
Opa.
Finds the kill. And here comes Sabin, trying to play Sender against DA, the other team that likes to play Sender.
And everyone was shocked
Tako je, Sarujem pada. Tako je, Sarujem
pada. Ne možeš bolje za se.
Evo ti 0 poena, bati mi u centar. 0 poena mi u centar.
Sure would. See now, the rev round comes through, Global Army.
Bravo, bre.
Bravo, bre. U lobby, bre.
U lobby.
Evo, su umreli, posljednji umreli.
Bravo, Fuzi. Svojih usta u Božiju.
Tako je.
Sutra
protelo mi leg.
Ponedjeljak.
Evo, najlup farma bodovi.
Bilo bi dobro da ovi futbolisti malo manje farmaju bodovi. Mada nema, dvojica
oni treba umor.
On je dvojica. Fuzi baba vanga.
And that's another, I mean, factor that we haven't counted in too much, because we talked about how the GPT teams can mess up things for teams. What about the bottom teams with little to nothing to lose? Of course, again, there is PTC points in the line, so it's not that we should just go in and YOLO the rest of the games, but there is definitely
beži od question, Zono. Beži od question, Zono.
Tako je bre, Zonex.
Tako je bre, Zokice.
Ali nemaju third party. A imaju, možda i sad u third party.
Almost just playing for pride at this point.
Zoko moja, Zoko.
That gives you more of a sense of pride than wiping out one of the teams that's dominating the lobby as well. So they still continue to have that big target on their back, maybe for multiple reasons as well, not just from the teams that are close behind and looking to steal away the points, the rest of the lobby alongside them.
Jebo majku, ovaj će najlupa na bozdolju.
Pogodi najlup. Kako ga hoće najlupa da ga pogađaju svi. I ovo bi ga pogađao.
Izvrnu najlupa u kam nikre ni dođe.
This is the case where we saw the circle shift down towards question mark before. Because a lot of these fights haven't finished, question mark now is going to be one of those teams that are going to maybe find a hard time or have a hard time finding their entry to this circle.
Yeah. They're kind of running out of space, but they do still have the high ground to work, and if they do end up going west, thankfully the only team they will face is Na'Vi, once again, which, you know, it's not the best, but for now it does give them at least the freedom to into this fight between FaZe and Afterworld, and also Ascend, in classic Ascend style, who dropped over in Zdravo, found themselves entering the zone from the southeast, making the widest of all rounds so far in this lobby, and now they're looking to maybe contest against Question Mark for space, and they should know.
Ali zavisi kakav timing je i subot, da li poprilično su lošan spot.
Say for Question Mark, I mean, what better team to take out right now? I mean, obviously Foot would be the first one that's kind of happening.
Mićo,
they do go down, so that's already done for. So Question Mark, what better team to take out with both Savim and Foot fallen? That would be them. I mean, if not already guaranteed, definitely guaranteeing their spot if they could keep them at a 0-point game.
Gle gustoga što je čučno.
Slušaj. Slušaj sad.
Fajtaju
se. FaZe će pobije Hibaka. U međuvremenu će se pofajtaju Ace i QM. FaZe će se digne na njih. Da je third partija, mi na FaZe na leđa i očistimo sva 4 tima.
I was just gonna say they're about one military game away from 25 points, so
a trebalo bi tako biti, samo da ubodemo timing. A i nešto mi se iso krenuo više ka Entropiku i FaZe-u, nego kako Question Mark.
Hello, my bad. Peeks on over, loses his helmet.
Mada ne vidi vertika. Pa sve timing tu sad.
Yep, still just in. That just sounded like I was saying yep to what you were saying, but no, the team yep.
A gdje nam je Monarch?
Okay.
Ni to nije dobro da oni vjeruju. Gdje se oni nalazi?
Yep. Yep.
Koji? Monasi?
Is in the dip.
Da.
Still, they've been
Oni su
u trenčevu iza hol.
They've done a lot more damage than that
digit
would indicate, but again, it's such a wide open field that.
Ma daj nam zonu, bre!
A ne me sluša tebe, brate, ne me sluša tebe. Ja u zonu sam igraja kad vi nešto igrali PUBG.
Ti ispričao da će zona da ide gore na one kuće gore, da jedno vođe su sad.
Ne,
Tićulica Jones.
To su prvo uzeli, u prvu zonu su to uzeli.
To su uzeli, jel?
Da.
A nije Split bio?
Poslije su splitali, prvo su te kuće uzeli.
Yeah, the alternative is that you wrap west around and then just go straight into Na'Vi with pretty much nowhere to go after that. So you'd have to imagine that they got to take the fight here, but of course knowing that you're essentially, I mean, forced to become the team getting third party. It's not looking good, and none of them are finding anything.
Sad mora win, znači mora win.
Slightly on the throws, need to get maybe 5-10 meters further, and they might just trickle down into the bowl.
Fuzi!
Quite reach. And the long range sprays are coming in. It's Howl over the top of Yepa.
Vi pričate ko da je Question Mark drugi, a Ape treći. Pa jeste tako. Nije baš tako, gledaj. Twisted Mind je prvi, ali to se ne računa. Znači Question Mark i Sarven za sad prolaze dalje. Peti je FaZe, i oni ako uđu to isto se ne računa. Znači navijaš za FaZe, navijaš za Navi i za Twisted Mind. Sarven futbol ispali, ostao još Ace da ispane. I više im niko nije prijetnja sa ove tablice. A Ace ima prilično loš.
FaZe se fajta sa Question, mi smo se dignali i to je to. Ajde. Gledaj.
Mot! Pa to je to, Mićo!
Ja, Šmetkić mu fali.
But that's where James, I mean, that positions here, it works out perfectly and makes James look like a freaking genius for being sat there.
I ovo otvara sve.
Znaš zašto se igraju kvalifikacije? Zašto su ti ovo kvalifikacije za PGS 2? A svi zajedno na ovom leaderboardu skupljaju PGC poene. Malo pare.
Ajde, dižemo se sada.
To je bitno.
Joko još jednog, Mićo.
PGS je nebitno.
Mićo, jednog mora nokoš. Miko, to, diži se.
Diži se, Luke.
Nisam li rekao, sve sam predikto, sve.
Sve je predikto. Svaka čast.
Šalim se kada ja sam mapu.
He's not the last man standing. Revives have come through, so Mika will eventually find himself in a one.
Ja Fuzi taman pomislio da te pohvali tvoje PUBG znanje, on čituje. Ajmo.
Wrapping their way up this hillside, Mika looks out for a second, gets his eyebrows blown off, and goes back.
Luka i Ole.
Yeah, just hunkering down for now. Yeah,
Ajmo,
Lookarooks
Idealna zona, idealna zona.
They're looking for any sort of angles, but they're not seeing them, so FaZe does at least get the chance to get everyone back standing.
Ali sve se svi digneš.
Time to get heals off, maybe a different story, but good enough for now, and they're going to commit 3 players to beating up Mika. They do not want him to stab them in the back in the same way G's just did to QM.
If there is a time for
Ali samo da Nocna nema flash.
Ja, dosta jedan nog, brate. Dosta jedan nog da Jole poludi.
We've gotten rid of the top teams that are too far ahead right now to make this fun at all. And now
Tu preskačemo svaki tim koji može da ovo, razumiješ.
Nikad, meni PUBG nikad nije bio bolji, iako je ono, i dalje je to loše, ali znaš, ima pomaka. Sad imaš i Avengers, imaš odobrane.
Yeah, let's look at Entropic. Slightly less than 30 points needed to catch up to Sargon from this point. So let's say they get a 10-kill win. That's half the gap at least. It's going to have been closed. He has to try and dip and dodge and get out of the way. He's got a long way to go before he reaches that
Ide comeback Israel, guys. Comeback Israel.
From a full phase straight into a full ascend. I was just going to say, it's just a matter of what team gets the point.
Ali to Jole.
That's the better team to give it to.
Znamo ga da je Nocna.
Ajmo, Joli. Poludi, Joli. Uti, ne ida. Ovdje preživi ovo, matere ti Božije.
Tva će farmaju ovdje dva ovamo. Ivas će farma sad ovdje, ovi podebljavaju na FaZe. To je to. Li Monasi be pušuju.
A brate, Monasi pušaju. I to poprilično kvalitetno. I vas ne može da vidi ništa od ozgo. A nije nam baš dobro da Monarci pušaju i da uzmu killove clean. Treba budu flašani. Makar dvojice.
Opet pučite net na fiću.
Bravo Jovice! Jurice! Bravo Jurice!
On si ga i flaša.
I flaša ga. Ovo je idealno. Ovo je idealno.
Taman je pomoglo kome treba. Samo sad da se Navi digne malo brže. Da mi pričekamo. To! Navi da pričekamo. To! Fek se sam digne. Puck. Puck. Ne idu vi, braćo. Op, evo ti kupljena! Pa ćemo puknuti od Jureksija. Ja, pa puknemo ne idu rukove. Pola HP.
A vrate, zapravo ne iде na neki kamenčić 100%.
Ne, plava boli.
Ajde, Miću.
Plava boli. Mićo be.
Miće se bori s plavom.
Se sakrili ovdje.
Ide artiljerija. Ne, brate, pade uba. Pa jebo u krug. Dobro, zapravo sad je dobro da padne da nam ne ubiju Jovicu gore, da se ne dignu.
A evo ih, Hall sedi. Op!
Ajmo, Mićo!
Mićo, vidiš ga, Mićo. O, bomba. Ne u ruke.
Smrt. Gotovo, James pada. Ma idemo, bre!
Ajde!
Bjež sad nazad,
Ajde!
Bjež, Mićo!
Samo se dole spušti i dek se pofajtuju, mi uzimamo win, batice moj.
Ajmo, guys.
Pušte dole. A, 4 na 4.
Jo, a Luka kupi drop, level 3, boli glavica.
Jo, Melman gle što ima.
A ima i Luka, Hello 3.
Slušaj, ako vinamo bato, uzimamo navijeno mesto. Ako vinamo.
Ma Navi je nebitno.
Idemo na foot. Ako vinamo, idemo na foot, pa onda na FaZe, jo! Jednog nokujte, jednog.
Ajde, Jole, poludi. Znaš šta je dobra stvar, što se Navi nije digo, nije se uspio dići.
To sam ja sad gledao, da. I ne smrdi na tu stranu, zato što zna da smo...
Smrdice! Pa vinamo! Joj! Ode Skofa, koji da ga nikad bilo nije.
Imam isti klip kako ga Skofu obrćem samo sa M24.
Ovo se sve dešava Scofieldu Turskom, zašto je ukrao nick našem Scofi Diamonda, da znate. Sve se plaća, karma ga spičila. Ajmo, Mićo! Samo da ne prodam Mića sad, brate.
Pogledaj, ukupno možda imamo 8 pojena do kraja.
Artiljerija
To
stiže.
su ti 110 pojena.
Bravo Mićo, bravo Mićo.
Gurek zona malo. No, vi su malo pod pritisak žuti. Im je malo zona.
Malo ne smije umrdat.
Žuti su malo pod pritisak.
Zna se kako je Navi prošao zadnji put s Joletom. Ali s Joletom, ajde, Mića nije ništa uradio ni prošli put. Jole je poludio protiv Navija. Na pecu.
Evo ga, Ivas mora noka.
A mora Ivas, brate. Ajde, Juri C.
Mora Ivas.
Sve vidiš, Juri C.
Imaš ga Juri.
Ajmo Jole! Ma reši ga bre, Jole!
Dođi na triksaru bre. Još jedna trik...
Nema veze, tu Ivas i Luk.
Prepali se.
Luka,
trojka full. Dobar ne.
Kod je dobar ne. Malo dobar ne. Jel možda se diže Mića? Ne Mića, nego Uba. Jel mogu Ubu da dignu?
Mogu se.
Nemojte Ubu da dignete.
Diže ga.
Ajmo Ivas, nemoj Melmana pika Ivas. Po Boga znaš. Ajmo Ivas, ajmo Luka. Imate bolji spot. Malo vas je manje, ali nema veze. Luđi ste. 16 kilova su ovi ljudi naboli. Jebo mater su. Ajmo Luka, da vidimo šta ta groza može. Šta ta groza može. Dobre, prepao sam se ide na njega.
Jednog po jednog da ubija.
Dobre. Ma bravo, Jurice, bre!
Ti se pitaš, bre, Jurke.
Reši, bre, Aliju. Ajde da vas vidimo sad.
Ti Lukice 2. Ti Luka 2 pa resetujemo fight. Evo, full blind.
Smoke, bacimo smoke.
Može, Lukica 2. Ivas flaša, brate, odmah zna da treba.
Ajde, Jurice.
Prolazi smoke, malo problem što je imao kamenove.
Malo je zajebana situacija. Malo je zajebano s Luka, še nema smoke, ima li vas?
Malo ćemo... Ko je umio?
Uba, alo, Pa ne na stream, Uba, jebo majku svoju. Druže, Uba mislio da je to ne bilo.
Vidio si ga, Iva se! Vidio si ga.
To je mrtvo tijelo, bro.
For the most
Mrtvo
part, just a
tijelo.
couple of Molotovs that
mrtvo tijelo.
remain, maybe a
Ništa
smoke or
dobro.
two, and flashbangs that still don't get shown in the UI, so there could be 50 of them ready to go. There's the first of them.
Napeto je, braćo, treba nam win ko kruh.
Physical cover is there for Entropic.
Ovaj win,
Keep their
i
retinas
mi smo
safe
na Njičko,
from
bat.
the stun grenades.
Njičko znači
Na
pon.
ničko. Na ničko znači poni. Ajmo, Jurice, bolji si bre od njih. Razumiješ? Oni ne znaju igrat ako nemaju 400 pinga, vrat. Njih izjebalo ovo što su u Beograd, sad igraju na normalan ping. I vas dva molija. Al će da gori Uba. Uba na rošti.
Imali smoke, nema.
A još sam je zabare. Imate li još jedan shield da izvučete? Još najbolje auto nekako da su našli neko parkirali ovdje. Druže, napravili bunker ko Chelsea, jebote, da.
Jao, Luka ima play. Desno, Lukice. Full desno, Luka.
Usro se Navi,
Skroz
ljudi,
desno.
usro se
Živi
Navi.
ju.
Ajmo, Lukec.
Ovaj Navi igra kod da njima treba ovaj win, a ne na naši.
Usro se Navi, ljudi, sjebajte ih Luka na dobar dan. Rekli bi hejteri da pametno igra Navi, brate, zapravo su usrali.
Ne.
Iva se, pika Iva se!
Pomogni mu,
Pomozi!
A ne, vatra.
Jebe ti, da, bre. Rekli bi hejteri da Navi odigrao pametno, ali zapravo su usrali. 20 kilova, jebote.
20 ubistva i 10, 30 pojena, brat. 20 su bili.
Ljudi, ali ako je dobra stvar što iko drugi vinuo, to je dobro što je Navi vinuo.
Da, zato što su pozvani, ja.
Oni su pozvani, da. Idealno. Twisted i FaZe i Navi su pozvani, oni su svi tu neđe, brate. Ali, s druge strane je problem što nam trebaju bodovi. Koliko smo uzeli bodova? Uzeli smo 5-6 kilova prije nego što su krenuli u čišćenju. Oste Davi jebote život, je dobar, alo? Udavi se čovjek, bre, nas tri. Moramo zvat policiju. Hitno.
Izgubimo ovdje 8 pojena, brat.
Ljudi dali su sve od sebe, nema se šta zamjerit. Ove životinje su, jeb ga 20 kilova. Svaka čast. Ujebote život. Ovo nije zdravo. Jevi.
Spots one over the top, Sigma comes through, and now we welcome back Martin.
And welcome back to the PGS2 EMEA qualifiers disc here, guys. What an insane game. We're just talking about it. Navi needed the points here, Saga, and
da, do dragi prvaci svijeta, jebo majku. Pa koga će zva ako neš njih? Ali slažem se s tobom, da, to. Naprimjer, mene da su pozvali, ja bi uživo gospodin.
And once again, we asked before, it begs the question, when will we see Navi have their pop-off game and they prove to everyone how dominant they are?
U pički se od uzbuđenja ne mogu ja ovo da izdržim.
Yeah, Toby, you were asked before. I'm just waiting for the opposite side of that, you know, when Navi is able to pop off. And you got it right here, 30 points in just a single game.
That's absolutely insane. That's what we were talking about. Team FaZe claim over the last 3 games. Navi goes out and does it in one. That is huge.
Ne može se reći da nije zaslužen. Ali nama našto ništa ne remeti, nama je ekstra. Jebi ga. Uzimaju bodovi ovi što su invajta. Znaš, oni moraju da igraju ovo, zato što se svi zajedno, evo da pokažem zbog čega invajtane ekipe igraju i dalje, evo zbog ovoga. Znaš, zbog ovoga. Ovo je PGC tabela i svi se bore na kraju balade, ovo je najvažnije takmičenje i za ovo se svi bore. Mi smo na 8. mjestu 370 poena, znači nama treba na pecu i na ovom PGS četvrta pozicija da bismo uzeli 400 i 550 poena da bi izdali. Recimo, otprilike, sad po nekim kalkulacijama. Zato svi ovi igraju. Navi 320, ovi su već prošli. I ko je? I Jedi je FaZe. I ovi FaZe tu. To je problem. To je problem. Koliko je dobro što svi ovi timovi sad uzimaju bodove, jer smo bliži da se kvalifikujemo na PGS. Toliko je loše za PGC poene.
Entropic knows that they need to go out and maximize. They know that they need to get the most out of this game possible, especially with just 2 games to follow. They aren't gonna get games where circles favor them this massively. They push up the hill, they engage on base, they kind of force everyone down into the slaughterhouse that is Na'Vi. So thank you, Entropic, I suppose, if you're a Na'Vi fan. And then in the end, when they can't get the flushes in the first 2, they actually come out and get the first knock in the fight against Na'Vi. But when they get to reset,
druga strana je medalje što realno organizacije su te koje drže igru u životu. Ja se slažem. Ja bi sve to dao kroz kvalifikaciju. Dao bi prvacima, znači ko osvoji da imaš invite za neku fazu. I to je to, ovi ostali kroz kvalije.
Entropic doing all the damage that they were doing to FaZe, the other GPT team who is lacking GPTC points as well. That is, again,
ništa to ne remeti ove ostale.
They are being very greedy boys today.
Par godina.
They are indeed. As you see here, 30 points going Navi's way.
14 bodova smo uzeli, to je dobra stvar. 14, vidimo dalje. Question mark uzeli 3 boda. Ali oni su na manje biti, pošto su oni realno probili. Sarve nije uzeo nijedan bod. 103, 122, tu smo. Tu smo. 19 poena razlike. Treba nam još jedan dobar game. Realno treba nam još 2 dobra game. Ali još jedan ovakav tu, 14-15 poena. poena. I onda da su u trećem meču koljevi. Oni su pojebali s tim menima turnira, ne znam se kopi, pa brate, zamisli, slažem se milion posto. Znači imaš PUBG Global Series, imaš PUBG Global Championship. Ok, ima smisla i jedno i drugo, ali jebao mater svoju nazovi na različito. Bukvalno se ljudi gube, znači ti moraš budeš u ovome skroz da bi znao koji turnir šta nosi, koji će se dobijaju koji bodovi. Zašto se oni kvalifikuju sad, ne? Katastrofa. Slažem se potpuno. Još dva meča, još dva meča. Još dva je Rangela. Treba da budemo Krist je prvi, znači treći treba budemo da bi se kvalifikovali direktno na PGS 2, a moramo da budemo top 4 da bismo skupili poene, što više poena za PGC. Sad po bodovima, realno, ne možemo prestići question mark, da se ne lažemo, treba nam 2 vina, da oni ne rade ništa. Možemo da prestignemo s Armem, eSports, opet nam treba da oni makar jedan game ne rade ništa, mi da imamo 2 dobra. Znači, jebi ga, došli su u fazu u kojoj se zavisi od drugih timova, ali da je nemoguće. Nije, može se. Može se. I dalje je sve njihove rukama. I sutra se igra Gabi, ne igra se sutra, Gabi. Ne mogu da mijenjaju pravila od turnira do turnira, evo da ti pokažem. Nema šans. Znači ideš Tournaments, ideš Search, ideš Global Series, Global Series, evo ga. Jedan, koliko mečeva ima? Day 3, match 6 je posljednji meč. Ne može, znači ne mogu oni da promijene mid turnir pravila. To Kinezi imaju 4 dana, a i ostali imaju 3 dana. Pa znam, to pričam, Kinezi imaju 4 dana, ovi imaju 3 dana.
10 pičke stigao Zdravko Čolić.
Veliki pozdrav. 10 ribice stigao Akvarijum.
Ko nije verovo, odmah neka napusti kuću velikog brata.
Gledajte pitanje, brat. Ali prvo za lavu koju stresu razdoloži.
Ako malo razmisliš, bolje je manje gejma. A sad mi što smo došli dotle da ni treba poviše gejma, to je drugo nešto.
Ja da se pitam, igrala bi se 24 gejma minimum.
Ja da se pitam dok se prođe tropik.
Najbolje bi bilo poslije prvog dana da su prekinuli. Gledajte, što više gameova, to manje RNG-a, to ekipe bolje prolaze. Znači u tom trenutku na veći procent, na više gameova, prosto kvalitetnije ekipe i najbolje ekipe u tom momentu isplivaju. Manje gameova, više RNG-a, za lošije ekipe je to bolje. Jer kako što više mečeva igrani će sve lošiji biti. Zato sve ove kvalifikacije koje se igraju na 6 mečeva i jedan dan je golo se radi, razumijete?
Da, kvale bi mogli se poveći, ali main stage ne mora, to je dovoljno.
We're saying farewell to BP and introducing arcade points, or AP, as the new reward system. Time spent playing now harvests AP, which can be used to claim rewards.
Šta je ovo?
Additionally, with the end of match page, you will now be informed about your arcade
šta, koje? Ovo će biti dobro, vrati.
Što priča, da, o čemu priča?
Pa, ja kako sam skonto, ovom Igor slao prije par dana, ili jučer, ne znam kam je poslao. I kako sam skonto, kao neki search and destroy u tom fazonu je mod. Bit će zanimljivo, možemo probati.
Što će bude?
Kao search and destroy, ono neki arcade mod.
And foster a positive gaming environment. The higher your reputation, the stronger rewards. Check out your reputation level and corresponding rewards on your career overview page.
A na ranked može li da se roka? A glupovo, kad te reporti dobiješ minus, to je retardirano.
including an upgraded report function that enables more comprehensive reporting of in-game misconduct, advertisements, and cheating, with an edit feature of detailed text input. Lastly, there are 10 exciting new areas added to Intense Battle Royale. Be sure to visit the patch notes for a complete rundown. And we'll see you on the battlefields.
Google PUBG patch notes. 24,2, a?
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
12. jul.
You can do it.
Za 3 dana je.
Sad za 3 dana. Kako mi se sviđa ovo.
Taj update.
Fuzi, jesi vidio Razer PUBG collab? Tastaturu sa mapom.
Video sam kod senzori i čubora.
Meni je tastatura
Ima
najbolja.
repair kit ubacili?
Gdje, u Ranked?
Pa ne, reworkovali su.
A brate, sluške dobro izgledaju, ali su sranje, ono, znači, ne bi nikak kupio. Miš, brutalan. Znači, predobro izgleda miš, ali gledajte tastaturu, koliko je dobro. Boleština, boleština.
A ovo je samo za arcade ubacili, be.
Za arcade samo, da.
Da, poen. Bravo, sad možda lajkuješ time i tako dobro digri, to je bravo.
Da i komentar.
Da.
Oni su odmah splitali od prve zone. Nisu igrali nikad sva četvorica na ovom istokama.
Oh yeah, one of the biggest numbers in the kills column for sure. 20 on the board as well.
Znači, dobili smo sve ovaj meč. Dobro je, 15 pojena. Još ovaka 2 i na koji smo.
Bearing in mind where they were positioned by the end of day 1, it's been a massive turnaround. It's completely forgotten about. They've had 110 points since then, and we've played 11 games. It's massive.
Yeah, it's crazy to see from them that puts them in 4th place here, and that is very needed for their PTC point standing, Toby.
Yeah, and it really just, I mean, for the sake of everyone else in the server, adds a whole other level of threat. Because yes, we know Na'Vi is a dangerous team, but a warm Na'Vi is as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than anyone else. And if they have all of a sudden a threat to you and trying to claim those last couple points to qualify through the PGS2 as well, a warm Na'Vi that aren't necessarily nervous of not qualifying through the PGS2, because they will be there.
A da te odvede ovaj tvoj drug Danilo, vete tamo da mu poližeš jaja.
No, it could end up being, you know, the fourth and fifth team going to PGS2 here. And it's not happening with Question Mark though, Saga, because they're currently in 150 points with 2 games to go.
Nemam, stvarno ništa nemam protiv.
The only team that's of the same caliber seemingly is Twisted Minds.
Još u Beograd, razumeš, plaćaju porez na našu državu.
That is the team that's competing for them.
I na nekog stan od 1500 eura.
S obzirom da su došli iz Kijeva, ne me čudilo mi njima nešto plaćamo.
No doubt they will be contributing heavily in the final two.
Right, and Savim 122 points right now. That would be the second team qualifying if we were to end the games after this one here, or after the one we just played. But we got 2 more, Toby. 11 points down to Foot and 19 points down to Entropic. And now Ascent even further away, 21 points. Can any of these teams make it, do you think?
I think yes. Some of them. I mean, you just get 20 kills in one game, do that twice, and you're all of a sudden looking pretty good. No, I mean, in truth talk, there is definitely a chance for Savim to get pushed up. I kind of got both of my scenarios in the same game. Savim getting 1 point. On the flip side of that, Na'Vi getting 30. We'll see if there's any sort of repeat in that coming up. But if Savim cannot get back up on the horse after that 1-point game there, where they were kind of all over the place, I don't think they're going to qualify.
That's the Toby coin flip, right? The one side of the coin is Na'Vi popping off, the other side is Savim, and you've been popping.
Just landed on the edge.
You've been popping Savim all the time so far, and now, yeah, it's good to see here, obviously, that they're able to step it up here in Na'Vi, but Savim slowing down a little bit makes it a whole lot interesting for all the other teams and for everyone out there watching Saga.
It does, and in a sense, I'm glad because again, we do want the final game to actually matter. That's always nice. And so far, it has looked that way, and it looks like it may just matter quite a lot, especially if we do end up seeing Entropic and Ascend have a good game and another subpar game for Savim. You know, 1 or 2 points picked up, and if Foot can start stacking them up, it does also mean though that I am back below 1000th place in Fantasy, so that's not ideal. But you know what? It's fine. We're not even partnered with Twire Fantasy for the qualifiers, so we don't even need to talk about it, guys. It's fine.
No, it's completely fine. And we're happy to see another circle here, Topi, that we're able to get prison. So let's hope that this variety
Zona gatka.
More games to go on Wrangle, guys. This is the
Ja, ne mogu da ripnemo, ali imamo gatkicu.
Go to Riyadh. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much as we take to the sky once again. A very military promising plane if we were to do statistics on this one, which would have Ascent fans cheering, but of course no guarantees. Yeah, I mean, I don't fault them for it, not gonna lie. I was just gonna say, if previous games are anything to go by, half the server should be out the plane by now. Which is
Damire, kad staviš ako staviš DX12 u PUBG ili radi ili nešto nisam dobro razumio. Jel ima uopšte DX12? Ima DX12 u PUBG.
In the past couple of days, obviously no major surprise to see that teams like Question Mark aren't going to fully commit because they're one of the few teams that is totally really fine if it's a military island game, and that's a big part of why they've been doing so well up until this point.
Hello.
If
North Zona,
how the rest of today has gone, it has been one of the biggest earners. And actually a big thing that has sort of flown under the radar a little bit for Question Mark is
Jel ti nagađaš ili meni kasni?
With you on the ferry because they are one of the teams that does quite often
Brate,
use the
nemoj
ferry
nagledaš
for rotations, and when they don't,
nema
they take
spoilanja.
boats around the southern side and then they get caught out because they've got no vehicles with them. So being able to keep them is very nice should the zone go there.
Pa ne znam gdje šta gledaš.
Sure, and well, we see now as everyone gets down on the ground. A couple of seconds more to go until this first circle pops, and Hop dropping Wu all the other way around. I think it's actually Wu Hop dropping DA this time around, just because Nixie couldn't really get far enough to get away. Revolver versus Shotgun. We'll see who comes up victorious now. Revolver versus 2 Shotguns, exactly optimal either. Circle, pretty straightforward.
DA,
DA loop.
Giving him the runaround, hopped out of the window as Metralius was looking to push with an actually functional weapon. Slightly better than the revolver, no matter what.
Rokice! To li je tobat? Da, vidim go tu tvenicu, već go vidim da si go dobro napravio.
Metralius holding the angle, no helmet for Ibi though, so that was
bravo, Rokić.
Punching the window.
Kako ga je izjebo s ovim prozorom?
A što mu uradi ne pogleda? Legna. Hvala si živ zdrav, a?
Drop shotted anyway. Nixie is pretty damn good at this game.
Zašto?
Nixie doktor, bukvalno doktor.
I feel like that was a mega bait. I know that they were going to push regardless, and the way that he jumped in looked like that was intentional, but the punch out the window and the turnaround, it looked from an observer's perspective, it looked like a pretty wise play. But in the end, Nixie was there to save the day.
Yeah, and it's actually something that I've thought about before, and for my second APAC reference of the day, if this was APAC, taking the splits that DA take when they loot Rozhawk, J Compound, Gardens, Ruins sometimes, dude, you're getting hard breached every single game if that's what you're trying to do. But here it's kind of okay for the most part, but there's always been that sort of thought in the back of my mind that somebody might just punish this, and whether it was intentional or not, whether it was just purely the case that Wu weren't able to stretch far enough to grab vehicles, it has gone punished, and again, that is bad news for DA.
Entropic on the screen right now is where our eyes are gonna be alongside Ascent and
ujebem ti sarvem, on je lutao
for those of you guys who are tuning in late and wondering why I'm not talking about Twisted Minds Navi.
Naši jeličo prave decu, bat. Prave decu. Zebam se. Malo smo ciju malo, ali ne zadugo.
To PTS2 and Sabim and Question Mark are the ones with the spots right now.
Ali uzeli smo prosek, u 3 gema rekao sam po 15 poena i dovoljno. Znači uzeli smo 15 boja na prošli game, sad će uzmemo 15 i onda će imamo 120. To će bude top 4 i posljednji game borba. Posljednji game hodropamo Sarvem. To je dogovor sa Discorda. Kao ono dogovor sa iz ove dogovor iz slučajnice. Znači Sarvem hodropamo mi i još jedna ekipa.
I futbolist.
What do we do? It's 4.5 minutes and we're still here, guys. Are we supposed to be driving now?
I don't know how to do this. Yeah, exactly. I've never been in a place this long before. Yeah, true. We'll see if anything changes. Beam in the meantime. The DPS Bolt Action Cup. What? Who comes up on this hillside with no opponents around? Literally has 3 frames to spot a guy, just jumps out of a car, turns around. That is head on a swivel driving. Is he just, I was gonna say, putting his mouse sensitivity to like 200 and just spins the mouse like a crazy person while driving?
No, he's just an ultra-wide monitor gamer with like 12 graphics cards to support
the curved monitor, like TV screen, that's gotta be it. FOV at 200.
Mico, pogledaj penu, kako ga je napravio.
That was a pretty insane quick peek and can't really fault.
Ne, ali gledaj kako izgleda ovaj pen.
for trying to hide there, because I think 9 out of 10 times he would have gone unnoticed.
Yeah, but it's also, I suppose, a slightly understated part of that pull-up, and not only the fact that Alias saw it, but the fact that he positioned his vehicle perfectly so that when he hops out, he was behind the tree.
Ko je rekao to? Ima 5 eura od mene.
Have we seen somebody get out on the car and they just pop out on the wrong side, or they're just on top of a rock and they just get completely gone?
Ko je rekao ide čik?
Really nice control in all aspects.
Bravo, daj PayPal, šalji ovo. Šalji PayPal, bato. Dobio si na giveaway.
Yeah, indeed they are. And there is actually a situation where, again, we're not going to see both Navi and FaZe surpass question mark.
The fact
that it's going to be 2nd and 5th to qualify and then
nema drugara, vrati ide beo je. Misliš da to slučajno?
Pretty insane. Oof, that's a
Car's health gone, not
Pa
ideal.
da.
And surprisingly, barely any for him.
Yeah.
Seems more sustainable than a car confirmed.
Yeah, just a good crumple zone.
Sustainable, I meant durable.
Friend's an engineer, so I know some words.
Oh yeah, horsepower.
Gdje sam se utepao, jala brat?
Yes,
I mean, you are budget, James, so you need to know something.
Yeah, of course. Labigate, what colour is your...
yeah, my bike is
What colour is your McLaren?
Yeah, thank you. Go back to the fight. At hand, again, not a fight that's really gonna amount to much in the grand scheme of things. Bottom 2 teams fighting one another. It does happen ever so often that in the end, you know, trying to see where they can get. The issue for Exalt in all of this, while in this they are currently set at over 1,000 PGC points. They're set in 3rd. Right now, if it were to end this year of play, right now, Exalt would go to PGC as a
Gruja, zato što si dobar čovjek, 10 eura za tebe.
And stop okaying me. It's really important what I'm saying here. What I'm trying to say with it is, if they just keep kind of messing around with this and not try and claim as many points as they can for the last couple of games, they might not get anything out of this this one. They're gonna get 20 points off of this, and then I don't think that 1,020 points is going to be enough, especially looking at how many teams up in the top that needed the points that are currently looking to get them.
So we're sandbagging to hide the strats, is what we're saying for Exalt, because they're comfortable and confident that when it comes around to PEC, they'll do enough.
Oh, that's what it is. And in the midst of Exalt falling apart, Navi, the ones to pull up on, and to go back to my point from just before, this is probably the one team you don't want to be giving those points to, because they are very much looking to claim any and all PGC points off of you that they can.
It's very different situations. For a team like Foot,
Ma Peki, nemoj da boksuziraš, imamo vremena.
A team like Exalt, giving Navi points,
plus još jedan turnir.
Exalt has no chance of making it towards the qualification slots anyway.
Ne morate oduzmem 5 eura.
The fact that Navi is already invited is completely irrelevant. It's all just about stacking up the PGC points, which Exalt does have a major head start on coming into this event, but that is Definitely no longer the case, and now
Jao, kako dobro miriše ovaj parfem, nešto mi je dao, brate.
And it looks like they might just get the overtake very soon.
It's almost as if they know where he is. And with the amount of damage coming through now, again, as long as Na'Vi can do this without taking the casualties, which they can, they should be all right. So Na'Vi, as you said it, a hot Na'Vi is a dangerous Na'Vi, and right now at 123 into top 3 territory, they're looking as dangerous as ever.
Jebo majku Navićevina.
Dangerous pull up for Klim as well.
Či igramo li ranke?
Brate, 7 puta smo pitao to.
Pa nisi mi ništa odgovorio.
Jesam svaki put.
Pa mutiran se možda bio glupčo.
O, ne ide.
It's just sent the car flying, but crucially took Klim down. Now the re-breach is coming through before the full regroup, but it doesn't matter because it's Scav and Vascu, the two that have been contributing for Monarch. And it's too much for after all.
A lot of damage coming through there, and as you said, I mean,
gle Jurice što ide po čazmi kill.
A jebote, towards the east we go. Interesting. Wu DA Twisted Minds.
Igramo li ranke?
Howl blessed with
Ne smaraj me retardi.
Pa nisi mi ni jednom odgovorio.
Svaki put je odgovorio.
Pa šta?
A hoćemo. I kada ćemo
Aj, aj ulaž.
Pa nećemo sa igra lanke.
Right,
Kak si to fan?
party angles and foot up on Everest as well. They're trying to contribute as well. So whoever comes out of this fight is going to be under line of fire. There's going to be destruction between the two. A post-mortem grenade from Tobacco takes Moses down.
A ne, seri.
Okay,
Pa kuda se voziš? Crni ovice. Nije mu Ivas dao info, brać. Ivas stoji 5 minuta, Narit pokušava kill da ukrade i nije mu javio. Najbolje Ivas prodao, nije najbolje.
That's when he knew. Exactly. There is still
Duliću, ne mora ga vadiš, Duliću.
Lepo mi je.
Ma Polish Power se raspao, ne igraju. Mislim, pokušao je turnira se kvalificirao. Slav. Nema ništa stava. North od Rožok, zona na naši, vinamo, GG. Ranke doći. Imamo li još nekog?
Šta će nam
claim as much space as you like. It's more than likely shifting back south, unless we do see back-to-back northern hard shifts, but unlikely. But they should be okay to at least cross into Rose and try to play from there.
See, Yepa setting the fort up, preparing for the onslaught ahead.
Jao, gle moja braća, brate, gle moj lavčiki igruje i dado. Lavčiki moji, bravo.
There you go. We're building a wall.
Niksi da zameni Ivasa, nemojte to! To spuda samo ne na ovaj stream, to vas molim. Znači, Juricu ne može Tito lično zamijeniti.
Before they become irrelevant when mortars are added. So make the
A
most of
da je Niksi za njih, igrač igrao bi umjesto Meksi.
Once again, they did it in the previous game, but this time there's far less teams making full sends around them.
Niksi je brutalan frager, mehaničar, ali nije to nešto što treba entropiku. Imaju najlup.
Really for a zone that favors them.
Najlup u njima trebaju mozgići.
Ne, ovaj je super line-up, verujem. Znači, ovaj turnir je super odigran, sljedeći će bude još bolji i onda... Aj, banuj ga, brate, ovog dečka. I sljedeći turnir smo najbolji. Fale ni players. A Dulić.
Zašto, brate?
Za ranket.
Vidjet ćemo kad se završi. A još jednom pita i izađe skoro.
I guess that's what you get for PMing your way up towards the compound.
Yeah, well, T-Bone not looking to mess around. Why would
Ta je
you
dobra,
in
da
the
ću ga
position that they're
zapišem.
in? I'll take the 3 point. If a dude
Ovo je najjači
is
sastav
going
Entropika što smo
then
tiče.
T-Bone will mark his
A i vas ne može niko zamijeniti. I vas ne prinosi na drugom nivou.
Brate,
Hard worker.
na PGC smo otišli tako što smo osvojili ovaj, kako se zvao tad? Ne, onaj kurac smo osvojili.
PCS.
PCS, da, ja te razumijem, PGS, izvini. PCS, znači osvajamo 500, je to za mene, za ovo i onda direkt talaba. Znači 500 osvojiš, brate, te će ima i itemi da se kupuju i sve, razumeš, to je to.
quite difficult. Yeah,
Gdje je zona?
and the current zone shift to well, Foot has basically been given the option of either going to ruins, which is a pretty annoying place to try and camp when there's so many angles, or if they really wanted to, they could try and camp around north and split up on the other side.
We know it's going to hard shift towards the southeast, and then as I say that it goes straight north because weird water rules around Atlantis or Watertown, but we'll see. It should hard shift down towards school, towards southeast. Foot would be the team furthest away from this circle. Really, that's how they've been playing this tournament so far. Just, if not always, then very oftentimes very far away from where these circles are going. Set that center. It's a good position on the map, but it's also a 1-8 kills all type of dip to sit in.
Yeah, there was a big highlight reel play for Savum in a dip just to the northwest of here, about 100 meters or so away, where basically that's exactly what they did. They just tossed a couple of grenades in. I think it was Entropic that was on the receiving end of a squad wipe. And if any of the teams out from Rozhok, I mean, Entropic could very well be the team that looks to get on the other side of that ridge and can do
or
even this.
Or even that. Question mark, where are we going? Again, pretty much qualified already, or guaranteed to be qualified, pretty much top 2 guaranteed as well. Where are we flying? Whose day are we making hell?
Ja ne streamam. Pa vi niste upućeni u moj život uopšte.
Ste potpuno isključeni.
He's definitely been
makes sense.
Yeah, he's been talking about how annoying and difficult it is to spot the players that are
Uzi je prvi TikTok Srbije. TikToker.
Man, i kada ovaj tim je mnogo dobar. Što niko ne veruje ovaj tim, brat? Mislim u Meksi, ja. Like stvarno dobar igrač.
Zato što ljudi sad hejtuju, zato što nisu prvi, znaš, ali se zaboravljaju da je Entropic igrao zadnjih, prije nego što je Meksi došao, najgori PUBG ikada. Znači, momci se raspadali. Došlo je do tačke zasićenja sa tim line-upom. Doće i dove i sa ovim mislim. Ste zaboravili kako su oni igrali zadnjih par mjeseci?
Jao, teo sam nešto da kažem sad, ali neću,
is in this 2-2 split, and at least for now, you can sit tight again. Yeah, smart play here, smoke off the.
Ajmo nečemu drugom. Dole ćeš Ranked.
Just lurk for the next 10 seconds.
Not sure how much of this was actually scouted information. This is just checking odds and saying, okay, well, Twisted Mind's in this sort of zone.
Ide na nas, shift mora. Ili ne mora, boli vas kut.
Boli te kura.
Very solid IGLing decision from Brix to bring the boys here, and maybe surprising that they all made it in one piece, or well, we'll see how long that lasts, as Smero has 4 grenades upon the roof and 59 damage from the first one might just send Chris to the opposite side.
Normalno zvone, ani
evo na zvočka je.
Nije Kube loš igrač, pa su ga zato zamijenili.
Mića, Laki, Mića. Dole Peca ne hejtuje, nego
ne govorim ja za Pecu, čitao sam ja ne znam šta je Peca napisao.
Nemoj sad ovo da pišete, što Dulke nema ruke. Zato što prelazi u ovi in-game lideri, pa mora malo da izgubi skill.
To je tačno. Da ne minja, ništa ne minja.
Ja, će odlepljivati nosi sve. Ete ti, dobio sam nešto na stream, čim sam rekao da streamujem. Hvala vam, ljubim vas. Ljubim vas, bratić. U prknu. Na TikTok mi fali još 100 čoveka i imam 1000 za stream. Pa će radim challenge i će se šišam na čelo. Nemam, sve sam sound izgubio, znači niste svjesni koliko mi krivo zbog toga, nego moram Snash da ga aktiviram, nego Snash više nije tu, taj fazon prešao u pederi, vrati. Ne mogu više ga aktiviram za takvi soundovi. Neće bude prijetno ako bude stvarno to.
Making a secret of their location just on the other side of this ridge. They were putting some shots in towards Yepa as they were trying to stop Ascend from making their play into the compound.
Tapkajte, tapkajte me po guzi.
Tap, share.
Ćao, braćo, hvala što me Dulik reklamirao. 2 subscribera, 200 dinara, molim lepo.
Ojo!
Fuzi 100 dinara je moj.
Deny some vision, smart play here, forcing Keanu off.
Ne be, vikam ti, za tebe 200, sve za tebe.
Fun idea though. Send it through the open.
I ne be, samo treba 1000 subscribera. Bacite lava, a stvarno nisam ispratio, ali znam da lav je valjda mnogo skup. I lav i onaj labud, i kad ti stavi onu kapu. Da.
They're taking their time, but that might come to bite them. Now they are inside the circle, so at least that time won't, or the pressure won't be eminent any longer. But as you were saying, Howl did push on over Matt for the first one. Yep, Uber down with low HP, staying alive. But the issue is Mel can't really see any of them. His position ain't helping out a whole lot.
Ooh, the nade didn't quite get the bounce it needed. That would have landed right.
Ja lajvam sa Nunaricu. Ave, nije mi stao ceo naslov, brate, nemoj me hejtujte sad. Toliko je bila razlika to. BGS 20 pojena i trebalo je da piše ja verujem. Ali nije bilo mesta, nije telo mi se postaviti. Tako ostalo.
Got enough of it, don't want to stick around any longer. They're going to wrap west, take the fight to the open fields. As nades are traded back and forth in the distance.
Dobre, gdje nam je najlup?
Ajde tu vidi ko s kim bije, kom idemo u third party priče.
Mi umiramo sad, bad.
Nisam očekivao taj odgovor.
A mnogo se smijem, mora se razočaram. I to vidim da u QM ću udarimo i ću buginem. Već vidim. Zašto čitam više Dulikov chat, pa nam u moj nema ništa da piše. Ave, gledaj kvizine nakit. I to je pokušao Mixi, on fu da pređe.
They wanted to suppress Monarch and allow themselves to get the cross on over, but Wu is being allowed, I suppose.
Jedino ovo moje dete mi pričao da sam kralj, ti si moje sinč. Uzeo sam to Duliku, usvojen si.
Not exactly making things any easier for them.
The struggle. They opted not to take the push. Yeah,
they're going to continue to the circle.
They're going to pull up on someone. It looks like getting up close and personal to Yepa, maybe. Actually, DA is doing damage from the north into foot, so buying some time for this position to be survivable for now. But it's going to have to be
kratak moli za malo.
And Yepa, if they have grenades, just buy themselves a little bit more.
They do smoke
everything up.
Something happening. Position. Ascent is in the buildings on the southeast side as well. Could become an impact here in this fight to come.
Oh, big grenades. I knew it was going to happen eventually. Savo playing in the dip, question mark just on the other side. Had to just toss 2 grenades over. It is huge for eSports. Oh man, they're just getting farmed somewhat. 80 going down from the zone on the opposite side.
Mada umreo je Sarem kad i mi realno. I sad Foot će umre i sve ostaje u zadnji game.
Sad Foot kad bi umro, a
mislim, pa evo umire.
Foot umro, ne umro, sve ostaje u zadnji game. Ljudi,
koliko treba? 18 poena, brate. 20
poena. Kontestamo Sarvem i vinamo meč.
Kontestamo Sarvem i donira nam se ovaj... Da, Wu. Važi. I dalje me svi mrze što sam ga psovao Nixija. Kad je udario naš.
It's a 1-point game for Entropic. There has been minimal movement.
This is the best case scenario for Sarvem. They fall without anything. And Foot and
best case scenario for Sarvem. A mi to kažemo za Entropic.
Really have a lot they can claim off of this. And so far, they're in a very good position to do exactly that. Brexco is a bit off on the
side. Da možda stić.
All 4 alive and a good chance to make something happen in this game.
And thankfully for them, Twisted Minds
naši su sjebali game, ali realno ništa se nije promijenilo. I dalje mogu da
neka. Confined space of the warehouse. It's given them the chance to push forwards and start getting the backstab in as Yep was looking to set up a defensive line. Monarch is no longer under the grenade pressure of QM that they were initially, so they have a chance. Try and catch DA on the cross, but the spray doesn't quite.
Ja sam srećena.
Now, Twisted Minds is forced to make the move eventually. Where do they go? Are the trees for cover going to be what you're going to play with? Are you going to full speed send it all the way up towards...
Lele, i like si mi dao, bate, i like, a ono mene mu bagovalo, ništa mi ne stiže, be. Ja imam 10 gledalca, mislim imam jednog, sve vreme. Realno nisi trebao da hejtaš Nixija, brate, ja sam mnogo pravedna osoba, znači ako je neko nepravedan...
Brate, realno je Nixi odradio klošarski potez, ali isto tako si ti prećerao s prozivkama.
Pa dokle be, ti me nisi ni znao, be. Ti me nisi ni znao, be. Gledao si stream, pa da sam bio popularan, ima ja sam po 150 gledalca.
Pa dobro, ali gledao sam stream. Realno je Nixi napravio klošarski potez, ali i ti si isto tako. Nisi trebao da ga sliš.
Znaš li tu ko je najdeblji kraj izvuku?
Ko?
Strš.
Ko Strš? Kak Strš?
Pa dobi ban od Discord. Dobro, ali on stvarno psovao mi majku i brata i tetku i sestru, sve. Da, baš si spao seljaka. Ti ako psuješ njega kao psuješ sve ostale. Ima, ne znam da li je tu, kao mi smo jedno, ne znam da li je tu ili Nodi ili Pačo, neko od ovu decu snimao je sve. Ja ćutim i ne verujem, smijem se, znaš nije mi dobro. Ali dobro, pravda je zadovoljena u svakom smislu. I Entropik je prošao i bio na PGC i sve.
Brate, Twisted Minds je uzeo svaku zonu, pobio sve ispred sebe. Svaki put pomislim nemaju gdje da uđu i oni uđu i ubiju tim koji gejta. Toliko su dobri, toliko su dobri.
Ovaj game je bila naša šansa, brate.
90 sprays, again, you would expect SMGs over this sort of distance to be a liability, but they're far from.
Bila prodali. Opet je question mark uzeo rupu ispred nas.
Ma nema to veze, nego i najlupa smo izgubili bez veze.
A dobro, da. Ja ti question mark.
Question mark ima onu prethodnu rupu okrenuta prema njoj.
Pa to ti kažem, Fuzi, tu da smo i mi imali nju.
Umreli bi sad od DA.
A dobro, ali odjeli bi koliko question mark uzeo?
10, 5, 6 poja.
Plus top 4.
7.
A wild run.
Pravo si, i posle ne bi morali 15 da jurimo nego manje.
Mi je to radimo konstantno. Igramo ivicu i onda kad dobijemo 7 shiftova, da uzmemo 15 pojena, kada dobijemo, ne uzmemo nijedno.
Ma dobro, za koga ti navijaš?
Ja za naš.
Lajkuj mi short što je izašao danas. Znaš što? Mora igramo PUBG, brate, nemam više za YouTube content. Za TikTok imam. Ali TikTok ne razumem. Imam posljednja 5 videa koji su po 10, 15, 20 hiljade pregleda i onda sljedeća 2 su po 1502.
Rough one in between what was a good Tego performance and now again it might be too little too late to have any real impact of anything other than an extra sort of 25 30 PGS points,
which could be the deciding factor in whether or not they make it through, depending of course on how the next event goes for them. But a big game here for DA if they come out and win this. 2 more points, an additional 4, that's 6 points. They're going up to 105 and sit in 7th.
Dobro je Laki jebao majku, tamo sam pomislio da se ništa ne desi. Da ću moći miro gleda bez precanja. Hvala puno želije.
It really is a 6-horse race then.
But they do still have a 10-point buffer, and as you say,
odmah mu stiže to obaveštenje da dobije neku locu.
They've had a stinky game, so has everyone else.
It's a 6-horse race where they get to start 200 meters in front.
As long as they don't shoot their own horse, then they've got a very good chance.
There is that.
Za PGC poene ne valja da DA vina meč.
Going to close in, everyone's already inside.
A generalno je nebitno.
The two DA players sat together.
Mislim za ovo.
Boo and Nixie as far apart almost as they can get in this one. Nixie's position is still yet to be revealed, as he does have a bit of a rich line to work with, but Quizzy is looking for info. I think it's clear to see here that Quizzy is trying to bait the attention, force a move from DA, and that's when Quizzy is going to peek on over from a distance. The most important thing is that neither of them can get knocked in. Now, Quizzy peeks on up. Spots 1, spots 2.
Good info. He has a 4x on the AUG as well if he wants to go for the hero spray. 5 kills on the board.
Lazari!
Love that little bit of extra cover, but yeah, he has a whole ridge that they're using for cover, and they may just have spotted out that folded shield.
To je za 2 subscribera, jel Fuzi?
Da, 200 dinara. Samo Batulin nikom ne ostaje dužan.
Either you kill him early or you play on the other side of the hill. Right now, the fact that they're wrapping right around, instantly I saw them wrap both.
Ljudi, Food Live-a, svi kod njega.
And I was like, this is the smartest thing, because that's going to effectively, at least to some extent,
70 dinara provizija.
the competition. Of course, there's going to be a time where they're going to peek on over, and then they'll see him. But up until that point, try and separate this fight as much as you can. Try and make it 2-1 favor. But with how they're positioned now on the hill, it's very.
Znate, još dva, gledaj link. Dobro. Čima za ovoj? Za pljeskavicu kod paku pras. Nešto si mi poznat, Ragnare. Nešto si mi
veliki poznat Ragnara od Ragnara u ovom priliku.
Ma ide bre, Nixa bre.
They gotta get it fast if they want to separate this fight into two individual ones. From a Quizzy, he has to wait to be in a position from where Nixie can apply suppressive fire. Only boosters working for Nixie now. He has taken some damage, and now nothing he can do as DA finds the first.
Picked up the shield, he didn't have it deployed in time. Lyron with the peek over the top.
Preskočim
down on the back line. There's no threat to take the 2v1
Preskočim DA, brate moj, mil.
Athletics with 10 points alongside it. Oh boy, they really
hvala na subscribe-u.
Right back into the equation.
Ovo je drugi, taman 200 dinara što sam ti poslao. Ante dao like.
Across the last two games, it is not defined which two teams we are sending through to PGS from EMEA.
It really is.
DA 460 i sad su...
I have to say that over and over again, but in these best of 18 series, yes, the bell curve does mean that there will generally be a bit of
ako budemo četvrti.
very positions where we need things to be clarified.
A može, ajde idemo vinat, idemo direkt.
Ide vin. Braća su u lobiju, sada se bore, mi navijamo da trenutno bude zona u njihovim rukama. Molim te, zono.
And it was Nixie that they had to kill at the very end as well. The man who drop shotted their teammate 2 minutes into the
Lajkujte mi short.
30 minutes later they put him
I zapratite me na TikTok.
Fuzi! Nixie je ubio sad Entropika. Mislim da je vrijeme da se upali vređalice.
Ne, be, Nixie dobar, dečko, mi smo se skontali posle svega.
Posle da se dogovorili.
Ne otvara ovoj, ne piše PRNT nego PNRT. Ajde mu nisam rekao kakav glupča. Šteta što nije na main i zašto.
But again, it all depends on Savum having an awful final game.
Kakav ti debilčina, dečko, jebao sam ti dan.
Probably too difficult
for
team below foot to catch up.
Right. We can already say now, congratulations
Ljudi, stavit ću ovo umjesto Hasbulice za donaciju.
As they're able to get 5 kills.
Pa da vidim ko će onda da donira, sad vam je zanimljivo, ima civicima.
It makes everything else super interesting, and as Saga says here, to make it as interesting as possible, it would have to have Savum. We don't hope it for them, but it would have to have Savum have a bad game here, Toby.
It sure would, and so far, I mean, throughout the finals, they've been very consistent in racking up points every game, but the last 2 games, 1 point across in both combined.
Brate, a Simo mi porasao na 132 evra. Se još malo će bude ko nož skup, brate. A Simo, još kad izađe sad CS2, što će bude lep.
Wu able to step it up here though, Saga, with 11 kills coming their way in a 6th place.
Rekao šta je sad, koji kurac ubiše Dulika? 2 loša ubiše Marka.
Rijeka igra se ranke poslije ove, Rijeka, dolazi.
Či igraš i? Odmah dođe.
Duže, govno mi se smrzlo.
It's good that not only are they making it late in the game, but they are doing so while still picking up a whole lot of kills, because again, they've shown what they can do individually. We just need to see it with a little more longevity to it.
Yeah, and with this one here, Navi, they had to move in from the eastern side into Garden, into Roshok, and they had some rough times there in Toby.
Yeah, it's not easy being the backfill in a city when the circle goes through the city and out on the other side, and you have to brawl your way through like 5 teams. That's even for Navi coming up a 20-kill win, even for them, that's a tall order.
Yeah, exactly. 20 points here for Digital Analytics. Fantastic to see them step up like this here. With 17, Twisted Man and Howl tied on 11 though. Good to see Howl with another good performance here. They're slowly climbing, and those extra PTC points are actually a huge difference for them.
I mean, yeah, they're locked in. They're going to PGC MEA slot surely by this point. So yeah, everything they can get.
Ne mora mi nalaziš tak za po neki game.
Is huge, but crucially,
ili igraš do 3 ili ne igraš.
None of the teams that are close to chasing some of them were up on that left-hand side of the scoreboards. They were all 1-2 point games, the likes of Ascend, and that has made things a little bit sketchy with looking to chase the team in 4th.
Yeah, and with a huge game from DA, it puts them in front of Ascend here. And again, we're talking about Entropic on 104, Ascend on 104, Digitalytics on 105, Foot on 112, to be able to make it up to Savim 122.
Brate, mnogo je blizu ovo, znaš li, mnogo blizu.
While Savim needs to have a bad game here, Toby.
Foot were 6 points out of qualifying in the first round in PEC Spring. Right now they're set 10 points down. I mean, they were the ones to beat BBL in the tie. It would be sad for them to see that happen the same way again, just being short.
And also it's extremely important because no matter what, it is extremely close from 9th and all the way up to 4th here, even 3rd Saga. And those points, in terms of PTC points, we're talking hundreds of points extra. It's literally what could make the difference of you going to PTC or not.
Yeah, especially for those who have got some points already, or maybe don't have as many as they would like to have. It definitely has a huge impact. And again, if we do end up seeing a team like Ascend, or a team that does already have some PGS points on the board, let's not forget Twisted Minds is not that far outside of the top 4 overall in PGS points, something like 5th at PGS 1. Another good result that may just open the door for another EMEA team to make it to PGC at the very end. So everything that you can get, while it may not look at first glance like it guarantees you, there's always the chance.
Yeah, in a perfect world, we go out and get 2 spots. Twisted Minds get like 3rd, Toby, and then Navi goes and wins it. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be complaining about that whatsoever. I'm sure all the other regions would be sad, but for us, the more
Navi, FaZe,
I would love to see that. Of course, here, guys, it's been some insane games, and I gotta say, I've just been a completely different level here in this final side.
It's, particularly for question mark, it's been a massive final day. For Twisted Minds, it was a massive.
Ko će mi pomogne da rešim asocijaciju?
Consistency has been there for all to see. Just still slightly below 10 points per game. It's an extremely difficult.
Kurac mi poklopaj.
Lobby of this caliber, and we've seen how close.
A ja sam asocijaciju napisao.
So difficult to be this continually dominant, but they just seem to keep finding ways to do it.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for Navi's really rough day 1 here, Toby, they would have been up there fighting with Twisted Minds and Question Mark.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we always know that they're going to come around eventually. It's just a matter of, does it happen a couple of games in or a couple of days in? And this time around, didn't get off to a good start. But glad to see them get this going, because as much as we say they
ko će da igra Ranked, nek se subscribe-uje i nek donira 200 dinara. 2 najbrže, idem. Igraju, 100% igraju.
They're still a very big threat and our reigning world champions.
Yeah, if they're able to keep on and hold on to this third place here for the PGS2 MIA qualifiers. That'll net them a huge amount of PGC point, making it a little bit comfortable going into PGC Fall Saga.
Yeah, and comfortability coming into that event, and not only that, but having the buffer is always a huge position to find yourself in. It's actually pretty much mirroring the position that Savum find themselves in coming into this final game. Again, they've had massive pressure on them all day. It's never going to be higher than it is right now because they are the team with the target on their back. And I don't think there's a point where Savum goes to hot drop foot, but who's to say that one of the other teams doesn't have the opposite opinion? And, you know, if there's ever going to be a playground for hot drops, Pachinki is high on that list.
Yeah, and let's say if Savum doesn't make it here, who does then, Toby?
Yes, that is my answer.
Ja plaćam ako igra. Ko je Nikola? To je onaj stalno što ga pita Dulić da igra. Nikola 20S. Ne može on.
Nije da se plati.
Ne može, da, upravo, nije da se plati. U stvari može, sve ima svoju cenu, 100 evra. Za po 5, 20, može, šalji. Šalji.
For two teams to pass him at this part here. So let's get on to the last wrangle of the PGS2.
Če mu pišem ja na Discord, imam ga ja na Discord. Samo ti šalji 20 evra. Mora se pečali malo, vete. Ajde, idemo. Lele, evo ga.
Joined by Saga.
Alo, Nikolčo.
Ako nađeš Nikolu, Nikola odigra koji game s vama, odmah cvanci ga ide.
Odmah dođe, vidi sada, bat.
Odmah, dobio si, zapratio sam te. I like
još ostalo da odigra.
Još samo pare da ti prebacim. Nađi Nikolu.
Samo da vidim Nikola 24 ili beš.
S22.
Samsung.
Jao, gde beš on?
Ajde ljudi, ima neko broj privatni.
Ne znam da li ima telefon.
Napisao sam na BPL javno. Če kažem S20X. Če kažem na mamiće da označi sve.
Both just went towards Kameshki, thankfully.
A nemoj poslije Fuzi da se žališ pa da mi kažeš vraćam ti duplo nikad ga više ne šalim.
Ne, ništa neću se kirati. Igra ranke.
Igra.
Da li može bubrek umjesto 200 dinara? Pa brate, evo Rika, a Rika piše mrš.
Ej, ja sam tu, pratim te Fuzi, sad sam isključio Dulić od stream i gledam samo tvoj. Ako Nikola dođe, lovce dobijaš instant.
Da, to Duli ga nešto ne voli. Pošalji mu, evo na Instagram mi odgovorio.
Koga ne voli?
Laki, nađi mi od Nikolicu S20 kontakt moj prosledi. Ne mi dozvonu. Ja.
Nažalost, koga ćeš pita, Laki je bilo 50 obećano, nije ga našao.
Ja sam Laki u 50
Duliću, pa dole je ban dobio, sad me zajebavate.
Nije. Odakle? Nije.
Možda je kod Lile dobio ban.
Nije, što bi ga ban dobio. Jesmo ovako napora na dobar red.
Duliću. Aj Ranked.
Jedan sljedeći meč. Zovite
Odmah.
I dadu pobjedu.
Našom Nikolicu.
Mora za igra, brate.
Nisam ja taj rank. Ne usudim se.
A koliko meče?
Ja moram, pa
celo večer.
Da mi uđem sad noć, ja odo sad na brzinu, na benzinsku, kupit sebi 2-3 piva, Nikolica je tu, na TV ide stream i to je to, jedno 5-6 gameva.
Igra GTA, kude igra GTA be, sad će ga nađem ja. 100% je kod Ulika na Discord be. Što sam pa ja glup.
Čekaj, sad ću ja pokušat da... Sad će njemu napisat Nikolica.
Evo ga bre.
Dozvani.
Once again, it's question mark who, I mean, it's fine. They don't necessarily need the best position in this game because they've got one of the best positions on the leaderboard pretty much locked in. But it would be nice.
Gle, Starven vozi u klješta Naviju.
Sarvem ide da se donira i...
I'm watching it on the map feed. I'm worried. We know how ready Na'Vi always is to fight at pretty much any stage of the game. And here they come. Right past Alia. Alia shot quick with the shotgun. We saw there was an Ace-32 in the inventory as well, but does he shoot? Does he opt to go aggressive? Or do Savin run through one team? Run GBT team straight into the next.
What's happening? I think Alia was prepared to be getting crashed, getting the shotgun out. But Savin, I can understand this. As much as it looks like an unnecessarily wide wrap, who's to say that a team like wasn't just setting up camp on the potato mountain just if they wanted to go on more.
Znaš ti Fuzi da sam ja uložio ovoga, kako se zove, Lakija i na kraju Laki pristane. Ali nismo mogli da nađemo nikom. Međutim, kad smo našli nikom, on je došao na stream, ispričavao se, kao izvinite što nisam mogao ni
Da, kod mene je došao na stream.
Ja pogledam!
Nemam ga na Steam, pisao sam mu na Discord i pozvao sam ga.
Joj, kad on vidi da si ti njega zvao.
Čekaj, imam ga ja na Steam.
On će tebi biti dosadniji nego
žena
tvoja.
Nismo u redu, nismo
Evo šaljem u brate, ako će igra, ja će igram sim, brate.
Kako nismo fair pare dajemo, trustimo ga jebati.
Pa ti trustiš pare nama, brate, razumiješ, se sprdamo momka.
Pa poslaću ja pa ne sprdamo ga, jebi ga.
A i ovog vas zvali bi ga bez toga, bi magar.
Znam da bi ga ti zvao, pogotovo ti. Lažavčina. Evo, sad će Dulić odgovoriti.
Ali on Dulika pita milion puta, znači, dečko je onda baksuza koja je ovoj prilike od $1.000.000, razumijete. Ja znam Dulika uvek ulira da odgovaram na pitanje. Evo ga odgovorio bi.
Nemoj da se dernjate na njega.
Ne, pa na koga
Gabi mi je odgovorila. Ne, evo to vam posla nisam ja taj. Pisao moj Dulik, hvala za što si mi dao Steam. Evo ti Steam koja drži Ante.
Ja ću ti ga rado prebaciti da ima tebe za prijatelja.
Važi, ja ne prihvatam.
Ako želiš tu torturu. Ali slušaj, dečko je stvarno dobar. Vidi se, ali vidiš da je klinac.
Ove riječi fuzije Nino meni govorio kad sam se ja smio i pitao ga kako može.
Da je dobar dečko.
Ovako identično ne prođe 10 dana, ovaj ga blokirao na svemu.
Ali klinac je, da, razumiješ, klinja je, ne možeš ti...
Pa znam,
ja ga skuliram zato što ako bi mu odgovorio, znaš, ne znam da li bi mogao da si skuliram, jer on meni pošalje 400 poruka na dan, sataš. Ja sam njega bio blokirao svu.
I onda, brate... Mene me zaprati na Steam neko.
Da, znaš, i onda je počeo mi šalje poruke svaki dan, ono, brate, što sam uradio, što meni bilo žao, razumiješ. Ja ga opet prihvatim svuda i on opet počeo šalje. Ali, ne može, znate, kaj klina sad, ti njemu, znaš, možeš ga povrijedi samo ako bilo šta loše.
Ali kako ti sad, mene si optužio da to nije u redu kao.
Nisam tebe optužio, pa ja učestvujem.
Nas, generalno, ne kažem ja sad generalno nas. Vidi, ja ću da mu budem sponsor i da ga financiram da igra sa pro igračima.
Gle, vidi,
ja ću da mu završim odmah, evo.
Ja isto učestvujem u tome, ali generalno nije u redu.
Za 200 evra
zašto on to ne konta da je,
razumiješ,
onda konta da je to za jebancija, pa ja bih rekao okej. Ali on ne konta, on je ubijeđen da ga mi zovemo.
Pa to je još bolje, meni odgovara jebi. Meni se isplati ti 20 euro. Daj Fuzije si ga našao.
Ne odgovara kako sad spava možda. Idem ti dete. A stvarno nema kod igra. Duliću, aj Rankedica. Ja sam već u PUBG još.
Ej, gledaj, možda i na već. Dobro nam je zove.
Pukna na Dulika stream, a nije.
Savim is currently a lot of placement points ahead of Foot, so they would qualify in case of a tie.
To Dulik traga tago na njegov Discord, lele, što mi se nešto
is second
prikoči.
only to question mark in regards to placement points, despite the fact that Twisted Minds is so far ahead in the lobby. 57 placement points for Savam, and question mark really has got the vast majority of these placement points today, actually. 20 from the first 2 games, back-to-back wins. So Savam wins every tiebreaker that they're involved in, so not only
Brate, ali ja će se ubacim u ulogu. I ako dođe, znaš što sad ćemo pričam? Doktore, možeš ti to, bravo.
If Savam has a 4-point game, Foot now needs a 15-point game, and that's much more difficult than a 10, which is already hard.
Actually pretty wild to think
On u stvari gleda streami sad za to ne dvara.
Twisted Minds, I mean, Twisted Minds has twice as
many kills.
Minus a couple, but still.
Pa stvarno, brate,
pretty wild.
One
but
time
again,
chance.
Kudos to Savam for not having to move too much, but making as much as they've possibly been able to.
To isto ko sad mi napiše Najlu, pa ajde igraš i ja, brate, normalno. Ustanem iz kreveta.
There's a lot to be said for putting yourself in a position to minimize the RNG factor, and they have definitely done that as best as possible. Early rotations out of Pachinki, Picardo, I mean, the reason why it's hot dropped 4, it's for those juicy rotation paths, and they've been putting those to some very early but very excellent use.
And even when they don't get circles, they instantly move to the center of the next one. So as you're saying, there's a bigger chance of getting into that next circle if you're sat center and reaping the rewards of it. Let's see if they get it again, as the circle does include the mansion, but no guarantees that that's where we're in.
I think they've got their sights set further to the center, maybe? Or maybe they're just leaving the vehicle positions, getting ready to exit.
That'd be...
Yeah, especially not knowing whether or not it's already occupied. Digital Athletics, almost losing one, but almost trading one back as well, as Twisted Minds make their rotate through, entering into the zone on the southwestern side, and Navi and QM, who are not too far behind them, hearing all these shots, will see it coming. But Navi is actually circling around Howl's compound.
Doli ti Dano koristiš od ženu, bre, ovo PayPal.
Long gone, in fact. They're hot dropping already onto
Ali zašto ja nemam sad na ovo?
Zašto nije iskočilo jebi ga?
Pa ne znam. Doli ću popravi mi. Gle kameru ga. A, ću ponovimo, sad će nađe na desike. Ovo li je pola ako ga što ga tražimo.
Pola je uplaćeno. Ako Nikola uđe, počne igrat.
Ako ne, vraćamo.
A jebi ga, nije poruka došla, ne broji se.
Ne, sad ću ga vratimo. Čekaj. Mislim da ima na opcije da vratiš, samo mora se loginuje.
Šta da vrati? A, tu je Nikola. Ajde Nikola da igramo.
Gde si bre, Mili? Evo, odgovorio mi. Ajde, dođi kod Bulika.
Ništa, dečki, ja vas pozdravljam, ja vas gledam sad.
Ajde, ću ulaziti odmah.
Ajde, ljudi, pozdrav.
Ćao. E, hvala ti. Kako se to da ubacim?
A lot yet to be decided, that is for sure. Not just within this final game, but in tournaments to come. Along with that, we have to decide who's going to Nations as well. So for some of these rosters, that's another thing to be considering. Rectix has to put a pause on those thoughts, though, as the grenades are starting to fly in. That was a hefty lob from Uber. Almost reached.
Preparing for the mortars. Getting ready for Nates to be able to land from a bit further distance.
A, ja sam pogrešan link stavio. Ček. Koja glupost.
It quiets down, and it probably will do, at least on this side of the circle, for a little while longer. Question mark, the only team down here to have to make a move towards the circle. Shots are being fired from Navi up towards question mark on the hills towards the west, but I don't think question mark is really in a hurry to make a play here. I mean, they want to get a better read of what's in front of them, and then I would imagine they wrap north around towards Jasnaya, or maybe actually just take blue until next circle is
Nešto si mi čutljiv.
It's a bit of a Marmite position for it, Chris. It's a love it or hate it kind of spot. Once you've got yourself in that single yellow that's out in the middle of the field, you're
U Vojsi Nikolica, kad možeš prebaci ga, ali ja mu rekao da gledamo game. Rekao je, kad se završi game, uvojte me. Ja, gledaj zona, ne ode me. Moguće je ovo.
Odličan shift. Pa prvi smo jebote u rotaciji. Ajmo na muda sad.
Be a big impact one, but Exalt, I mean, they came out with a 13-kill win in the low bracket game when they needed it. This might get to shoot them up the leaderboard even more, because it is the team right in front of them they're taking out. But this circle up towards Yasnaya will have everyone full speed sending it in this direction, Foot being one of them.
Jao, koji je rank?
It's just going to be one of those games, isn't it? Where everything's on the line, we're going into an ending and BME's taking a flip in a trip in the air.
Doktor!
What has just occurred on our screens? He gets out of it. Ibby had no idea what just hit him. He got hit with the moves.
No clue whatsoever. 80 does fall. Nixie goes into an upside down power to heal. As EB finds one, he sees him too. Beamy able to get him down.
Yes,
still not been flushed just yet. They might just be able to reason it, but look at this. Now Monarch is pushing over in this direction.
Oh no, Foot.
Ja sam gold pet, super, pa dobar je rank. Super, bolje od Slasha.
Sarvan playing a dip as well. There's still plenty more. Exhalation and parachuting on top of them.
Yo, bravo, Kiljakai.
They might just be. I think the observer is trying to show us, but a little further up than that.
A mi se nismo makli.
Taking down. That's again Sarvan finding points here. One nade to be the downfall of 3 players. But right now, they're staying afloat. Again, the full speeds rotate towards the center and prone it out. And it goes again. Micah though finds Global Army. It's only a knock, but it's very hard to commit to reses in the position they're currently sat in.
I meni, baš super.
Not good news.
Jedno sam ušao gold pet, svaki meč bio cheater.
Ginite mamu van Tursku, ginite bre!
Što mi to?
They have really no. Car's already gone.
Ali respekt, brate, respekt za braću Turke, respekt, odigrali su muški i uzeli su najjači spot. Respekt, brate. Ne volim, ali respekt. Ne volim jer navijački gledam.
People shooting at you will be forced to look elsewhere. Alia alone, Navi might not make more of this game. There are 2 players resable though, we'll see. He'll somehow at least get to Melman, spotted though instantly by Spiral.
Brate, kapa dolje za Turke, iza question mark, iza Sarve. Zapravo question mark su Rusi, šta su? Nemam pojma. Šta god da su, odigrali su brutално.
But their positioning isn't great. Not sure how much I'd back their chances to get even more 3 more points on the board.
Navijanje po strani.
Placement points, should they not be crashed, they've survived the initial bombardment.
Sad mi opet čekamo.
Lucky! Ajde doniraj na PayPal pare da vidimo da li radi.
Davaj shift, bljat! Mora shift, ajde, mora shift.
You'd imagine that any circle that doesn't include
Ajde shift.
Forceful at the game.
Jebi ga, nema shifta. Ajde rupa. Može rupa, ostala je rupa. Evo, ne možemo sad niđe. Ginu, nemojte, ne Mićo!
Hard, if not near impossible for Naylor, but now he's running straight into Exalt, the team that's been hunting all the teams. A scent that was through this one, but they're not going to be upset about taking down Entropic with him.
Not at all, and somewhere in all the chaos of the previous zone, Chris was taken out as well, as I think he was trying to get back to regroup with the rest of the squad. Coming back from that single yellow, again, it's treacherous terrain, it's a very wide open field, and there was multiple teams making the move at the same time. So Ascend and DA both losing members early on, Entropic losing everything.
Important to mention here as well that we saw the pull up initially, all the chaos that commenced, but they've somehow been able to reset. They got 3 kills and have gotten all 4 players back on their feet.
Yeah.
So while it looked dangerous in all shapes possible, they actually came out alive.
Sad nećeš ništa pričati zašto me emocije deru pa da kaže nešto ne misli.
But there's a lot of threat now onto Yepo, and it's mostly coming from above, and Rock might save you for a
Samo ću rep, Jep vrlo kvalitet.
It's Phil first off angle and gets it done, but now big engagement as
Ali respekt za
forced to
Sarve,
make a push in towards the apartments and Ascended there to defend.
I was just going to say, look at the team they're fighting. Savim are clapping their hands, seeing these 2 teams confront one another on the kill feed. They would not have it any other way. The 2 teams on the hunt, the 2 teams the closest to you, are currently trying to take out one another. So far, it's 4 versus 2, make that a 3 versus 2, as T-Bone is already down.
Really employing the sort of 2021 Virtus Prone strats in this one. They do not want anything to do with any engagement that they don't absolutely have to, because everything else is taking care of the leaderboard for them 100%. They will stay down as long as they possibly can, because every single one of the teams that has sent it into Yasnaya earlier on in the previous zone has now going to have to battle to get their way out.
Nikolica je rekao da će da pričeka dok završimo game. Jao, Duliću, imamo i četvrtog.
I think the thing right now is good for Savim is if this
circle igrali sigurno.
It pretty much guaranteed he also shifts away from both Foot and Ascent.
Test donation. Mislim da sad radi, ali to je pogrešan link, brate. Kako da promenim link? Ma znam, nego ovdje je pogrešan, brate. Kako da idem edit?
Nox come in on both sides here as 2 Foot players fall down. Beamy able to stay alive as the solo player, but he finds another return. No, actually, that's the boom from the other side to find one. So both these teams getting taken down.
Odakle da izvučem sad taj link?
Check. It's still 2 players alive, and there's more teams in the vicinity. The Wu will be the first to breach the Ascend compound.
Deep page design, deep settings.
In at the same time, they might actually just fight one another right on the doorstep.
Gle, mogu da nekog ovaj.
Quizzy will go down. The Boom sits him.
A evo ga, your tip page, evo ga. I hope this works. Ali dobar je bio, samo što sam izgleda promenio. Da. Nadam se da radi, jebem ga u dupencu. Ja sam na pogrešan možda. To mi je otišlo na onaj Twitch, ja. To mora se update-uje. Sad ne mogu da povratim ovu, ali hvala Melani Dodić. Duliću, ja sam te pitao da igramo ranke. Nisam, a?
Now would be the time to execute it, but for Savim right now, the fact that they survived the initial onslaught, the pressure, the utility, the 2 knocks on them in that dip, to now just prone and see the other teams take out one another. It's very much in the Savim playstyle to succeed, but so far they have 2 points on the 3 Wrangle games, and yet no one's been able to surpass them.
Nema tu griješi, ne griješi, to je playstyle koji oni imaju, oni su ivica ekipe i od ivice ne odustaju.
And DA will fall as well, as they can't get it done either. I guess we look in the apartments. If Foot was somehow
nije to da oni jedan meč urade dobro, drugi urade loše. Svaki uradi isto. Odigrali su dobro u game, ove gdje su dobili zonu.
But it's his own grenade, he lives up to his name, and it's to the detriment of Exhalation.
But sviđa. Ja to 6 pola godine pričam. I pokažem na stream. I kad popa zona pokažem spot koji treba da uzmu, uzme ga neka druga ekipa i vina.
They want them down now because that's when the passive points start counting in your favor. Right now 8 points is what's
separates tu greške ispravne ili nije greške ili ispravne. To playstyle je tako. Nekad će se isplati, nekad neće.
In order to mitigate this gap.
Kad dobiju 5-6 shiftova, oni imaju 40 bodova.
Successful in the fight for the apartments, there's no way they're getting out. Question mark and FaZe are up on the high ground. They're actually going their separate ways now that Exalt and DA have been dealt with. They're saying, let's just sit up here. Because we know that we're both going, let's just free farm on everyone on the low ground, and even if a team like Foot tries to make an exit, you've got 4 players of Savim who are just off to the side who are not going to
stvarno Savim će prođevati i question mark. I to na njih centralno.
A nije na njih centralno, Kuzi. Oni su uzeli treći.
Juče, ja sam juče... Da li je juče to bilo?
Naši je čekaj, to je glavna razlika.
Ne znam koji sam game gledao, ali znaš kako su igrali, brate? Onako... Na muda, što se kaže, razumeš? U Sve su fajtali i toliko. Laki stariji ili je Nikolica od tebe ili nije?
Od Lakija?
Da.
Clash March tamo bi zadnji standard. To tako već godinama ide. Online Heroes, LAN Zeros. Dobro. I to je legit.
Laki ima 11 Nikolica od 12. Nisko me držiš. Ne te držim, nego si mi na uzicu, što se kaže. Jao, sad u piški ću se, brate, otremu što treba da igram sa detence. Ti skine mi čarapice, ti stavim mi rukav, znači igramo ozbiljno, brate. I ćemo se izvinim unapred ako budem agresivan i povredim njegovu ličnost jer je mlad.
Sides and the fights down below are still. Oh, that's big. Schiller, he got a knock from distance. James just exposed too much of himself to the south, and that is the goalpost moving. Not only that, they've overtaken Na'Vi as well, so the PGC point total, or PTS points, whatever, are going to be in their favor once again. Besto can't get the.
Jao, kaže Duliću da te naduvao Laki u Rocket League neki dan.
He made the move earlier on, a bombardment now. Vard had 5 grenades in hand earlier.
Laki on bio na neki turnir, ja još navijam za njih. Isto tako neka deca došla na kecaši ih, nisu ni rekli zdravo. Brate, Graota za Foot ima šansu. Koliko bi voleo da se plasirao, kunem ti se.
Ma, ko ima šansu?
Foot.
Vidi ti sarve poziciju.
That's their strategy. Throw a couple of smokes, run out. Like they did that right when
Ma vidim, ali kažem ti, evo gledaj, skupljaju pojene, brat. 122, 7 pojena razlika, da ubiju sve. 4, 3.
Ja isto volim da futbolisti prođu, ali...
Jedino ovog ne volim, Plačka, ja ne volim takvi.
Ko je Plačko?
Pa Bimi. Emo gad, jednom ako njega krene Bolt zajebe, ne igra više Bolt, primetio li si? Ja to ne volim, to je emo, brate.
Pa ne, ali ima problem, gledaj stop. On uzme 15 kilova, a nije uzeo 20, ono da minja se, brate, krizira.
It just can't do anything to dislodge them from this position.
Evo ti, 3 pojena.
How do you throw your way to victory like this? That is insane.
Ama zašto ne veruješ?
Zato što nema teorije, nije da ne vjerujem.
Pa gledaj, sad kojem treša...
Vidi da je Entropik vjerovao bi subjektivno nerealno. Ali me ovi ne zanimaju u životu i pričam realno. Nema teorije da izađu za izgleda.
Evo, ja...
With the shotgun, Beamy had a DVS, an even bigger shotgun, but it wasn't enough. Baski's got the same thing.
Ad vas. Ne taj ne, dobar je, živi. To.
Just exactly. Gets around the back of the wall, but they have to make the move, the impossible move, out and away from this position. And what better team to run straight into than Savim, just on the other side.
Tu ste dižu video si.
Go for the res. Wants to try and get this done.
Bravo.
That'll do it.
Kako je ovaj Vardin svijet, brate.
And then some. Phil first finds Savim player.
Nah.
Get them all down, and that is foot out. That is going to be Savim through. They had to dodge and weave as best as they possibly could. And despite having everything go against them at times, being the first eliminated time and time again in crucial games, they still prevail. Savim will be our second PGS2 or PGC2 team. Wow. That is... Wow.
Gledaj, sami su bio.
would not have predicted this.
Bravo, Rusi. E, sad treba se banuje u turnir, zato što ovo uradili. I nikada ne može
have to do something to get it done, and whether that something amounts to doing absolutely nothing for the most of this game,
Dobar ne ide.
Wins this game now. They jump both in Tropic and DA as well, but of course, what better way than have the team that just solidified their qualification come out victorious here. In a game again where they needed absolutely everything going their way. They dodged and they weaved and they stayed alive.
Gledaj, prepaljeni, brate, gledaj ko pucao sve. Rokanje. Ne ide, ili vatr.
So I've almost reached. It was a grenade, the cover would be gone, Miso would be
Ajde,
but a
Dusko.
doozy has the off angle.
Gledaj, krade kilo.
What a game where the two teams to qualify, should Misa fall here, are the two teams to kind of, I guess you can say, victory lap their way into qualification. That is exactly what Adusi is doing here as he makes his way closer to Sabim, who finally lost one.
This guy,
Upravo si be, Monarh mora umre, jebote kurac.
Mora Monarh umre, jebote.
T-Bone had to teach him a lesson, he's doing it again. He knows it's a done deal. It's a wrap, it's locked in, question mark, and so joining the EMEA global partner teams in Riyadh. There's really nothing Monarch can do about it.
Gledaj, ovaj će gi zapali,
I mean, all they can do is just try and, you know, get into the top 8. That would be nice. It would be, let's be real, it's a good benchmark. It's a good landmark to reach in the leaderboard. A new organization would be good to see.
Pa da, treba ubije sve. Ili da preživi. Odlično mu kola. Ali to je možda namjerno, to je dobar bait. Evo, ajde u pičku materinu, ubijte ga jebeno.
A ne može biti Rico, a?
Ne, jedan HP su svi, pogledaj. Shield post.
In the most Sabim fashion, they have outlasted
Nema metaka
for long enough to get through.
Nema metaka, jebote.
They have no heals.
Ne, ovi nemamo healovi, bat.
So hard this entire game.
You'd kill all of them with an unextended mag of a pistol right now. One bullet
advantages.
Ni ovaj, nema.
A gle, a mi se flexa 30 healta first aidom nadoknađuje.
This goes to show. I mean, this is just Sabim, and they're qualified all together.
Moguće li ovo da će se desiti? Samo mi kaži.
Ne može vi nabrat, ne šanse. Ali zašto mi nije jasno, zašto ga pikaju? On mora na otvoren izađe prije njih, to mi nije jasno, taj moment mi nije jasno. Ali dobro, konta su nahajpani, prošli su boli kurac.
If he wins this game, he's an absolute bully.
Jedan bod.
Have their moment, man. They've just qualified to a global.
Sad ne znam da li
Stop denying it, Pisa, please.
Ne znam koji ima još placement.
2 more points is them racking up 40 more PTC points.
Yeah.
You gotta go for it. Throw that pan, get a knock with it.
Dobro, jedan HP. Ajme, ne healaj se, bravo. Jebem ti budalu, za 20 boda sam se... Stisnaja sam prkno za 20 boda, bate.
Solidifies their spot and qualifies them through to PGS2 in a hell of a
Mi sad imamo 570 poena.
Massive game from Savum to round it out.
Treba će nam
underwhelming scenes at the
na
very
pecu.
If we really couldn't have
Dobro, vidim da ne kontam.
Less glorious fashion.
Bilo idealno.
Tactical deny to the blue zone. But
Ali treba nam drugo mjesto. Treba nam 1200 poena, ja bih
game didn't look particularly glorious.
Drugo, treće mjesto bez toga ništa.
Really been grinding.
Win ili drugo, treće mjesto da bi išao na PGC.
Duliću, znači, igramo full save, brate, ti vodiš, znači, pinaš da idemo, crtaš rotaciju, sve. Razumiješ? Može.
Nisam ste slušao što spet.
Pa znam, za to si smijem evente u 100 guzicu. Ja opet i da Darke, D9.
And welcome back to the PGS2 America qualifiers test. Guys, what an insane game to end things on. I did not expect Savim to be able to survive.
Prebaci Sinčova onda, vidimo što će kaži.
5 nades on Vard and 4 on Beamy. They just need to go out and bombard everything they did. But Beamy kept 2 nades. Could those 2 nades make the difference?
Što ide? Stream snipe. Brate, najviše volim stream snipe, verujem. Znači, veruj bratu, najviše volim stream snipe. Jer ako te dofatim, će te udaram od zemlje.
And eventually it was Foot's push against Monarch that was their own demise, but yeah, there was not much of a chance that they were going to make it out of that spot when all was said and done either way, but no, they did enough that if Savim had a 0-point game, they would have overtaken, but
Kavu nije ništa
sometimes
uradio.
you just gotta do what you gotta do to survive.
Koliko Kavu za
and they did
12.
enough.
mjesto.
Yeah, and FaZe able to get 11 kills
Ništa,
and rack up a
brate.
ton of
Tolvaj,
points, putting them into even better
To je
standing here,
stav.
Toby.
Yeah, good for them.
Da, ali-
Ajde bre,
But again, I
King
mean,
čim mi
Sanders.
se pregreje Nikolica na arcade, be,
has to
brate.
be Salem and the fact that
Rekao
they're
sam
able
mu
to
da puca dok
outlast
dođem.
the way they did, because it kind of just showcased their entire tournament. The art. I mean, where they fracked their way through lower bracket. This was the art of maximizing.
Niki!
The only focus here was we just
Reci,
got out.
Niki.
We don't care about
Sad
the
vidiš,
points. We just gotta
za
make
šta
sure that they
pričam,
don't
brat?
get points.
Za šta nisam
And
kont?
mission
Za
accomplished
drop?
once again.
Yeah, and as you said, the tiebreaker
Ko?
would be heavily in their favor as their placement points was through the
Jebašene
roof.
su i
I think it was
pozadinski
8 or
zvuci, a?
9, almost half, if not half of their games was in the top 4. So an insane consistency here, Saga, to prove that they're able to go to the PGS2.
I think even with a doozy surviving into the top 3 in that final game, Sarvan picking up that win puts them as the highest in the lobby for placement points overall, despite the fact that Question Mark and Twisted Minds were quite significantly far ahead in terms of overall points. So that's massive. And again, a lot of it is thanks to the way that they played very early out from their loot spot. But I have immediately noticed a problem.
Nikolčo,
There is no way that
možda
Sarvan is
staviš
going to
puštu
be
tog
dropping
samo.
in Pachinki Picado at a
Yeah,
global
sve nas
level.
padaju.
Da,
So
da,
they're gonna
kako
have to think
stišćeš
of a new
tastatur.
strat that works just as well.
Mogli
To
moći.
je
Yeah,
sad.
it has to
Popucač.
be a complete new change of how they
Slažem
want to
se
play
s
it out.
tobom
And
već.
you know, that comes
To
down
malo
to what
godina.
happens with GS, and that comes down to what happens in the scrims. That's a whole different conversation for another day, Toby. But here, huge play from Twisted Minds
sad je
and
dobro.
Question Mark. Well, they're so far 35 points plus ahead of the third in place here for Saban.
Very rare that we see in EMEA these days, at least, any
Probably
one
my
team just
TikTok.
separate themselves to that extent. But for both Question Mark and Twisted Minds, absolutely phenomenal performance. Great to see.
Hello, PUBG eSports fans.
Question Mark step up
PUBG's
again
second
and
global
back
offline
to
tournament in
not
2023
qualifying
after
at all.
PGS1. PUBG Global Series.
Evo da mu bije tebe.
Yeah, huge game for them. It was be fun to see if Monarch was able to pull it off. Of course, it's Measy popping off there in the end. That would be a little bit of a difference for them. Obviously, in New York, not they would have to probably win PC Fall to go to PGC here. Sorry.
Ma ne.
Yeah, it would.
To je sve.
It would be a big run late on into the season for sure, but at the very
So?
least, it's good to see that not only have we got the team that's come back from some familiar faces from teams that we've seen performing in the past, and keeping up with some of the other teams who have had a little more longevity. While they are in 10th place, they are only a couple of points behind Ascend, who has had really solid results so far. Unfortunately, this just slipped away from them at the final hurdle. So good to see that not only are we having those still the same big dogs that are having the consistent performances,
Kako se
but
zove?
contributing for sure.
Pita neko hoćeš i 4 na 4 TDM.
Everything ready so you can see
Da nam je Riha.
how everything ends up being. Of course, is huge congratulations to both Question Mark and Sabin for going to PGS2
Može.
here. It was a done deal. We could see it throughout the game here. And it
Ali
was
samo
close throughout
ako
everything here.
nižiš igra za
There
nas.
were some upsets. There were some teams that are close, but I didn't expect it to be this far apart in terms of our top two, Toby. It was not as close as our Arbor bracket was, for example.
No, it was pretty wild. I will say this though, Salvin did everything they could to allow for other teams to surpass them. But in the moments where it was needed the most, all those teams fell short of the finishing line. So kudos to Salvin for literally outlasting everyone on the hunt.
Yeah, and Ascend also in a situation where, they're hoping to do everything. They just fell short for the last few games here. They were trying. They made some clever rotations, and you pointed out as well, Saga, a few times where they're making some, bold IGL moves as Breaksco and the guys obviously put themselves into some decent spots that could have worked out. They had a little bit more circle luck.
Yeah. Where's the milli zones today? What is this? We've been fully scammed 100%. But Ascend, they had really solid performances again, but
Jebote, Ascend se nije čuo danas.
Pa Bucko, čim smo ga stavili u fantasy, jeba nas.
Here it is 14 points for Sabin, 13 Question Mark, 13 for FaZe, Monarch 12, and Foot 10. Just wasn't enough. Navi, though, were in a situation where they could have, put themselves into a fantastic spot to get top 3. They just didn't, Toby, and only got 1 point here in this one.
Yeah, it's I think for Navi though, considering where they were, of the first out of the finals here.
Igramo li ranked?
I know overall not satisfied with top 5, but they wanted more. But given
A
where
ne,
they
igrali
started,
Riha,
having
stvarno ne.
been able to come back into top 5, I think that's a good finish for them.
Yeah, they would have gotten quite easily into the top 2 if they had a good day 1 here. And as you see it, this is the total leaderboard after we're done here for PGS2 EMEA qualifiers. That means that Twisted Minds, of course, a PGS team, GPT team that's going to PGS directly, doesn't matter. It's question mark and
Lik pored tebe enemy. Inače treba nosim novče.
All 3 of our GP teams here in EMEA, they're able to get into the top 5.
Ja, gde si Riho?
Evo gledam nula.
It's just the top 5 lads.
Ali čim si ušao, nema brate par gameova, brate, čim si ušao rekao smo da ujutro.
Da, vodi 2-0.
Ko?
Ali čini se da kiša.
Ajde odigramo na 4, što je mogu ići.
Ajde, može. Daj, pravite lov. I koje puške igram? Lelera si pašama. Kako dobro ovo izgleda Entropic, samo da ga nakecamo 5-6 levela da ima dobri. 10-20.
Aj napravite deathmatch, kreirajte, eto.
I dajte ovdje lobby info, molim vas.
Koju mapu da kreirate?
Ma neka prave oni pusti kojih šiša. Mi samo ću uđemo. Ne, ujebe. I ovaj ga vidio. Jesi spreman, ni Joe?
Ja sam, poigrao sam 2 mečnika solidno.
To mi reci.
Ali ovaj zadnji meč druže nikad nije zapravo. Znači lik je spreo berilom 6x full zoom je spreo sa škole na zgradu.
Sa škole na zgradu?
I to najveći, ono i 2 glave jedan put je dao druže.
Sramota.
Dobro, volim ti doj banajt.
Ma, Gruja, daj samo lobby in. Pa moj nego, šta si misleo? Sad će vidimo, da. Ja, bomba u gaće.
Ja samo pičku mater.
Ne. Ej, jebi ga. Nema njegovi. Če igramo posle. Če igramo posle, nema ga na grujicu. Če piše kad su tu.
Dobro, ajde.
Ali sad smo mi spremni za raket! Ulazite, prepaljen sam.
Šta, Gruja ispalio?
Nemam njegovih bogalja. Ja sam mislio protiv neki Dobrić, igramo bogalj iz ovo. Nema me da me puca tebe kojom džao.
Ko fali, gdje spozi?
Kaži kad treba, pa utidijem se. Može odmah, evo izlazim, spreman sam.
Spreman je. Ćemo normali?
Kako kaže ovaj dečko? Kako beše Dado? Šta sam dobio? Ja, kada sam dobio fokicu.
Šta je dobio?
Zlatu sam dobio.
Daj stream.
A jebi, gledaj sam to. Dobio sam za buđenje.
Jevo te.
Tam se ponada SLR-ci dobro, rekao odmah ga buđe na 10 leva.
Fokicu mogu legu. Fokica. Znači, ovako da se odmah dogovorimo, braćo. Dulik je in-game lider, znači šta on kaže, to radimo, on je vođa. On crta rotacije, ovo... Ja, dobro, može. Može, ja sam vođa. Znači mene slušate. Što ja nacrtam, to radimo. Važi?
Važi.
Ko ne ispoštuje, brate, mora neka kazna.
Koga slušamo? Dulika?
Ne, mene, jebot Dulika, brate.
To i ja kažem, jebot Dulika.
To, preuzimam i skrimove ja od sad isto.
Ja ćemo igrat sutra skrimove.
Da ti ideš, šta ne ideš?
Pa ne, mogu sutra i prekosutra igrat u sredi.
Možeš, to je to, organizuju se sutra i za prekosutra. Dok je Turih. Ja sam vođa, on je izglasao.
Može.
Dulik sad na tryout.
Da te probamo da li možeš ti ili Nižica, jedan će upadne, brate, u tim. Nama treba. Molim, lepo. Idemo da idemo, samo proverim ja ove mape za skakanje. U koji grad idemo? Idemo u ovoj dobro mesto.
Dobro mesto.
Evo ga.
Nije dobro, nego deka mesto.
Pa to na ruski ti je deka, znači dobro.
A to ti je naš deka, dim.
Dulik, da mora AFK.
Tu je tu.
Idemo. Znači osvojimo zeleni i posle čistimo ceo grad. Razumijete? Razumijete.
Ček, ja to odmah sve da namestim.
A možemo da pričamo na engleski, moram da vežbam za tim.
Nemoj, molim te.
Zašto? Pa samo prijavu. Pa koliko možeš da ja učiš u školu engleski?
Pa učim.
Ja učim u školu.
Ali ja tam učim oni glagoli, druže. Ne učim.
Ma je...
Ma možeš i bez glagola.
Da, možeš ga pričaš kao ja vranjanci što pričam srpski. Razumeš?
Niko, nema veze ako ti ne budeš razumio fuzije. Ni ja ga nekad ne razumijem, jako priča naš.
A pričamo isti jezik. Pa ti vidim. A brate, vi mislite da meni je lako. Ja sam teo da učim to, a? Nema toga. Nemam ni helmet ni vestu, imate li?
Nemam ni puške, SLR nosim, ajmo ovo. Ovo je bolca.
Našao sam Hilić.
Ovo je 6x, treba 6x nekome ima.
Na Dulika daj. On je loš igrač, a onda meni može. Ja sam spreman, kad ste vi spremni da pušamo?
Samo je da nađem ranac.
Spremni smo.
I helmet.
Pa imaš valjda rekao si da ideš u školu. To si rekao da učete? Nodi! Na stream snajpuj debili, vrate.
Samo nek dođi na mene.
To je to.
Dođite pičke. Dođite pičke.
A vi dobija Jenny.
Ko?
Jenny. Ej, potem!
Eto bre.
Puh te pičke.
Desno.
Ajme, brate, od ovih deca ne možda živiš, be jebot. Nema da flašaju, kaži im tamo, ti ih imaš na Steam. Otvori Riha vrat.
Eto smoke.
Hvala, bravo, dobar smoke. Ne prelazite ulicu samo.
Neći sam da nađem helmet neki.
Brate, imam već Nodija i ovi ceo tim njegov na TikTok. Trebali da ga izbacujem. Nisam teo, brate, da budem takav, ali sad su mi iznedvirali, će mora.
Čekaj.
Što?
Vidite nam je više nas, u kući.
Vidim ga, nije u kući, evo ga.
Di je? Dobro igra, učituje.
Ovdje, tačno ovdje na plavu.
Health je. ti si preskočio kada je?
Ma evo ga tu ispod mene.
Kod tebe, ja?
Da.
Ali nije ovaj
U
leč.
kućku mi je sad.
Bojice se.
Ajde, gledaj malo te pucaš.
Još
jedan.
Rekao sam da zvuči.
I jebem vam dete uprkno. Aj sad sve report.
Bukno.
Ja reportova, vi kako hoćete.
Joj.
On mene će me stream snajpa.
Ma dete stream snajpu, bre.
Nije prvo što stream snajpa, druže, nego nisam ni spiko kroz zid.
Klikuju, a?
Ma ja ga nakeca, čabe gleda stream, ja ga nakeca.
Nikolice, kucaj, guči tata report. I toga da ga reportaš, zašto se ne zove Vazo, nego guči tata. Čito je. Nije na samom akauntu.
Ja sam bar mislio da je ovaj...
Šta se misli?
Voxes, da, pa zato ti kajem pišem na Steam.
Vazo. Ja bi reportovao Vazo.
Ja gi reportova sve.
I ja bi realno.
Ni prvi, ni poslednji.
Što on mora na oko dobro puciti?
I niđica mi ispade u silver, jebem ga.
Vazo lul.
Slušajte sad, ja će markam gde će skočimo, a će vam napišem na Steam. Da, na Discord će vam napišem gde skačemo.
O ljudi moj, ja sam se usrao odmah na prvim stepencama od kuće. Frajer čuči na stepencima i čeka kempa, umrlo govno.
Rika presovan.
Osjećam se kao Nuni, ali to je bio drugi tim. Osjećam se kao Nuni, brate, stream snajpuje me deca, ludnica, ja streamer, s 3 gledalca, wow!
Si to prozivao Nuni, a nešto?
Ne, ja 3 Nuni imam po 500-600. Kod njega okej. Ja da imam 500-600 do sutra nek mi streamuje. Snajpuje. Nodi, imate, na isti Discord sedimo, ustate i jebem u guzicu ako gledaš. Znači, da Bog da te tatko sve utepaje.
Gdje idem?
Sad će vidimo polako, pratimo avion. Idemo naše vojbe, skačemo, Water Treatment. Split.
Nemoj mene. Dobit ćemo ban.
Strajk.
Šta, ajde, kolaj.
Idemo ove vranjsko sokače, to je bio fake, hahaha. Oni su skočili water, kojeg jebe. Evo, viš, abe ima jedan.
2.
2 su, a? Pa to su oni, vrt. 3. To su oni. To su oni. Ajde, skočimo.
Ima tim jedan skroz desno.
Temno zelen. Ali u Vranje ne može me dobije niki, brate. Ovdje sam najjači. Ovo je kao doma da sam izašao ispred kuću.
Vidi šta ga je. Jedan sklad je...
Ide gore, neki gore.
Da.
Može sa mnom, ja. Da.
Moram ja s tobom, nemam gdje drti.
Ja ću ja, Gačko Dulk. Koga je?
Ničice, ti si sa mnom, ova. Ništa se ne bojim, mili. Naši su.
Koga si plaši?
Sad ovaj put imam helmet.
To.
Pika tebe. Vidio sam ga na prozor gore. Znaš.
Dakle, da nađem neku bolju pucu pa će ga i kecamo.
Ja sam našao kar, ali zato skupa ne imam uopšte.
Imam 2x ako ti nešto znači.
Neka igraju.
Našem kad...
Ej! Tomica i prijatelji sam našao.
4x samo.
Imaš i neku rafalku, evo ti 4x ovdje.
Hoćeš aug, ja ću igrat s Karela, evo tebi aug govori. Imaš i kalaš.
Marka ga tu.
Ti znam gdje ovo je. Evo ti ovdje. Aug.
Gleda li neko, nemoj nas pušnu.
Ja gledam,
Ja bi ga bio.
jednako nije skroz došlo desno, ali ja teorije da je toliko brzo izvudi. Vidio ovo.
Drži se mali, drži se.
Ej, gleda skrim znak desno, nam se dobro.
Jedan je. Pikuj, pičko jedna, pikuj.
Nek ispika na stranu.
Vidi, smakao se sekund, haj opet tu.
O, gle, ima i mini ovdje, be mali.
Da.
Dođi da ti dam neki itemi što mi ne trebaju.
Eto.
Hajde, prijatelj,
ovo, evo ti skopić.
Ne treba našao sam. Evo tebi ovo ako ti treba.
Treba mi grip samo.
Grip. Provjerit ću ovaj put da li ima nešto.
Ja, tu je lov, zeleni.
Spotao nas je tu na crveni, vanje.
Ma nije te spotao nego starim snajpove. Pa da, opet 20.
Ma nisu to, brate, ljudi, da stvarno mislite da neko zna stream snajpuje, jebote, pa nije Juka, jebote.
Ajde sad sam ovim napucavam. A drugi me naga.
Pazi Dulk, bravo Dulk.
Mogu da te spasim, Rih?
A ne, Bolt sam napucao tu sa crvenog.
Idem ja na Dulka to gledam.
Idi pomogni mi, ja ću pravom Rihu da spasim.
Ajde.
Ma neš ti izvrat, ne može biti trčiti.
Aj je. Sad mene pucaju. Ubrebem ti. Da se tek sad izgleda.
Ima još jedan Dulk tu, jel?
Da, digli su. U kući do mene.
Ajmo za.
U kući do te, dobro.
Plava, mala.
Nije, na men.
Ajde.
Ori ispred mene sam došao tačno.
Idem da ti pomognem, čekaj.
Tu je negdje.
Vidim. Nokan je taj. Ne znam gdje je drugi Dulek.
Mislim da je ovdje u ovoj koji si drugi. Nemoj držati da reći. Da, jesam.
Ajde zajedno. Da. 1 HP, dole je bio.
Cheater, znao svakog gdje.
Imaš ga Dulek, tvoje.
Pođe lijevo.
Tu je iza.
Tu je lijevo, iza vrata odmah.
Gde? Čekaj me.
Hilan.
Lov je.
Uđi unutra.
Ušao.
To.
Eto.
Idem da ga ispikujem, da im što će kaže. Ništa
Pazi, ima boltici jedan.
Idi flašaj nižu ovog malo drugog.
Hoću sam da se healam. To snijam ništa.
Čekaj,
imam adrenalin.
I 4x. Dođi, evo ti heal, izbacujemo da.
Hvala. Idem da finišam ovdje gdje je.
Finišaj ga.
Aj se otvore ova vrata.
Da potražim bol.
Gdje si ga nokao?
Odakle pikuje? Da, odakle pikuje tačno?
Koji baci bombu? Ploz je jedan lik. Ploz, evo ga ovdje, tačno tu.
Ne, tigl to.
Ti. A nije pravi tigl. Tu ti je, heala se.
Čekaj da te spasim. Idi iza to, iza. Doći.
Idem koliko mogu.
To. Dulik, holdaj nas. Ja dižem malo.
Imaš first nešto?
Imam.
To. Neću ja više pikat, nema veze.
Če nađem unutra. Imaš helmet to.
Helmet im je malo i čitao.
Evo ima vest ovdje na meni. Gdje je sad otišao?
Tu je ispod nas, tu je negdje ispod. Evo čujem ga, čuo si ga.
Bravo. Flašaj ga.
O, druže, sad su ti... Gdje je ovaj? Evo ga ovdje. Aj ispika još jedan put. Plavi, Mark, tačno ono crvencu malu pika, pored kućice. Jel ima naš energy?
Ima 6x, uzmi. Ja uzim mnogo metko.
Meni samo M-ka treba.
Ma bravo bre, mi tako igramo.
Čekaj vas, neću.
Buggy, lijevo poziva tebe.
Buggy 2 lika. Oni se na njega.
Znate što gore na njega.
Još su tu daleko?
Ne, otišli gore.
Ma ne, ovaj da li je to?
Ne znam, ne moram da razvarim. Mislim da nije.
Puca tu.
Jeste.
Mislim da ga je bug ukrešao.
Ja mislim.
Bacuju mi bombe, 100%.
Da, jeste crashao, vidjela sam ga gore, buggy, stao tačno iza ove kućice ovdje, sad ću ti markat.
Daj.
Ovdje ti je buggy, tačno. Malo ispred.
A vidio sam, Laki.
Pušaju se.
Hvala puno.
Evo mene, ja stižem do tebe najbrže mogu.
Čekam te.
Sam da vidim vestu, ali idem, eto me.
Dole gledam i desno stranu sam.
Dulki auto.
Ovdje se pušaju. Nokova je jedno. I drugog je nokova.
Brato, popucaj.
Desno je.
Nemoj me kup dug, sam nastaviti naprijed.
Gdje desno?
Od stepke desno. Šotku ima, a ne ulazim ovdje.
Ja bacim ja 3 flashke.
Baca bombu. Bombu na stepke bacim.
Gdje je tačno?
Na stepenice baca bombu gore, da. Ima šotku. Desno je. Dao sam u glavu. Headan je. Heala mu se. Sad je onaj WC glupi. Ali ima shotgun. Ma dođite bre, da nas pušate. Pucaj mu u telo, već. Pucaj mu u telo. Ma mi tako igramo.
Da ovo zamenim ja. Ja sam ga flashao, tačno sam znao da će ispikat na tu stranu.
Bravo. On će nama tu
Bravo, mačak.
Bravo, slušaj, ovako idemo rotaciju, pošto nikog nije bilo na wateru, ovdje idemo direktale na zeleni. Dulik vozi, doći.
Samo sekunda, eto me za sekundu.
Evo, čekamo.
Ajde, idem. Vozi. Ako treba nekom boostera, mogu vam dropat.
Ja sam dobro.
Ja nemam ništa smokova, nemam ni ja smokova, ali on ne ide ove, mi smo tepački skvad, znači mi fajtamo samo.
Ja imam samo jednu bombu. Bacio sam što sveške.
Luta droplik, tačno tu, na zeleni.
Aha.
Ušao je u auto.
Aha, video sam ga.
Ide ist.
Rekao sam plaš. Vodobranci ispred, vodobranci ovdje legali.
Da,
Tu negdje, plavi.
Ma nije, ovdje lende. Zeleni lende.
Zeleni?
Ja bih rekao, pa tako bih rekao. Ne vidim ih sad.
Da, evo ih ovdje tačno bombarduju.
Možda ima ovdje neko, možemo da vidimo da ovdje.
Ima, evo ga ovdje tačno. Tu je tačno na ogradi.
Ovi nisu zeleni skočili. Zeleni clear. A clear je i ovo drugo, novi zeleni.
Koji zeleni? Aha, dobro, je clear. Auto? Auto cestom. Stao je preko auto. To su njihovi. Pazite se sada. Nokanje. Nokali su ih neki likovi. Evo ovdje lik. To je drugi sklad. Pa samo imamo i na ovom.
Ne znam odakle mi preko je taj.
I smoka.
Da. Idem ja na dulca, ti na kaveru od odgo.
A Nocna im je preko, tu na cesti bio. Evo ide nazad, spoljete, evo. Hitan je. Moj pin zeleni.
Okej.
Njegovi beži.
Da. Dobili su sklad jedan iza. Ovo čuš možda dulka nego?
Tu sam ga nakecao.
Ja njemu
On luduće u auto, be, moguće li ovo da radi? Tu su, on nema, pucajte me.
Vidim ti ga, evo ovdje. Iskočio ti je iza. Ovdje ti je negdje. Ide na plavi. Imamo auto, aj ti dulka dok nam zatreba.
Treba ću.
Idu levo. Ovdje lik je umro jedan.
Idu luta, drop.
Okej.
Ne, to je auto, ono.
Eto. Silent, jel?
No evo, full gas.
Da je glavu da mi daš tako. Jebote će mu ubio lik. Ode tamo prema zeleni treći. Buši mi auto.
Spika desnu stranu.
Ja.
Mislim da je hitan, nemoj drži da reći.
Treba mi pick-up kad krenete.
Idemo u zonu.
Ne. Ajde.
Aha, hajde. Ali vama zbaga mi radi, da... Da se vama zbaga mi radi kada...
Čuje kao da je ugašen, da.
Da, da, znam tako.
Idemo li na ovaj fight?
I slijedem.
Da, idemo na taj fight. Idemo na taj fight. Tu na Riču se fightali, mi uzmemo ruševine i polako ka gore idemo.
Da, eto je hitno, fajta, evo vodi.
Na full open.
Tu je lik na full openu, dvojica više je tu. Više ih je tu.
Da, jure ka kampu.
Išli su već na kamp, evo ga ovdje. Ad.
Dođi po me.
Ne možeš ništa.
Toko ludi, a?
Ja sam na full open stao, ko da ti.
Dođi.
Samo ti igraj za sebe, ako dođem dođi.
Aj, samo jednog da unokujem.
Bravo. To je težavene.
Dva su.
Da, te digam. Oni se još fajtuju gore, be. Treba mi taj vest, ako ti ništa ne znači.
Kog firstova imaš? Baci jedan ako imaš.
Imaš najmanje dulke 6%. Ono, mislim da me nemaš luta.
Evo ga ispred mene tu.
Desno.
Dođi pikoj. Daj mi desno vrat. Baci bombu ovdje na prozor.
Ne.
Spolje. Gdje beže? Ostavio kamp jedan 100%. Aj, beži. Ne znam gdje je, nisam ga ni vidio.
Isto.
Plavo je. Iza plava. Ja.
Ovaj report dobio, ovaj čituje 100%.
Taj mene ubio.
Imali smo ih, dobro je. Imali smo ih.
Ovo je reportam ovdje. Što M-com igra ovako profesionalno.
Sve reporte, vrte. Neka provere, tu su, za to su plaćeni.
Pa jutro mi je lik dobio permaban, znaš onaj lik što je bio Dulketa, noć, s onim berilom kad je ispravo. I mene isto bio jak report. Ne znam da li Dulketu isto stiglo da je dobio ban. Sekunda.
Hvala na brata Dade Klopić za ovaj scout, brate. Ako hoće da bude scout za PUBG Talents, nek se javi.
Eto mi za 2 minuta ime da uzem vodu sam.
Ubre, 2 minuta voda.
Pa, dok uzmem, dok sipam.
Šta ćemo, Fuzi? Pinaj.
Odmah dođi, samo da uđemo u mapu. Ooo, pa zna se, brate. Zna se, brate, vežbamo za skrimove.
Julik!
Jem.
Da uđi na stream, sad ću pustit na Discord. Da vidiš lika što sam me prepao. Zapravo fuzija iz...
Ajde.
Tako.
Hodite pičke. Daj.
Gledaj sad, brate, frajera.
Ujebut.
Ja sam se, brate, usrao.
Ujebote mi. Ovo ga zveknu ti, pričaj ti.
Pa, brate, istraha.
Nemamo kontest, naš je free. Kako, ja si lutam ovu stranu, to je moja.
Imamo jednu ekipicu.
Će dobiju strajk oni?
Reportat ćemo ih.
Nema to pravo. Idem ja onda na krov ovdje. Da im šta će kaže Krović. A i oni idu krov, šalio sam se, neću krov. Pali su iza nas, koncentracija, moramo da ih ubijemo pa će ih reportamo posle.
Dulik nas prodao. On je bait s leđa.
Ponovo kao i na skrimove. Da li probam uvijek krmačicu, da li puca kao na onog lika, brat? Ma neću, evo jem. Što ne stavljaju opremu, brate? Što je s igricu?
Bog me, imam full M-ku.
Ne vidim ga i dalje ovdje u prvom hangaru.
Gdje? Pa taj je moj.
Ne znam da li ima neko između u tom hangaru do vas.
Ovdje je bio jedan.
Jedan je na zeleni, ja.
Ali ne vidimo.
Na žuto je na Rike.
On me pikuje, be.
Koji te pikuje?
Pa da zeleni novi.
Čujem ga.
Gdje ga čuješ ti da se mu prišao?
Ide ti Leo sa trenutno. Tačno je ovdje.
Tu?
Da, tačno mu Marko. Čujem.
Čekaj, sad će ja skočim dole pa mi će ga ubijemo.
Ova ima cheat 100%. Ispiko me ono namjerno kao ono njegovo.
Ja?
Čito, ja? Ali imaš ga, bolji si, ajde, bolji smo.
Ima ih više, ja mislim.
Na tom mjestu ima više, nema.
Što ima na crvenoj u kući? Ima.
Jedina igrica na planeti gdje ti ne možeš prebaciti pušku i opali preko kutije. Jebo igricu.
I flashaše nam, durek. Imam tog na krov. Tu je. Dva su. Dobi po glavu, drugi ušao unutra. Dva su, moramo da ga napadnemo od tog, mali.
Čekaj, kod Dulke taj hangar,
Dva su, može i tri.
Nisu, dva su na terenu.
A Diba, ovaj lik se zna, ovo je snalac.
Ovo ti dao bombu.
Aj, svaka.
Gdje je on? Do tebe došao?
Ne znam li. Jeste, gleda je bila, kaj?
Jebot ja familiju kempa.
Flaša je.
Unlucky, imali smo gi. Jel smete? Brate, prozivaju ljudi na stream, ne smemo 4-4. Brate, mi kad smo bili spremni, vi niste bili tu.
Ajde 4-4.
A?
Ajde.
Misliš?
Ma da, evo, ovako dosadno.
Pa dosadno kad umireš prvi, brate.
Jeste li napravili? Hoćete li nećete? Ako nećete ne moramo, meni sve jedno.
Ja može, što meni tiče.
Kako hoćete. Evo, Niđica neko odluči. Niđica, hoćeš da igramo TDM malo protiv ovih igrači nabeđeni? Može. Name je 4-4.
Password. 4x4.
A password?
A sam ne pošlo invite.
Ma kude ćete? Na TDM, Team Deathmatch. Aha. 1, 2, 3, 4 password.
Ja stvarno ukucam 2, 3, 4. Ko je PG Katman?
Sad ćemo da vidimo koji su ti igrači, bati. Sad ćemo da ih nakecamo. Dođi ovamo u našu ekipu. Budi prvi, ti budi glavni. To.
Miramar, jo.
Kaka Miramar, Stalber staviti, alo?
Da, Stalber.
To je default map. To se igra na deathmatchu.
Dulke igravate ovi pro game-ovi, tako da stavite što kaže. Nikolic, imaš obaveze sutra? Gledaj me session deleted. Imaš obaveze sutra da odigramo BT1 scrimov?
U koliko sati?
Od 7.
U 7?
Igra sa nama, Lucky je odsutan, da. Ako imaš obaveze, nema veze.
Pa nemam nešto sutra planirano. A javim ti oko 3-4, može?
Vaši.
Može i ranije čovjek. Mislim, nemam ništa planirano, za sutra imam za ovoga sredi nešto planirano da idem na bazen oko 3 do 5-6 sati, pa...
Bazenković. A odakle si?
Iz Indije.
Dođi. Ne seri da si iz Indije. Ti imaš onaj ludnica bazen.
Šta je sad ovo, delete ali session, šta se?
Da, uđi vam.
Da se, eto.
Duliću, ti si vežbao ovo. Čuješ?
A?
Ma Dulić je vežbao ovo, da vidimo kako treba.
Što igramo, koje puške?
Znaš dobro ove vreme.
Nisu rekli, brate, ja Beryl igram.
Isto.
Pa nije fair igra Beryl ako se on igra M-ki. Nek napišu tamo šta hoće. Ćeš Beryla navesti u jedan i keza, nema smisla. Osim ako neće i oni Beryl.
Marko! Alo, koje puške, alo? Koje puške? Šećerkovići, koje puške? Gle, ovaj se vrti na glavu, te pijan. Koje puške? Imate li neku godovina s tim da pitate koje puške? Nemam ni ja.
A čekaj, ko igra s jedan skrimovima sutra?
Ja i Dulek smo sigurni.
Hoće igrat Nina?
I ja volim sa Ninu da igram, ti li igraš s njim?
Pa igrao.
Pa, dobar je. Dobar je, on nije loš. Samo...
Šta igramo, Beryl ili M4, jesi napisao?
Pa nije ništa rekao.
A igrat ću vam M4, pa ako bude neko igra s Berylom, prebaciti.
Dobro, stavio sam M4 na vrijeme.
Jao, gle ovo. Da, eto Beryl, ima i M-ka, pa random je. Random pucaju moje braće. Evo ovaj puša, vete. Desno puša, alo. Na kome je? Jasno me promaši. Što je lepo ovaj žuta boja, zašto je?
Naša strana ovdje.
Naš spawn, što je lepo ovo za slikanje sunca.
Ne sa ovim metar.
Halo. Če me zahvaljam. Brate, krije se dok si ishila, toli rade. Nemo to pravo.
Što radim?
Hila se dok si... Krije se dok si ishila.
Što nema pravo?
Pa... Riha sam mutirao, Riha na info 10. Tako je be Nikolice be.
Jedan je desno skroz.
Da vam vidim to, javota. Da smo gledali. Pa leđa nam se rodilio.
Bratu, jel ovaj lik umire danas?
Držite ih bre, gubimo, alo, opet. Ma bravo bre braćo.
Lako je kad dvojica pita.
Uf, sam ga outplay.
Koliko kilo je?
To je close, imaš ga. Bravo! Kako gubimo, ubijamo. Evo.
Desno vam, jedan je tako.
Jebate sunca, ljudi igraju koliko pucaju i penu dalje.
Ne, pogledaj. Sad sam ga na leđa, ali oni su prešli tamo.
Koliko dropaju. Tam nije stvari meni da leđa.
To je dulik.
Ovo skroz levo.
Dropat je dulik bio. Ne vidim ga, čorav sam.
Zaglavaju se. Bravo. Na meni je ovdje.
Ti si moj. Me zakolja, ne mogu. Braćo, idemo, jednu rundu mora bi resetujemo.
Tu je negdje.
Uba ga vas. Leđa!
Niko
za konj.
Što će ovo radi?
Ma da. Imamo ih. O, oni pet.
Dobro. Pogledaj se bio ovo. Ili je negdje drugo.
Pola mapu sam prešao da nađem.
Oni su ih spone na nas.
Pa uvijek na leđa nam daju. Jebe. Dobro, 1-0, ništa loše, ništa. Idemo da, imamo ih.
Moramo posle odigrati jednu onu sastavnika military base s ovim snajperima da imamo kod da ubojimo.
Ne, nikako snajper.
Ne voliš to?
Dulik je mnogo jak snajper, nema smisla.
No mislim ono na DMR server.
To nema smisla.
Tu još jedan je tu Dulki. Dvojica na me.
Gledaj, je stao. Ova strana teža za igranje.
Da.
Čuo sam ga. Odakle, brate, oni svira spawn! Tu je Zdravo.
Dobro, ovo je ubio.
Naš ove. Samo su me od leđa ubili, znači jedan meni ubio ispred mene. Evo ti dijem.
A kad je glup spawn, vjerojatno ni sve ne.
Mada. Ma gle, oni dva na njihov na ovaj spawn, brat. Gdje sam ja, ne bi trebalo da ih stvara gdje sam ja, nego je super. Šta radi?
Ja sam mata. Ovdje ću pogledat, vali klinus.
Kako bi ne prodao, gle, ubi ga i Rihu.
Niže veze, družak, ispisali kroz toga.
Ma...
S pištoljke. Bravo.
Te bre, druže, bab ga še nam verujem ništa, on meni jednom pištolj ne umre. Kako kaže.
Ma laži igre. Da si mu skinuo helmet.
Ja ubio sam...
Nemoj ti meni, ja sam vežbao ko radi pike. Leđa, gledaj, znam. Evo koja glupa. Kad ih resetujemo uvijek ih na leđa rodi. A sad nas ponuje na... Desno ću pokušu. Ja HP tu. Evo, izresetovali smo i sad ću skoro i na leđa.
Da, bukvalno.
Da sam vam rekao, pa. Dva su nam na leđa.
To je još jedan.
Ubije ga Riha. Bravo. Opet je iza nas.
I opet se spavno, opet iza nas.
Fokus, krite se sad, moramo da ih ubijamo. Voda. Ma te ti je drugar. To je to, 5, samo 5 vode, imamo ih. Leđa iza mene. Bio je spawn protektor. Bravo, 2. Tu smo, 2.
Uš, kurac igrica jebote.
Čemo ubije, nemam health.
Sad ubio dvojice za sebe i opet dvojice mu stvori iza mene.
Mrtav si, nemam health. Ubio si ga, bravo doktore, spasio si ga.
Nisam uvijek. Imamo ih.
Imamo ih, 41, ajde bre.
Jeste smiješni.
Gdje su još?
Ajmo, mam cijena razlika.
Imamo ih. Evo ga tu iza drva. Tako je bre. Ne umre.
A, brate, ne moći da.
Ne sam, Nikolice, ne sam.
Ajde, imate. Eto mene, stiže pomoć. Mrtav.
Pa sve na lednji umre.
Mrtav, vitaj.
Bravo bre, Nikolice bre, imamo ih.
Mrtav, vitaj.
Idemo još jedan lažu. Blizu smo. Pazite sad leđa.
Leđa, sve.
Čekaj.
Ljudi jedan kill.
Tako, dođite. Ja ozmio sam se brate, bravo bre Nikolice, 2 najvažnije fraga si doneo, doktore.
Ja uvijek na kravicu ozbili jevote.
Mora, ozbiljno. Oni nama tako.
Legi sam.
Ok, close dole.
Jebo ga sunce, svega crta.
Ja se sklugari low da ono... Dva na meni stat.
Na meni su.
Ali nema pravo.
Zalego levo skroz. I još jedan.
Jao, imao sam ga. Bili igrači. Ja ste isto legnu, brate.
Još jedan lovo.
Ja sam se ga promašio. Ma gledaj, ponovo iza nas se stvara, ne može tako.
Nije pravedno, nije pošteno.
Nije, već igrica je pokvarena. Sve strane je pokvarena. Bravo Duliću već. Kad je teško, brat mi Marko.
Još jedan. On mene kroz ovu bombu odima.
Šta sam uradeo? Što sam me reporte zbog ovo?
Pa bilo.
Znaš koliko zbog ovo?
Hehe.
Bravo be, Rika.
Sad nije pošteno da zalegam oba dvoje.
Dulik čuvaj leđa.
Frajer mi daje headshot ni ne vdi me, what the fuck.
Isto normalno, ja nisam dropao nije.
Bomba mi pala iz vrsta.
Tu je plovim.
Ajmo, oni na sound igraju. Dobro, nema bombe, ne mora baciti bombe.
Aha, nema bombe, okej.
Da.
Bude ovo, gdje mi je? Leže te idima.
Pa desi mene nasko na leganje, ubagova se, gle. Idemo dva razlike, samo na leđima sam, imam ih.
Leđa, da vidim.
Imam ih. Gle, opet su bagovati. Pem tigricu. Pa gledajmo, dva su ponovo na to isto.
Kurac.
A tu ti šta se zna?
To su dvaje prije.
A tapka, ne znam fair igra tapka.
Šta tapka? Tapkajte. Ide jedan puša kao vamo. Kako be, bagujem se na ovu kocku.
Ja.
Kako to igrica skroz. Close, ovdje je moj pin. Idemo.
Stvorilo ga tako na spawn, leđa pasuje.
Mrtav je valjda. Dva su ovdje na mene, ne može. Bravo be. Još jedan tu niđo.
Aha.
Desno ti.
A nije, levo. Ajde, malo, sad ću razmisliti.
Dva razlike. Gledaj, kako be, od leđa me valjda ubio. Ne dajte se, mora ih stignuti sad. Sad vinamo, bravo bre!
Jedna razlika.
Pazite leđa.
Trojica na mene ovdje.
Ne, Rika,
lov je dobio iz glavu.
Levo ti je, ovdje jedan. Heran je na plavom. Na plavi je.
Dropa gore.
Ja ću ga napraviti.
Heran je. Jao, ajmo. Bravo, nerešeni smo. Idemo brać, još 7 ubistva.
Naš. Na mid.
To je taj spawn, ovo je clear desam. Sad je bitno. Evo, idemo, plus imamo.
Ok, namiri se, namiri se.
Lagano. 10, čekaj. Bravo. Leđa.
Leđa, da. Ajmo jednu razliku i podimo ljudi.
Brate, nijednog ne vidim.
Ne. Sjebao sam. Ako izgubimo, ja sam kriv. Da.
Pa dođite jedan! Ubije tog žuti! Leđa, taj je treba.
Ajde ljudi.
Tako je bre, dođite bre na ove momke bre, dođite bre na ove momke bre. Bravo braćo.
31
Bravo. Bravo. Bravo, skoro ko Dulik, brate, Dulik igra 10 godina igricu, a ti imaš 10 godina. Bravo, mali.
Nemam 10 godina.
Šalim se. Nego to mi došlo da kažem, bravo bre, bravo, jaši. Jašite ih. Mislim da nema više smisla da igramo protiv ovih. Ako ima neko jači na stream, nek se javi, ako ne, Ranked da si puca.
Ja idem ljudi u krevet, jebi ga.
Ajbe, ne zajebavaj, molim te.
A jebi ga, brate, tu ste mušli, sad imam još 5,5 sati.
To je malo zajeba. I ti ne reći Dulik zajeba.
Odo i ja.
Gle, pobedi smo ih i oni sad kao ovo.
A ne treba kvart sad ovaj.
S pobedu, a?
Ja.
Ljudi laka i ugodno. Ćao.
I također. Ja sam nas Dulik čekinuo za Ostroje.
Dobro, ajde.
Pa skontat ćemo se onda.
Ljudi laka i ugodno. Hvala puno svim. Ode. Ćao.